2016 presidential vote resulted in a surprise victory for opposition candidate Adama Barrow, and an equally surprising, though short-lived, acknowledgement of this victory by the incumbent, are grounds for some small degree of optimism. Altogether, if we rely on Freedom House data, some two-thirds of total democratic change across the continent from 1989 to 2018 actually took place in the 1989 to 1995 period. The Freedom House data for 2005 to 2018 also indicates a striking divergence among regions, with Western and Southern Africa improving their democratic governance, but Central and Eastern Africa facing substantial declines. Since 2000, every country in East Africa has experienced a stagnation or decline in democratic governance, while much of Western Africa, save those countries of the Sahel, has improved. Temin and Summers 2018. Moreover, recent moves by heads of state to hold on to power by changing or ignoring term and age limits have eroded democratic norms in numerous countries. Just between 2015 and 2018, leaders of 4 African countries, Burundi, Congo-Brazzaville, Rwanda, and Uganda, changed constitutional limits in order to perpetuate their rule, corresponding with a decline in each country's political freedoms. The regime of Joseph Kabila in the Democratic Republic of Congo also attempted to change the constitutional term limits, but ultimately failed. 207. It is also noticeable that a significant number of African elections, particularly in the latest and least of the democratizers, have been accompanied by serious violence. In Zimbabwe, the 2008 elections and post-election period also saw massive violence, mostly perpetrated by agents of the Robert Mugabe regime against opposition supporters, with nearly 100 dead. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, both the 2006 and 2011 elections were marred by violence, including heavy artillery and machine gun fire in 2006 and the killing of demonstrating opponents in 2011. Burundi's controversial 2015 presidential election was accompanied by intense political violence, particularly in the capital, Bujumbura, Van Acker 2018. And in the 2007 Kenyan elections, after incumbent Mwai Kibaki manipulated the vote count from the Kikuyu region to give himself a narrow majority, some supporters of his regime and of opponent Raila Odinga went on reciprocal rampages that left more than 1,000 dead and 500,000 displaced. But nothing so far has matched the destruction brought about in the wake of the November 2010 presidential election in Côte d'Ivoire, where the refusal of incumbent Laurent Gbagbo to concede defeat, despite losing 46% to 54% to his rival, Alassane Ouattara, led to a renewal of general warfare between the two clans and some 3,000 casualties. We return to these questions of electoral violence in Chapter 7. Upon reflection, the democratic wave of the early 1990s is not so dissimilar from the first few years of independence when democracy also briefly prevailed. The most notable difference is that more countries have stayed democratic after 1990 than after 1960. As Matz and Bratton, 2016, note, more than half of all Africans today live in functioning multi-party electoral democracies that are demonstrably freer than the military or one-party regimes that previously dominated the continent. Of course, the difficulty for democracy to take root in Africa invites further scrutiny. Explaining authoritarianism and democracy in Africa. In this section we seek some explanations for the variation in regimes across Africa and for the wave of democratization in the early 1990s and the subsequent weakening of these transitions, Carruthers 2002. We begin with the variables usually connected with democracy and democratization around the world and investigate how useful they are for Africa. We then turn to some Africa-specific theories. We end with a more focused examination of the characteristics of the modal African hybrid regime. 208. The limits of democratization theory. There is no shortage of theories of democratization and democratic consolidation around the world. Engelbert 1997, Pierre et al. 2000, Engelbert and Welzel 2005, Acemoglu and Robinson 2005, to name but a few. Yet few of them have shown great robustness when applied to regime variations within Africa. The handful of quantitative studies that have focused specifically on African democratization have found few significant variables. Bratton and Van de Waal 1997, Dunning 2004, Lindbergh 2006. To some extent, the puzzle with democratic theory for Africa is to explain variation in democracy when there is little variation in its usual correlates. Income, usually one of the most reliable predictors of democracy, seems to have no effect in Africa, where the correlation between per capita income levels and political rights scores is statistically insignificant, 0.237 between 2011 and 2017. To our knowledge, only one study, Jensen and Wanchikin 2004, finds a positive relationship between income and growth and democracy in Africa. Although some of Africa's richest countries, such as Botswana, Mauritius, and South Africa, are democracies, the former two were already democratic before becoming rich, and the latter had one of the continent's most repressive regimes while being possibly its richest country until 1994. Some of Africa's most democratic countries, such as Benin and Cape Verde, are also among the poorest in the world. Although Adam Pierre and colleagues, 2000, have shown that democratic transitions can happen at any level of income, they also suggest that consolidation usually does not take place in countries with incomes below $6,000 per capita, which is well above the average for African democracies. To some extent, the lack of correlation between income and democracy in Africa derives from the nature of the continent's economies. While the effects of income on democracy are supposed to be mediated by the development of industrialization and the rise of a middle or entrepreneurial class, African national incomes and episodes of growth are more often the result of extractive economic activities and variations in commodity prices, see Chapter 6. Unlike manufacturing, extractive industries are often capital-intensive expatriate-dominated enclaves, more likely to promote authoritarian regimes than democracies, Ross 2001. As a result, variations in income in Africa are as likely to move with as against variations in democracy. Focusing only on dimensions of economic performance that are more likely to correlate with democracy, such as the share of manufacturing in gross domestic product, yields little additional insights, however. Darren Acemoglu and James Robinson, 2005, have suggested that 209. Elites who have invested in manufacturing capital are loath to see it destroyed and thus more likely to compromise about democracy. Yet in Africa, the correlation between the share of GDP accounted for by manufacturing and the Freedom House political rights score is statistically insignificant, 0.12 between 2011 and 2017. To a large extent, this lack of relation is due to the very limited range of manufacturing, and of other economic indicators, in Africa. This problem also applies to education, which is expected to lead to the acquisition of tolerant and democratic values. The correlation between adult literacy and political rights is not significant either, 0.25 between 2011 and 2017. Among economic variables, only the availability of mineral resources seems to hold some predicting power on the nature of regimes in Africa. Resources are thought to limit the likelihood of democratization because governments can use their rents to finance extensive networks of patronage or fund internal security efforts used for repression, or both, Ross 2001. Success stories of democratic consolidation on the continent seem indeed to be more likely among resource-poor countries. Benin, Cape Verde, Mauritius, São Tomé and Príncipe, Senegal, and Seychelles are relatively resource-poor, or have been until recently. Conversely, resource-rich countries such as Angola, the Republic of Congo, Gabon, and Sudan have remained steadfastly authoritarian over the years. Several studies seem to confirm the presence of a resource curse in Africa, with countries that are more mineral-rich being less likely to democratize, Jensen and Wanchikin 2004, Englebert 2009, Ross 2012, with Ghana a significant exception, Phillips, Halewood, and Brooks 2016, See also Heilbronn 2014. 3. Resource wealth still falls short, however, of explaining the continent's paradoxical regime distribution. 4.1. Botswana, one of Africa's democratic stalwarts, is a mineral economy. So are Sierra Leone and South Africa. In addition, a lack of mineral resources is in no way systematically associated with democracy, as witnessed by countries such as Côte d'Ivoire, Kenya, and Zimbabwe. More important, however, resource curse types of explanations do not account for hybrid consolidation, which occurs as much among resource-rich as among resource-poor countries. Thus, resource exports make a more ambivalent contribution to regime distribution in Africa than suggested by the simplest form of the resource curse argument. Nevertheless, they are part of the story. Moving away from economic variables, it is not possible to discuss democracy in Africa without questioning the impact of ethnic configuration on regime type. As discussed earlier, the rise of personal rule is often imputed to the necessity for rulers to cope with the heterogeneity of their societies. As a result, more culturally homogeneous countries are expected. 210. To have an easier time democratizing and staying democratic than are their more heterogeneous counterparts, as they face less acute demands for patronage and redistribution. In addition, the more homogeneous a population, the more similar its policy preferences, which lowers the stakes of the democratic game. Bates 1983, Easterly and Levine 1997. Yet the data on ethnic diversity by country introduced in Table 3.1 show no significant correlation with measures of either democratic change or consolidation in Africa. Bratton and Van de Waal 1997, Lindbergh 2003. There may be good reasons for this lack of relationship. Although discussions of African politics almost always refer to ethnicity, this issue is, as we saw in Chapter 3, a lot more complex than appears at first, and ethnic theories of African politics are fraught with problems. The first problem, in relating ethnicity to democracy, is that despite the equilibrium properties of semi-authoritarianism, African countries have tended to display different regimes at different times, especially taking the early 1990s into account, whereas their ethnic configuration has remained much more stable over time. In other words, we cannot explain, say, Mali's long authoritarian period, 1960 to 1992, its dramatic democratization, 1992-1995, its subsequent slow descent toward hybridity, 1995 to 2012, its return to pre-Darian politics with a coup, 2012, and its subsequent fledgling redemocratization, 2013 to 2018, by referring to its ethnic configuration, which hardly changed over that period. Second, as scholars such as Daniel Posner, 2005, have shown, the salience of ethnicity in Africa is more likely to be a function of the rules of the political system than the other way around. In Zambia, the switch from single to multi-party politics reduced the effective degree of ethnic heterogeneity in the country. In Burundi, the post-conflict political system seemingly reduced the saliency of ethnic identity, making most political conflict inter-Hutu affairs. Vandi Jinsane 2014. Moreover, the work of James Habyarimana and colleagues, 2009, suggests that ethnicity is more likely to function as a facilitator of collective action within groups rather than as a factor of polarization across them. Thus, whether one chooses a more primordial or a more instrumental perspective, the key to democratic performance in Africa seems unlikely to be found in ethnicity. For similar reasons, linking democratic performance with civic culture, Amand and Verba 1963, is also problematic. The civic culture argument, an old staple of comparative politics, suggests that some societies have a greater disposition toward democracy than others because they share values that are propitious to compromise, communication, consensus, and diversity. Robert Putnam, 1992, offered a more recent incarnation of this theory in which levels of social capital, social trust, horizontal social relations, associate life correlate with 211. Democracy. Some of this argument echoes the notion of civil society, and we return to the latter's connections with democracy in the next section. With respect to its cultural dimensions, however, civic culture suffers from the same problem as ethnicity to the extent that there is little cultural variation over time. It is also hard to measure and, therefore, to verify. Moreover, the little work that has been done on social capital in Africa has actually found that there was less of it in democratic Botswana than in more authoritarian Uganda, Widner and Munt 1998. And arguments that have equated trust with ethnic homogeneity have not fared better for Africa, Kiefer and Knack 1997. Despite the difficulty in deploying a rigorous cultural theory of democracy and democratization, culture remains a recurrent theme in explanations of Africa's problems with democracy. A frequent argument, in this respect, is that African society's predilection for big man politics is inimical to rule of law and democracy, Diamond 2008, see also Moss 2011. Michael Schatzberg, 2001, for example, argued that political legitimacy in Africa was tied to widespread cultural understandings rooted in paternalism and personal rule, rather than democratic elections. Whether it is a cultural feature or not may be hard to establish, but there might indeed be a pattern of personal rule, even among democratically elected politicians and long-time democracy activists, that suggests a relative lack of constraints on the behavior of rulers and of restraint in their exercise of the office. The prevalence of big man politics might partly explain why some democratic transitions revert to authoritarianism. Laurent Gbagbo of Côte d'Ivoire is a case in point. As a longtime exile in France, he actively militated for democracy in his country. After returning home he was jailed by President Félix Houphouët-Boigny. Yet after winning a controversial election in 2000, he maintained himself in power for another 10 years without elections, undermined the country's institutions, unleashed political assassinations against his opponents, and adopted an extravagant lifestyle. Less dramatically, Abdoulaye Wade of Senegal, after running 3 times unsuccessfully for the presidency, finally won in 2000 and then developed several of the trappings of big man politics, including grooming his son to succeed him, at which he failed, and promoting a personality cult. In Zambia, former union activist Frederick Chiluba was swept to power on a wave of social unrest in 1991, but then developed authoritarian and corrupt ways. On the one hand, we should be wary of the potential tautological nature of arguments correlating big man politics with authoritarianism. Indeed, rulers might develop the big man syndrome for the same reasons that democracy fails to take root rather than as a cause of its failure, and it is risky to explain democratic performance by the alleged demo. 212. Cratic qualities of leaders assessed afterward. On the other hand, while cultural features per se are unlikely to cause democracy or authoritarianism, it is nevertheless likely that they contribute to providing the context, and the constraints, that promote or undermine the unfolding of democratic institutions. In this respect, a different type of factor might be associated with a broad interpretation of civic culture. Although political cultures have significant indigenous elements, it is also true that African countries tend to maintain certain characteristics of the countries that colonized them. For example, former French colonies tend to have more centralized authority than do their former British counterparts. This could partly be a function of whether or not colonial powers resorted to indirect rule. Sandra Jwarman, 2001, found that common law countries fared somewhat better than civil law countries in a study of the effects of different colonial legacies on the rule of law in Africa. Yet the same effect is not visible with civil liberties or political rights as dependent variables. British colonies do slightly better but not significantly so. Magnuson and Clark, 2005, also suggest that an original institutional design helped Benin's transition, while a system copied on France's Fifth Republic proved inadequate for Congo. Another explanation for democratic variations in Africa has focused on the holding of elections. Staffan Lindberg has proposed that the very practice of holding elections, even if sponsored and organized by foreign donors, helps spread democratic values in society and contributes to improvements in civil liberties, Lindbergh 2006, Lindbergh and Joe 2009, Lindbergh and Van Ham 2018, Egel et al. 2018. This argument finds antecedents among theories that democratic change is more likely to occur in nations where past regimes held regular elections, even more so if they allowed some degree of competition among parties, however superficial such allowances were, yet such theories do not explain why some countries held past elections and others not. Michael Bratton and Nicholas van de Waal, 1997:141, argue that regimes that held regular elections, even if it was a single-party state, institutionalized a tradition of mass participation, wherein elites and the masses became socialized to accept participatory political roles. Related, Robert Bates, 2008:163, finds that the longer a country has been subject to a no or single-party system, the less likely it is to change to a multi-party system, a trend he terms hysteresis. Lindbergh's work has extended this logic to inform our expectations about democratic consolidation and current variations in democratic levels across the continent. According to him, variations in democracy in Africa can be traced to a self-reinforcing democratic power of holding consecutive multi-party elections, however flawed and unfair they might be. The practice of elections, he argues, promotes the creation of 213. A virtuous lock-in mechanism through the spread of democratic values. From this perspective, some countries might have democratized more than others because of the path dependence that came from organizing elections earlier, which can be partly accidental and partly a function of still unexplained domestic features. African democratic countries might remain so because they reached a level of civil liberties through their elections at which this lock-in mechanism took hold. Interestingly, while Lindbergh and others have found evidence that successive multi-party elections are associated with incremental democratization in Africa, the data from other regions are much less encouraging, suggesting that this might be a case of African exceptionalism, Egel et al. 2018. Lindbergh's argument contrasts with the finding of Philip Roessler and Mark Howard, 2009, that authoritarian regimes that hold consecutive elections do not become more democratic but instead less liberal and more stable. As for hybrid regimes, which Roessler and Howard refer to as electoral democracies, they rarely become full-fledged democracies, despite holding regular elections. Likewise, research by Bogaerts, 2014-37, questions the prospects of democratization through elections and suggests the durability of authoritarian practices, concluding that most electoral autocracies do not only remain autocratic, but also become more autocratic over repeated elections. Most liberal democracies do not only stay free, but become freer over time. Electoral democracies, in contrast, appear vulnerable to regression and breakdown. Finally, some scholars of state building have observed an interesting historical connection between war, state-making, and democratization, Tilly 1992, Bermeo 2003, Huang 2016, Wanchikan and Neiman 2002. The general argument assumes that conflict produces more effective states and a concurrent demand for greater accountability among the populace. Much of this scholarship is based on European experiences of state building, but when applied to Africa, the evidence suggests otherwise. For example, Nick Cheeseman, Makela Cullard, and Philip Rentgens, 2018, contrast three high-conflict cases, Burundi, Rwanda, and Uganda, with two low-conflict cases, Kenya and Tanzania, in East Africa. Rather than finding a positive relationship between war and democracy, they note the ways in which domestic conflict undermines three key elements of the democratization process: the quality of political institutions, degree of elite cohesion, and civil-military relations. Their findings suggest that the combined effect of these three mechanisms helps to explain why Kenya and Tanzania have made significantly greater progress towards democratic consolidation than their counterparts, 2018-31. All of this suggests that the dominant theories 214. of democratization and democratic consolidation fall short in explaining African experiences, or, to reframe that statement, comparative political science still has much to gain from studying Africa. Democratic transitions in neopatrimonial states. As mentioned in the previous chapter, while neopatrimonialism is a common feature of African politics, it varies both quantitatively and qualitatively between regimes and within regimes over time. Thus, the relationships between neopatrimonialism and democratization are difficult to discern, if a relationship exists at all. While contemporary wisdom might suggest that neopatrimonialism would be inimical to democratization, Rachel Sigman and Staffan Lindberg, 2017, find no clear evidence that neopatrimonialism impedes the advancement or survival of democracy. Indeed, recent work indicates that democratization in the neopatrimonial context can advance civil rights and greater political freedom, Lindberg 2006, Egel et al. 2018, The Institutionalization of Constitutional Rule, Posner and Young 2007, and Wider Distribution of Public Goods, Burgess et al. 2015. Moreover, some have argued that neopatrimonialism may actually promote democracy and development, Pitcher, Moran and Johnston 2009, Booth and Galubamudaba 2012, Kelsall 2013. These works tend to take as their starting points the influential contributions of Bratton and Van de Waal, 1994, 1997, who proposed that neopatrimonialism and its dynamics of inclusion and exclusion might best explain the specificities of African democratic transitions. Writing relatively early in the post-Cold War period, their work on Africa contrasts with much of the democratic transition literature of that time, which tended to focus on Latin America, where corporatist regimes prevailed. African neopatrimonial regimes, Bratton and Van de Waal note, produce different types of transition. Hence, the authors start from the premise that the nature of the pre-existing regime affects the nature, or the existence, of the transition to democracy. One of the first empirical patterns they identify is that African transitions tend to originate in protest over fiscal crises rather than from reformist elements within the regime. Neopatrimonialism, they suggest, drains the state coffers and provokes fiscal crises while impeding economic growth. People who are kept outside the circle of regime insiders suffer declining living standards and resort to protesting because they lack internal mechanisms of accountability. With the ruler unable to dole out patronage to such large numbers, a crisis of legitimacy develops. Two elements intrinsic to neopatrimonialism therefore contribute to the rise of protest. First, it is 215. A system based on faction and thus on exclusion. At any given time, some factions are excluded from the inner sanctum of power and await their turn in the wings of the political system. At the time of the crisis, the outsiders are likely to ally with the protesters in order to secure their reinsertion in the system. Second, it is a system that produces its own chronic fiscal crisis, as it relies on the redistribution of state resources to purchase allegiance. Compounded by the austerity policies of the stabilization and structural adjustment programs of the 1980s, this propensity for fiscal crisis thoroughly deprived rulers of their favored instrument of compliance by the end of the decade. Without resources to hand out, neopatrimonial regimes are dramatically short on policy instruments to deal with rising discontent at the economic crises and swiftly fall back on the tools of coercion. However, having ruled on the basis of personal loyalty rather than broad accountability, leaders fail to recognize the need to maintain popular legitimacy and are soon overwhelmed as the magnitude of popular protest expands and repression fails. To some extent, the lack of civil society comes back to haunt them, as there are few formal channels to harness protest. While protests rage in the streets, the regime also fractures from within as the spoils of power become increasingly limited for insiders due to the state's bankruptcy. As the crisis unfolds, insiders who challenge the ruler are excluded from the regime and cross over to the opposition. Bratton and van de Waal make the interesting point here that the distinctly neo-patrimonial way of punishing insider dissidents by making them outsiders is a reason that so many African opposition movements are led by former regime insiders and so many post-transition rulers were once pre-transition regime insiders. With so much power concentrated in the hands of the personal ruler, the fate of the transition soon hinges on the fate of the dictator. Bratton and van de Waal 1997:84. Protests radicalize as opponents seek the overthrow of the incumbent, fearful that any other arrangement would be manipulated by a ruler who puts himself above the laws. Little room is left for the regime to absorb the protests, assimilate its leaders, and engage in its own reforms. Thus, neo-patrimonial transitions are unlikely to be negotiated affairs based on compromise. The winner-take-all nature of the system promotes resistance until either final defeat or successful survival of the regime. Where does democracy fit into these transitions? As protest is primarily about the economy and is led by former and even recent regime insiders, it does not seem at first that demands for democracy should figure prominently in such movements. Yet opponents seek democratic rules as a way to wrest power from the president, who relies on the lack 216 of institutions and personal networks to stay in charge. Opponents may also employ the rhetoric of democratic reform in order to gain external support from the international community, or at least undermine the incumbent's patronage from external states and donors. Thus, the successful establishment of democratic rule and institutions is sure to considerably weaken the political advantage of the incumbent. It is no surprise then that many African opposition movements and parties of the late 1980s and early 1990s seem to have the promotion of democracy as their sole objective, rather than specific policies or ideological orientations, example the Alliance for Democracy in Mali and the Movement for Multiparty Democracy in Zambia. They sought a change in the rules of the game so as to secure their access to it. Particularly enlightening in Bratton and van de Waal's argument is that pro-democracy elites are no different from incumbents in their characteristics and goals. They want power and they want resources, and most likely they once had both. They demand elections as a path to power. In addition, the authors help explain why democracy might not flourish after transitions, especially if foreign aid resumes or continues. To the extent that pro-democracy protests are economic protests at their core, the subsequent failure of democracy to provide sufficient material rewards reduces its appeal, especially after new elites have incorporated the circle of regime insiders. Thus, transitions are rapid and sudden, but replacement elites have few incentives to maintain the democratic reforms that they demanded as outsiders. Hence it is likely that the new regimes will progressively hybridize into semi-authoritarian regimes, reincorporating elements of personal and neo-patrimonial rule. Moreover, as Patrick Chabal and Jean-Pascal Deleuze, 1999-37, later made clear, neo-patrimonialism itself is not usually challenged by the protesters. It is the decline in the resources available for patronage rather than dissatisfaction with the patrimonial order per se which has undermined the legitimacy of political elites on the continent. It is no surprise then that neo-patrimonialism finds ways to endure despite transitions. Once the transitions get going, they vary as a function of the degree of electoral competition and political participation of the pre-transition regimes. For as Bratton and van de Waal note, there are variations among neo-patrimonial regimes, with some allowing varying degrees of electoral competition and participation in regime-friendly organizations. When both competition and participation are low, as in military oligarchies, there is no prearranged institutional path for change and the dictator tends to hang on to power for fear of reprisal. Such regimes are thus affected by protracted struggles that can turn violent and are unlikely to lead to subsequent democratic consolidation. 217. In regimes that tolerate participation but stifle competition, which Bratton and van de Waal label plebiscitary one-party systems, transition actors might capitalize upon the participatory traditions to organize some large forum capable of inheriting legitimacy from the regime, such as the sovereign national conferences that took place in many francophone regimes. The outcome of such transitions depends upon the residual strength of the leader and his capacity to manipulate the proceedings. Matthew Kirikau and Denis Sassou Nguesso of Benin and Congo, respectively, were unable to control their conferences, whereas Idriss Déby and Omar Bongo of Chad and Gabon managed to empty theirs of any significant threat to their power. It is in more competitive one-party systems, Bratton and Van de Waal argue, that prospects are best for democracy to emerge, because of their traditions of participation and competition. Yet the examples of Côte d'Ivoire, whose transition collapsed into civil war, and Zambia, where democratic change soon stifled into semi-authoritarianism, challenge this contention. At any rate, the essential contribution of Bratton and Van de Waal is the recognition not only that democratic transitions are possible in neo-patrimonial regimes, but also that they tend to follow specific trajectories that contrast with transitions in other regions. While these authors acknowledge the precipitating effects of factors such as donor-induced economic reforms and the end of Cold War patronage, they focus mainly on domestic dimensions and single out the weakness of neo-patrimonial regimes in the management of protest as a key element. To some extent, their argument suggests that, for all its equilibrium qualities, neo-patrimonialism contains the fiscal seeds of its own predicament and is poorly equipped to control the crises that it itself engenders. As we examine later in this chapter, their analysis also suggests that neo-patrimonial transitions to democracy might face serious contradictions in the consolidation phase. Extroversion and instrumentalization. It is possible to add another layer to our understanding of democratic variations in Africa by considering the extent to which democracy might also be an element of some countries' foreign policy. For this approach need not contradict the more domestic focus of theories structured around neo-patrimonialism, but can complement them as well as offer a rationale for the apparent willingness of once dictatorial regimes to democratize and for the subsequent limits of democratization. As will be made clearer in Chapter 8, most African countries engage in foreign relations, at least in part, based on seeking the patronage of rich countries, offering diplomatic allegiance and strategic benefits in 218. Exchange for resources, political support, and non-interference in domestic affairs, Jackson 1990, Clapham 1996. Jean-François Bayard, 1993, 2000, has shown that such instrumentalization of their international dependence by African regimes, which he labels extroversion, has been a recurrent theme in African history. See also Frederick Cooper's notion of gatekeeper state 2002:157. During the Cold War, it was not uncommon for African countries to exchange their allegiance to one of the superpowers, or to France, which maintained a close neo-colonial relation with many of its former colonies, for material and strategic resources, Clapham 1996. At the end of the Cold War, the countries that were dependent on the Soviet Union lost their foreign patron, while those that relied on the United States or France faced unprecedented demands for democratization, Cheeseman 2015, Carruthers 2006. Depending on their other sources of revenue or strategic advantages, regimes became more or less vulnerable to these new conditions and experienced the shock differently. Those with little to exchange became increasingly vulnerable to donor demands. They tended to be the countries closest to fiscal bankruptcy and debt default, most associated with the Soviet Union, and least endowed with natural resources. For the 13 African clients of the Soviet Union identified by Thad Dunning, 2004, the average time from the fall of the Berlin Wall in November 1989 to the adoption of multiparty politics was 14 months. 5 for other African countries, it was 33 months. Some, such as Eritrea, still have not adopted multiparty politics, a statistically significant difference. It comes as no surprise, therefore, that the number of former Soviet clients is particularly high among the strongest democratizers. The Beninese regime had adopted Marxism-Leninism in the 1970s. It abandoned it in December 1989. Cape Verde and São Tomé too had been Soviet clients, while Mali and Seychelles had historical ties to the communist bloc. The Mozambican government was dependent on the Soviet Union for military equipment and oil. It too abandoned Marxism-Leninism in 1989. French patronage did not require adjustments as costly as those of its Soviet counterpart. After 1990, the French government did demand some political changes of its African clients, but France did not disappear and its Africa policy retained other considerations besides democracy promotion. Benin and Mali democratized, but other French clients, particularly those well endowed in natural resources such as Cameroon and Gabon, or those with a more strategic location such as Chad and Djibouti, faced significantly less pressure or were better able to resist it. Vulnerability to the democratic demands of Western donors was thus not uniformly distributed across African countries, with the consequence that the regime trajectories they experienced immediately after. 219. The Cold War differed substantially, Cheeseman 2015, Dunning 2004, Bratton and Van de Waal 1997. Regime vulnerability to the demands of patrons continued to vary after the initial transitions. The regimes that have remained most vulnerable include some of the continent's consolidated democracies, example Benin or São Tomé. These regimes, however, have managed to instrumentalize democracy to their own benefit. Ruling elites in most of the strongest democratizers were able to either stay in or rapidly return to power under the new democratic dispensations. Van de Waal, 2003:300, found that at the end of 2002, the single party in power before 1989 remained there in 15 of the region's multi-party political systems. In other words, being able to navigate the formal trappings of democracy afforded them international support, as they were playing by the new rules the donors had laid out, as well as the personal political and economic rewards that come with holding significant positions of domestic power. Often, elections were not particularly competitive or incumbents held a clear advantage, sometimes funded by foreign aid. Finally, it is important to note the decreasing importance that donors have placed on democracy promotion in recent years. This is partly due to the increasing influence of China and its economic support for African regimes regardless of their domestic practices. While the West tried to establish democratizing conditions to their aid after the Cold War, China tends to function without such pretenses. Moreover, the West's emphasis on democracy has also faded in recent years, as Europe, and particularly the United States, focus more on their own security issues. Ultimately, the idea that democratization is part of an extraversion strategy for some African ruling elites is but one hypothesis. It provides insights into the nature of some transitions and consolidations, but it would be a step too far to see such instrumentalization in all regimes at all times. In the end, the study of democratization in Africa has as much to offer comparative politics as it has to gain from it. Conventional variables, particularly of the modernization type, have limited currency. The internal dynamics of neopatrimonialism and the propensity for regime extraversion, however, provide significant analytical mileage. African democracy in practice. Beyond the dynamics of transition, what do African regimes look like? How do African democracies actually function? What differences exist between African regimes? What are the range of their characteristics? What? 220. Are Africans' preferences in, and perceptions of, their political systems? Finally, what is the weight of ethnicity in the voting choices of Africans? Hybrid regimes. As mentioned earlier, the modal African regime can be characterized as hybrid, or comprising some democratic and some authoritarian dimensions. Partly, such hybridity is the result of either incomplete initial democratic reforms or the progressive erosion of initially successful transitions. One of the most remarkable characteristics of contemporary African politics is indeed the degree to which authoritarian neopatrimonial regimes have been able to adapt to the formal trappings of electoral democracy. Thus, to a large extent, neopatrimonialism has proved compatible with democracy rather than having dissolved in it. It has endured and reproduced despite a generalized change in the formal rules of politics. What does hybridity look like? In general, sitting halfway between the ideal types of democracy and authoritarianism, hybrid regimes tend to display the following characteristics: they hold regular elections, but these are often manipulated to the benefit of the incumbents; they provide some civil and political liberties, yet more or less frequently repress their exercise; they are not hegemonic, as they contain spheres of public life where opposition can organize and express itself, including the media, civil society, and legislatures, yet these groups lack autonomy and face considerable difficulties in asserting themselves. Although not as easily repressed as in pure authoritarian regimes, their members remain more vulnerable than in democracies. The ruling party tends to dominate all other parties and to dwarf them in size. The security apparatus operates with few institutional and legal constraints and is often focused on domestic opponents. And formally democratic institutions are partly decoys and patronage is rampant. See Trip 2010:12 for an excellent table summarizing and comparing the main features of democratic, hybrid, and authoritarian regimes. Ailey Tripp, 2010:11, 15, suggests that the category of hybrid regimes is too loose and should be broken down into two subtypes: semi-democratic and semi-authoritarian regimes, so as to better capture regime variations. 6. Semi-democracies allow for changes in party dominance and the alternation of the presidency. In semi-authoritarian regimes, in contrast, leaders do the absolute minimum to democratize and do not allow for genuinely competitive elections. 13. In the former category, she includes such states as Liberia, Malawi, Senegal, Tanzania, and Zambia; in the latter, Angola, Burkina Faso, the Central African Republic, Congo-Brazzaville, Guinea-Bissau, Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda. 20. One of the main arguments 221 she makes is that, while there are few democracies on the continent, the shift from previously pure authoritarian regimes to hybrid regimes represents significant progress and appears to be stable. What is particularly noticeable about hybrid regimes is their seeming stability, their apparent equilibrium qualities. Although some might revert to full-fledged authoritarianism, example Mali in 2012, and an occasional one might yet democratize, example Ghana in the mid-1990s and possibly Gambia post-2016, they generally do not appear engaged in any transition but may have reached a point of stasis. Bogaerts, 2014-36, notes that if they do change, it tends to be semi-democracies, what he calls competitive authoritarianism, becoming more authoritarian. Though their domination is more nuanced than that of their pure authoritarian counterparts, hybrid regimes are able to neutralize most agents of change, either through co-optation of the opposition, the manipulation of social and student movements, the intimidation of media, or even the wielding of spiritual powers when necessary. This stability is particularly noteworthy given Marina Ottaway's 2003:16 observations that these regimes are institutionally weak. The semi-authoritarian regimes cannot develop the institutions they would need to perpetuate the allocation of power without causing the democratic facade to crumble. Nor can they allow the democratic institutions to function without hindrance, without putting the continuation of their control in jeopardy. Semi-authoritarian regimes, thus, constantly undermine their own institutions, usually by generating and exercising much power outside their realm, or more rarely by manipulating them endlessly. Semi-authoritarian regimes have institutions, but the semi-authoritarian regime itself is not institutionalized. In general, these regimes produce within the populace a disenchantment with politics and a lack of hope, which occasionally translates into a propensity for outbursts of grassroots protest and social violence without long-term mobilization or agenda. So, what is the meaning of being an opponent in such regimes? Clearly, in the vast majority of cases, the political opposition has little hope of replacing the party in power. So what do they fight for? For one, political opposition in semi-authoritarian regimes can actually provide some degree of constraint on the behavior of rulers and particularly limit their abuses and arbitrariness. In the DRC, for example, under the Joseph Kabila regime after 2006, human rights activists, media, and several NGOs, while generally very weak, nevertheless managed to limit the number of disappearances, arbitrary arrests, and political assassinations. Although responsibility eluded the top brass, several state agents were brought to court for human rights violations. Thus, to a degree, opposition and civil society contribute to maintaining. 222. What little accountability hybrid regimes have and prevent them from reverting to authoritarianism. This is no small achievement. In a book on the opposition in Burkina Faso, Matthew Hilgers and Jacinth Mazzuchetti, 2010, provide evidence not only of the alienation of opponents and citizens in a semi-authoritarian state, but also of the different types of utility people can derive from standing up to such a regime. There are no doubt opportunities to be found in opposition, an attitude not dissimilar to the defection of regime stalwarts during transitions identified by Bratton and van de Waal. One can find a job or become co-opted if one can be a sufficient nuisance. This might also sometimes work as a strategy of individual extroversion. In some countries, people who take to the streets when demonstrations are banned, with the near guarantee of being physically beaten, are said uncharitably by some to be seeking a visa to a Western country. But for others, however, there is a question of personal integrity and dignity. People demonstrate, vote, and voice their opposition at times more out of principle than for change. In this perspective, as Hilgers, 2010, makes clear, there is an attempt to fight alienation, to be recognized and, simply, to be. If democratic mechanisms are more apparent than real in hybrid regimes, how do they reproduce and maintain power? By and large, like their predecessors, they resort to a heavy dose of neopatrimonialism. According to van de Waal, 2003, even African democracies remain pervaded by presidentialism and clientelism. There is limited effective political competition, as the politician who won the first democratic election is most often still in office. The dominant party in parliament tends to co-opt and absorb the smaller parties along some loose presidential majority coalition, usually built around the distribution of public resources. Personal politics remain salient. Most small parties are really the weak organizational appendage of those who have or aspire to big man status. Thus hybridity, particularly in regimes that began with significant reformist impulse, such as Museveni's Uganda, suggests that there is something nearly unavoidable about neopatrimonialism as a mode of political regulation in Africa, and that its progressive encroachment cannot easily be resisted. The case of Mali, a full-fledged democracy by most accounts until the 2012 coup, illustrates the limitations of African democracy and the resilience and adaptation of big man rule, while also suggesting different ways to think about accountability and representation in hybrid systems. Most observers agree that Mali's democratic transition, which endured for 20 years after 1992, was one of the most successful in Africa. Susanna Wing, 2008, for example, shows that Malian democracy thrived on a tradition of open political dialogue embedded in an 223 original and inclusive constitution. She argues that its success derived in part from the extent to which constitutional provisions echoed local Malian traditions of community organizations and rule by discussion. Nevertheless, Wing, like others, acknowledges that Malian democracy had many of the pitfalls of hybrid systems. It remained weak, it coexisted with personal rule and corruption, and its institutions functioned haphazardly, all of which contributed to the feelings of frustration that facilitated the army takeover in 2012. For example, by the time of the coup, people's satisfaction with Malian democracy had reached a low point. Only 31% of the populace expressed satisfaction, contrasted with 63% a decade before, with the majority of citizens expressing little to no faith in the Electoral Commission, Haidara and Isbell 2018. Moreover, Mali had largely slipped back over time into a quasi-single-party system, with the president relying on clientelistic networks to collect some 70% of the votes while popular participation in elections was limited. Voter turnout in 2007 was only 36%. Yet Saline-Thai riot, 2002, shows that Mali contained multiple parallel participatory innovations that allowed for other forms of association and control of authority. Albeit sometimes symbolic, these initiatives helped engender citizen participation in politics, and reflected a particularly strong civil society by African standards. In fact, fostered by conservative religious organizations, Malian civil society mobilized in 2010 against a recently adopted family code that gave women equality of rights, and against the abrogation of the death penalty, which led the president to refuse to sign these laws. Whatever one might think of the substance of these issues, few African societies are strong enough to make their governments backtrack on already passed legislation. The 2012 Malian coup occurred weeks before scheduled elections, in the context of low public confidence in democracy and an ongoing insurgency in the north. But the army was forced to relinquish control after losing much of the country to the insurgents and under strong pressure from the Regional Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, organization, which imposed sanctions and a blockade in order to restore the democratic constitutional order. Presidential elections were held in 2013 and again in 2018, reflecting a tentative return to a hybrid democracy. Of course, democracies everywhere function below optimal expectations, and Mali reminds us that African democracy is a fragile proposition. But the lesson from Mali may also be a story about a normative shift among African organizations to defend the institutions of democracy across the continent. Since its founding in 2002, the African Union has proclaimed a position of zero tolerance for unconstitutional changes of 224. Government by force. Just as the Malian coup failed under pressure from the African Union and neighboring ECOWAS states, ECOWAS sent troops to force Gambia's long-term ruler, Yahya Jammeh, to accept electoral defeat in 2016. During that time, Nigeria, the strongest state in ECOWAS, witnessed its first defeat of a sitting incumbent in the 2015 election. That same year, ECOWAS and the OU were instrumental in forcing coup makers in Burkina Faso to return to the barracks and restore the constitutional order, the country being on the verge of a shaky transition to democracy after almost 3 decades of Blaise Compaoré's repressive rule. This normative shift privileging democratic institutions in the face of military coups was tested in November 2017 when the Zimbabwean army ousted Robert Mugabe. The African Union and the Regional Southern African Development Community, SADC, condemned the coup, but accepted the appointment of Emerson Mnangagwa as president, effectively supporting the pretense that a military coup did not really happen. Ultimately, African democratic experiments, like democracy and political freedoms across the globe, remain precarious works in process. African perceptions of politics and democracy. What do Africans think of democracy and other political issues? For a long time, in contrast to most other regions, the study of African politics lacked input of the opinions of Africans themselves, as few large, sample-size comparative surveys existed. This situation dramatically improved with the creation of the Afrobarometer, www.afrobarometer.org, and such online platforms as YouGov.org. Created in 1999 and housed at Michigan State University, Afrobarometer is a joint venture of that university, the Center for Democratic Development in Ghana, and the Institute for Democracy in South Africa. As of 2018 it had conducted numerous rounds of careful quantitative surveys in 36 countries across the continent, which has provided scholars with a much better knowledge of African public opinion on a range of political, economic, and social issues. 7 Equally important, numerous researchers, including students, have been able to access Afrobarometer's rich data at multiple levels of disaggregation in order to test a wide range of hypotheses on African politics, many of which are referred to in these pages. So, what is Africans' assessment of democracy? According to Afrobarometer surveys, Africans have exhibited a growing commitment to democratic ideals. In 2014, and utilizing Afrobarometer survey data from 34 countries, Bratton and House 2014, noted that 7 out of 10 Africans prefer democracy to other political regimes. The proportion of those who also reject authoritarian alternatives, example 225. Presidential dictatorship, military rule, and one-party regimes, and were thus considered deeply committed Democrats, has risen steadily over the preceding decade. Thus, while there has been a global democratic recession since 2005, evidence from the Afrobarometer surveys indicates a strong demand for democracy in Africa, particularly for high-quality elections and leadership accountability. This has led to a general democracy deficit within hybrid regimes. That is, the demand for democracy is exceeding the supply. These findings were consistent with more recent findings by Matz and Bratton, 2016. While their findings, based on more recent Afrobarometer surveys, confirmed a steady demand for democracy, they noted that large proportions of respondents were skeptical that their demands were being met by current political leaders. Yet they also found that large differences existed between African countries. For example, 3/4 of respondents in Mauritius, a fairly stable and free democracy, were committed to democratic forms of government, while the same could be said of only less than 1 in 10 Mozambicans. Interestingly, of the 34 countries included in Afrobarometer's 2 most recent surveys to date, popular demand for democracy decreased in 14 countries. The surveys also found that, comparatively, demand for democracy was highest among males, urban dwellers, university graduates, and those with middle-class employment. Finally, Matz and Bratton, 2016:4, found that the quality of past elections was significant. African countries with high-quality elections are more likely to register increases in popular demand for democracy than countries with low-quality elections. Do Africans vote ethnically? It is often assumed that ethnic considerations are as dominant in voting choices as they tend to be in other dimensions of African political life. At the dawn of the wave of democratization in the 1990s, for example, Donald Horowitz, 1993, warned that elections in ethnically divided societies would be tantamount to ethnic censuses, mere headcounts of individuals along ethnic lines. It has indeed been the fact that, in several African countries, ethnicity has been salient in electoral contests. In Nigeria, the main political parties have long identified with regions and ethnic groups. In South Africa, blacks prefer the African National Congress while whites tend to vote for the Democratic Alliance, Ferry 2006, though recent leadership turnovers may be changing that slightly. In Guinea, the 2 leading candidates in the 2010 elections, Alpha Condé and Sila Diallo, explicitly associated with Malinke and Pool ethnicities respectively. In the 2010 elections in Côte d'Ivoire, Dioulas 226 from the north overwhelmingly voted for their Kothnik Alassane Ouattara, while the bet stuck with their man, Laurent Gbagbo. And in Kenya, the perceived manipulation of the 2007 presidential results by incumbent Mwai Kibaki, a Kikuyu, at the expense of opponent Raila Odinga, a Luo with Kalenjin support, led to massive ethnic-based violence that left more than 1,000 dead. In addition, the ethnic narrative of African elections seems backed by a large body of empirical studies that find a significant effect of ethnic affiliation on voting behavior, example Ferry 2006, Young 2009, Gibson and Long 2008, Norris and Matz 2013. In general, this effect is stronger for the ruling candidates, Bratton, Babnani, and Chen 2013. Thus, people are more likely to vote for a Kothnik when the latter is already in power than if that person is an opposition candidate. This finding suggests that ethnic voting should not be understood as a mere expression of the strength of identity in African politics. It might also reflect more practical considerations, because of the limited range of ideological competition among African parties and the generally uncontroversial desires of voters for greater welfare, Africans might vote for the politicians most likely to look after them, and shared ethnicity might provide a clue for such behavior. Since incumbents are more likely to have access to the goods of patronage, voting for a Kothnik in the opposition is a less efficient strategy to improve one's lot. Finally, people who share ethnicity also likely share policy preferences, as they may experience similar material conditions. Thus, ethnic voting might become a proxy for policy voting, with policy preferences defined along ethnic lines. There might be some plausibility to this, especially since policy in Africa is often reduced to the provision of public goods, which might be regional in distribution, roads, wells, schools, and the like. Yet one needs to add many nuances to the ethnic theory of voting. As discussed in Chapter 3, it is not necessarily useful to point to ethnicity as a voting foundation, since ethnic identity can aggregate at different levels. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, for example, which counts more than 200 ethnic groups, the 2006 elections saw the country split along largely regional rather than ethnic lines, with the East voting for incumbent Joseph Kabila, most of the West for challenger Jean-Pierre Bemba, and the Bandundu province for veteran politician Antoine Gizenga. Of course, in such a country as in most, no single candidate could have been elected by relying only on the votes of his own ethnic group. A recent study by Englebert, Calderon, and Jean, 2018, notes that decentralization in the DRC seems to have had the unintended consequence of heightening ethnic allegiances within the provinces, which have shrunken in size but increased in number, from 11 to 26. 227. Thus, at the regional level, the saliency of ethnic affiliation may have increased, but at the national level, the necessity of electoral coalitions dilutes the importance of ethnicity and makes it more difficult to predict voting behavior. In the 2010 elections in Côte d'Ivoire, for example, a significant number of Akan voters, from the center of the country, rallied to Northerner Ouattara in the second round. Remember, in this respect, Daniel Posner's 2004b insight that Chua and Tumbuka identities were sharply demarcated in Malawi, where each group had a sufficient relative size to send representatives of its own to parliament, but were blended in Zambia, where they needed to pool their forces to compete with other large groups. Of course, such argument does not deny that people were voting to be represented by people from their ethnic group, it merely shows that such groups are somewhat fluid and people may identify at different levels of ethnicity. Moreover, if ethnicity is the main driver of voting in Africa, how does one explain the absence of ethnic considerations in some countries' elections, even in the presence of significant ethnic heterogeneity? In a recent work, Dominika Koteter, 2016, seeks to explain the varying degrees of ethnic appeal between and within African countries. She suggests that one factor is the effectiveness of local leaders to act as intermediaries for electoral mobilization. Where the ties are strong, such as in Senegal, Koteter finds very little evidence of politicians utilizing ethnic appeal. Where the ties are weak, as in Benin, politicians appeal to ethnic background, and electoral campaigns become framed as competition between ethnic groups over control of national resources. Koteter thus explains the high degree of ethnic appeal in countries such as Kenya and Guinea, because traditional institutions that serve as intermediaries elsewhere have been undercut and destroyed by the colonial powers, as well as early independence leaders. For example, Guinean political parties and candidates in the 2010 presidential elections identified clearly as either Pool or Malinke and appealed to their relative interests. Yet in neighboring Mali, Malian parties have not historically formed along ethnic lines, and ethnicity appears largely irrelevant to voting in Mali even though it is an important part of social life. While Koteter would suggest the significance and effectiveness of Malian traditional leaders, Thad Dunning and Lauren Harrison, 2010, argue that cross-cutting ties among people of different ethnic groups, derived from the common practice of joking kinship, help account for the relative unimportance of ethnicity in voting. In Mali as in several other African countries, some people enjoy relations of cousinage with people from other groups, characterized by the practice of friendly teasing, whose origins go back to historical family alliances, which prevent differences from turn. 228. Ing into conflict. Last names can indicate to an individual whether another person stands in such cousin relationship to them. Using experiments, Dunning and Harrison, 2010:2, found that although Malayans favor Kothnik politicians, cousinage alliances counteract the negative impact of ethnic differences on candidate evaluations. Subjects' evaluations of candidates who are cousins from a different ethnic group are statistically indistinguishable from their evaluations of candidates who are non-cousins from their own ethnic group. Examining the ethnic voting patterns in Kenya's presidential elections illustrates both the extent and the limitations of the ethnic theory of voting in Africa. In the 2007 contest, Raila Odinga was a Luo, Mwai Kibaki a Kikuyu, and Mugiaka Kalonzo a Kamba. Very clearly, each of the candidates received the vast majority of the votes among his Kothniks, close to 100% actually for Odinga. Yet each one also appealed to other ethnic groups, some of which are culturally close to their own group or particularly polarized with that of another candidate. Almost 90% of the Kalenjin, for example, favored Odinga, while the Meru, closely related to the Kikuyu, voted for Kibaki, Gibson and Long 2008. In 2013 and again in 2017, however, Kalenjin politicians allied with Kikuyu candidate Uhuru Kenyatta, strongly suggesting that such alliances are sometimes more instrumental than culturally determined. Hence, while voting has pronounced ethnic dimensions, it goes beyond simply voting for someone of one's own ethnic group. In addition, the data for Kenya seem to support an understanding of voting along shared preferences, as there is a significant degree of intra-ethnic homogeneity in voting. Only in a couple of instances, among the Kisii and the Maasai, is there much candidate pluralism within a group. Moreover, there is ample evidence on other dimensions of African voting that mitigates the pure ethnic approach. Daniel Young, 2009, has found that party affiliation, change in personal circumstances, and job approval, retrospective evaluation of government performance, are stronger predictors of voting than ethnicity, which remains nevertheless significant. Using Afrobarometer data from 16 countries, Michael Bratton, Ravi Bhavnani, and Hsin Chen, 2013, have shown that both ethnic and economic considerations motivate African voters. Ethnic support is robust for the group in power, but evaluation of government performance with respect to unemployment, inflation, and income distribution appears a more important consideration. Staffen Lindberg and Minion Morrison, 2008, have also found that evaluation of past performance and campaign promises are more robust predictors of voting than ethnicity. These findings make Africans very normal voters and exoticize the continent's politics. 229. Asking how people vote implies also questioning what they vote for. We know that in Africa, ideological differences carry relatively little weight in voting decisions, Van de Waal 2003. But do African voters care about national issues, or do they seek to elect politicians who will bring development or resource transfers to their region? If the latter, then ethnicity is more likely to matter, as a politician from their region makes for a more credible patron. Leonard Wanchikin, 2003, went a long way toward answering this question with an experiment he carried out in Benin, in which he exposed voters in selected electoral districts with the complicity of the real candidates to clientelistic and broad public policy platforms. In the former case, the voters were told that the candidate, whose coethnicity was made explicit, would bring development to their region and jobs for them in the administration. In the latter, voters were told that he would reform education and health care nationally, fight corruption, and promote social peace across the country. 410 to 411. Wanchikin found that the clientelistic treatment had a significant and positive effect for all candidates, while the public policy treatment more often had a negative effect. Thus it is partly the predilection for clientelism that determines the importance of ethnicity in African electoral politics. In Wanchikin's experiment, when a candidate switched from clientelistic to public policy platforms, support from his Kothniks dropped, 419. All of this may lead one to conclude that ethnic affiliation, in and of itself, is not a strong predictor of voting behavior. But when it does factor in, it does so along the lines suggested by the instrumentalist approaches to ethnicity discussed in Chapter 3. It is frequently assumed that the purpose of government is to organize society and the economy, to provide public goods and services, to allow for the flourishing of individual activity and exchange. These are no simple tasks for any government in any part of the world. But nowhere might governing be more of a challenge than in Africa, where many weak states, with limited capacity, often face overwhelming material constraints and stark human needs. Put simply, there are few options, few choices, and none of them easy, in trying to overcome, or simply cope with, the obstacles brought upon Africans by history and the material world. It is thus cruelly ironic that, at least until recently, African governments have proved to be among the most dysfunctional and probably the least able to face the challenges they have inherited. It is even crueler that their policies, over the years, have often exacerbated the predicament of their populations. African governments' weaknesses and policy failures led to a frequent delegation of economic policy to outside actors, first among them the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. Yet for all their technical competence, these external actors have also largely failed to bring about greater welfare for Africans. Moreover, African economies have often suffered from the cruelties of a global economic system that, at times, seems to actively thwart African development. Recent scandals and revelations have drawn attention to the ways that African economies have suffered from massive tax evasion by multinational firms and wealthy individuals. In 2018, for example, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, reported that the continent loses at least $50 billion a year from illicit financial flows. In this chapter we first review the historical and material constraints facing Africans. In most cases, it would be hard to think of more inauspicious. 231. 6. The economic dimensions of African politics. Circumstances to run an economy. We then turn to the actual policies of government and their international partners. Testifying probably to the cluelessness of both African governments and their international patrons, development policy in Africa has been characterized by a succession of shifts, from an early promotion of markets, through an emphasis on governance, to, for now, a near, fully fledged subsidization of the African state by donors. Throughout, conditionality, or the exchange of aid for policy, has been a structuring force, and aid has taken on a greater and greater role in African economies, with possibly more consequences for the continent's level of indebtedness than for its prospects for economic development. Still, there have been notable improvements and stumbles since the turn of the century, and we end the chapter by investigating recent claims of Africa rising. The weight of history and nature. In terms of their development prospects, it is undeniable that African states embarked upon independent rule under the harshest of circumstances. Very little predisposed them to efficient agriculture or industrialization, and they lacked the other foundations of rapid growth such as human capital and stable property rights. From pre-colonial times, they inherited the consequences of the slave trade, including low population densities and distorted social fabrics, from colonialism, outward-oriented economies and commodity dependence, and from nature, a harsh climate and debilitating diseases. Economic consequences of the slave trade and colonization. Events that took place long ago can still matter today. The African slave trade, which terrorized Africans from about 1400 to 1900, stands as a telling example of the weight of history, as it continues to exact a crushing toll on their welfare. There were several slave trades. The transatlantic one was the largest and took slaves from Western, Central, and Eastern Africa to be shipped to the Americas. There were also smaller and more regional slave trades across the Sahara, the Red Sea, and the Indian Ocean. In path-breaking research, Nathan Nunn, 2008, carefully computes the number of slaves who were traded from each contemporary African country, using port shipment data and other documents reporting their ethnicities, and observes that the countries from which 232 the most slaves were taken are the poorest today, a relationship that is particularly strong and robust to alternative hypotheses. Importantly, he finds that the regions that are poorest today and where the most slaves came from were actually among the most developed initially. He can rule out, therefore, the idea that the weakest societies invited the most slave raids and continued to be weak to this day. What are the possible mechanisms through which the slave trades might affect contemporary societies? Dunn suggests two hypotheses. First, the raids and continuous warfare as well as the associated demographic depletion resulted in weakened and underdeveloped existing political structures. By the end of the 19th century, the countries from which most of the slaves were taken had the most underdeveloped political structures. Second, by pitting communities against each other, the trades prevented the formation of large ethnic groups and increased fractionalization. The most ethnically fragmented regions of Africa today are indeed those from which most slaves originated. In other words, the communal divisions brought about by slave trading continue to affect intercommunal relationships today. In another paper, Dunn and Leonard Wanchikin, 2009, add recent household survey data to show that individuals whose ancestors suffered from the heaviest raids during the slave trades are less trusting nowadays of their neighbors, relatives, and local governments. In other words, the authors suggest a link between the intensity of slave trading and contemporary cultural individual features that are believed to correlate with economic welfare. The overall economic effects of the slave trades, as estimated by Dunn, 2008, are nothing short of astounding. According to his calculations, had the trades not occurred, 72% of the income gap between Africa and the rest of the world, and 99% of the gap with the rest of the developing world, would have been wiped out. Of course, there are methodological and other caveats to his findings, but their sheer scope suggests that the consequences of slave trading several hundred years ago continue to devastate Africa today. Things hardly improved for Africans after the slave trade ended, for colonization followed in short order. We can simplify the impact of colonization on African development by broadly distinguishing two categories of effects, direct economic ones and those mediated through political and institutional processes. We have already touched upon the former in Chapter 2. Some of the worst effects, particularly in the first phase of colonialism, were a degree of human exploitation that led to a vastly increased mortality and the vast plundering of local natural resources. In general, the colonial economic transformation of Africa 233 involved a high degree of outward orientation as colonial economies were geared toward the satisfaction of the needs of the colonizers. Thus, African economies became extractive, with very limited processes of transformation, and most infrastructure development served the needs of the export market. Massive amounts of labor coercion turned economies into monocultures at the cost of decreasing their capacity to produce foodstuffs. Networks of trade that had promoted some degree of economic integration on the continent were reorganized to link each colony monopolistically to its colonizer. Under colonialism, the economic structures of African societies were fundamentally altered, ceasing to be self-sufficient as they imported manufactured goods and basic foodstuffs while exporting raw materials. To this day, the perceived comparative advantages of many African economies are little more than their colonially derived specializations, even though export agriculture had begun to develop in late pre-colonial times, Austin 2010. There were some variations in the economic regime as a function of whether the colony encouraged agricultural production by Africans, served the settlement of Europeans, or relied on mineral extraction. In places such as Senegal or Ghana, the colonizers made arrangements to promote the production of, respectively, peanuts and cocoa by local farmers, leading to the creation of a relatively powerful class of agricultural producers. Although they became dependent on these commodities, these economies also witnessed significant growth in trade. Ghana and Nigeria, for example, saw 20-fold increases in trade volumes between 1897 and 1960, Austin 2008. In settler economies, as in Kenya or Zimbabwe, in contrast, Europeans stole large amounts of land from Africans and became themselves the dominant agricultural class, at the cost of much greater and lasting inequality. In countries that had mineral resources, such as gold and diamonds in South Africa, or natural endowments in other coveted commodities, such as rubber and ivory in Congo, profitable exploitation required significant labor coercion and repression. In Congo this was taken to such an extreme as to provoke a substantial and long-lasting population reduction, Hochschild 1999. Some colonies, which initially had very little in terms of either agricultural or mineral endowments, such as Upper Volta or Chad, became reservoirs of migrant labor for other colonies. This too had lasting consequences. To this day, for example, some 2 million Burkinabe migrants, over 12% of the population, are estimated to live in Côte d'Ivoire. By and large, although colonial transformation ushered African economies into the modern world system, it did so at considerable cost and by putting them into a long-lasting inferior and dependent position. 234. African economies were forcefully integrated into a European-dominated capitalist trading system in a subservient position, structured to benefit the economic development of their colonial rulers at their own detriment. For authors such as Walter Rodney, 1981, and Samir Emin, 1972, 1976, these transformations amounted to a capitalist penetration that, while fueling the economic development of Europe, permanently underdeveloped Africa. Rodney is particularly eloquent about these effects. The economic exploitation of the colonial period, he writes, underwrote an expatriation of African economic surplus through forced labor and repressed wages in the plantation and cash crop regimes. The supposed benefits infrastructure or hospitals did not amount to much, and were biased toward the whites. Roads and railways, for example, existed to enhance extraction, connecting mines and plantations to the ports. The negative consequences were many, including loss of power, increased destitution of women, tribalism, trade diversion, enclave formation, commodity dependence, monoculture development, chronic undernourishment, and other forms of alienation. The general point of these authors is that Africa is not so much undeveloped as underdeveloped, the result of colonial policies and practices that are directly related to the wealth of the First World. The latter engenders the former. African poverty is not accidental, nor is it the consequence of African conditions, it is the product of the continent's dependent insertion into the world capitalist system courtesy of the colonial episode. There is little for us to add to the well-trodden literature on the direct economic transformations brought about by colonialism. Since the 1990s, more authors have turned their attention to explaining the institutional outcomes of colonization and their effects on contemporary economic well-being, Hopkins 2009. Darren Acemoglu, Simon Johnson, and James Robinson, 2001, although their work is not directly focused on Africa, argue that the current institutional performance of former colonial economies, measured by the stability of property rights, which correlates with economic performance, can be traced back to health conditions at the time of colonization around the end of the 19th century. Specifically, they suggest that different rates of settler mortality across colonies provoke different degrees of settlement. In countries such as Sierra Leone, known as the white man's grave, few colonizers settled, whereas the pleasant and healthy conditions of, say, the Kikuyu Plateau of Kenya were much more inviting. In a rather dramatic historical shortcut, see Hopkins's 2009 critique, the authors suggest that the degree of settlement is related to the type of colonial institutions that developed. Where whites settled, property rights developed. 235. As the settlers sought to create, or reproduce from home, the conditions for their economic success. Note that these property rights did not apply to Africans, who were typically expropriated as a prerequisite for colonial settlement. In countries with less salubrious conditions, a weak skeleton of colonial administrators managed economies of extraction based on the exploitation of Africans, and little attention was provided to the development of property rights or other institutions of accountable rule. Institutions endure, and the strength of property rights at the dawn of the 20th century correlates with their strength today, the authors argue, affecting contemporary economic performance. This argument rests on the assumption that no economic salvation occurs without European-inspired institutions. White settlement alone seems conducive to growth in the post-colonial world. Yet Botswana, the greatest African economic success and the fastest-growing country in the world from 1966 to 1985, is also possibly the African country that was least transformed by colonialism, keeping many of its pre-colonial institutions. The argument also suggests that African countries bequeathed with extractive institutions face overwhelming odds. The key, according to this argument, lies in the degree to which the colonizers recreated the legal conditions that prevailed at home. In this respect, Acemoglu and colleagues pay empirical attention to the Neo-Britons, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the United States, none of which developed in Africa. In contrast, Ola Olson, 2007, argues that it is the length of colonial rule that mostly allows for the development of good institutions. See also Greer 1999 on the impact of duration, and Mahoney 2010 for a similar argument with illustrations from Latin America. From this point of view, colonialism in Africa was too short and insufficiently transformative to rid the continent of existing inefficient institutions and evolve development-oriented ones. Here, too, there seem to be few options for building on indigenous institutions, and economic development is regarded as an exclusively European product. Environmental challenges, climate and geography. The burden of history on African economic development is compounded by particularly unpropitious natural conditions. As early as 1848, classical economist John Stuart Mill, 1987-1848-102, wrote that the most evident cause of superior productiveness is what are called natural advantages, among which he listed fertility of soils and a favorable climate. Tropical climate, which prevails over the vast majority of sub-Saharan African countries, is a powerful obstacle to productivity in and 236. Of itself, all the more so since farming is such an essential activity. Africa's propensity for alternate dry and rainy seasons provokes an unstable water supply, which makes farmers and cattle herders vulnerable to wide variations in output, compounded by the scarcity of irrigated agriculture. Only 4% of all African agricultural land is irrigated. Even in normal times, many regions of Africa experience relative food shortages as the reserves accumulated during the rainy season dwindle by the end of the dry season. Should rains be late or insufficient, such shortages can easily turn critical, occasionally to the point of famine. Food supply can drop dramatically and rapidly, leaving rural residents with shortages and urban residents with rising food prices, sometimes prohibitively so. In regions of livestock herding, the shrinkage of pastures induced by drought can lead to the death of many animals, conflict over remaining forage, and even destitution as herders become refugees. Africa has a higher mortality rate from droughts than any other region. In the mid-1970s and again in the mid-1980s, several countries of Western Africa, particularly Mali, Mauritania, and Niger, as well as Ethiopia, suffered severe drought-induced famines. Derrick 1977, 1984, Duval 1991. Famine hit Niger again in 2005 and 2010. Several southern African countries, particularly Mozambique, have also suffered from cycles of droughts and floods since 2000. Between July 2011 and August 2012, a severe drought ravaged eastern Africa. Since 2016, Eastern and Southern Africa have faced 3 consecutive years of drought, affecting 17 countries and putting over 38 million people at risk, with Cape Town in South Africa facing the prospect of completely running out of water in early 2018. Even when it does not trigger floods, the frequently forceful nature of rain in Africa erodes topsoil and reduces its fertility. 3. This problem is compounded by desertification caused by drought and by the collection of firewood for domestic use, see OBA 2016. Tropical climate also favors the spread of infectious diseases, to which we return later, as well as pests and parasites, all of which have negative effects on productivity. Moreover, put simply, the tropical climate is too hot. Anyone who has worked in the middle of summer with no air conditioning can empathize with the fate of tropical African farmers and the conditions they endure, day in and day out. It is easier to be productive in the temperate climates of Europe and North America than in the tropical zones of Africa, where heat inhibits work, Landis 1999. In addition to climate, several African countries face other geographical obstacles. No less than 14 African countries are landlocked: Botswana, Burkina Faso, Burundi, Chad, the Central African Republic, Ethiopia, Malawi, Mali, Niger, Rwanda, Uganda, South Sudan, Zambia. 237. And Zimbabwe. Given that African economies greatly rely on commodity exports to distant countries, rather than on regional trade, being landlocked is a significant liability, more so than for, say, Switzerland, which considerably adds to transaction costs and puts these countries at a competitive disadvantage. Although Africa counts many large rivers, hardly any of them are suitable for navigation over long distances. Thus, in most cases, transport to the oceans relies on trucks or freight trains, many of which, running on colonial-era tracks, are in need of repair. For some light bulk commodities, air transport is an option. The passage of borders alone, with the attendant bureaucratic nuisance, represents an economic burden and wastes time. Looking at 83 countries worldwide from 1965 to 1990, Jeffrey Sachs and Andrew Warner, 1997:187, found that a country entirely under a tropical climate grows on average 0.8% more slowly annually than an entirely non-tropical country, whereas landlocked countries lose a mean 0.6% each year in growth compared to their counterparts with access to the sea. In a subsequent piece, Sachs, 2000, highlighted a couple of additional factors linking tropical climate to lesser productivity. First, many new technological developments in agriculture are geared toward temperate zones and are hard to transfer to tropical production. And second, the combination of health problems associated with tropical climate that increase morbidity, and the labor-intensive nature of much tropical agriculture, slow the demographic transition to lower fertility rates. Countries with a temperate climate not only have better economic performance than tropical countries, but also have better institutions. Kenneth Sokoloff and Stanley N. German, 2000, addressed this variation by looking at North versus South American economies. Their findings are relevant to Africa. They suggest that land endowments in Latin America are good for commodities that need economies of scale or that can benefit from the use of slavery in production. Such circumstances lend themselves to the adoption of plantation agriculture, which favors land concentration in a few hands. The landowners then promote institutions that accept and reproduce inequality but hamper long-run growth by depriving many people of economic opportunities. In the United States, in contrast, temperate climate favored commodities grown on family farms, fostering the rise of a middle class that demanded inclusive institutions, which in turn favored the subsequent Industrial Revolution. Other authors, Diamond 1997, Acemoglu, Johnson and Robinson 2001, Olson 2003, have offered variations on the theme of geography's effect on institutions and development. William Easterly and Ross Levine, 2003, found that an index measure of settler 238 mortality, latitude, crops, and landlocked status had a significant effect on another index that measured dimensions of governance such as bureaucratic quality, contract enforcements, and property rights. Although African economies are put at a disadvantage by much of the continent's current climate, climate change is widely expected to make things worse. Of particular concern is the increased risk of drought in regions that are already at the edge of sustainability. The Sahel, which stretches east to west across the continent south of the Sahara and north of the more forested areas of the Gulf of Guinea and Central Africa, is one such region. Researchers at Princeton University have predicted that average Sahelian temperatures could rise by 6.3 degrees Fahrenheit, Miguel 2008:12, and that rainfall could drop by as much as 25% in the second half of the 21st century, held ETAL 2005. Their colleagues at Stanford University have generated climate change models indicating that crop production in the Sahel could fall by up to 10% for sorghum, wheat, and rice by 2030, with millet output likely rising, however, while in southern Africa corn output might fall by nearly 30% and wheat by 15%. In addition to a direct drop in the local availability of food and the significant danger of famine, reduced rainfall can also bring about resettlement and conflicts over land, Thalmann 2009. A 2007 report by the United Nations Environment Programme suggested, for example, that the conflict that raged in Darfur, Sudan, after 2003 was driven by climate change and environmental degradation, which increased competition over land for local communities, and predicted more such conflicts to come, UNEP 2007. 4. We discuss further the connections between the environment and human insecurity in Chapter 7. After over 2 decades of negotiations, in December 2015 the global community reached an agreement to combat climate change. Given that Africa is extremely vulnerable to the impact of climate change, 7 of the 10 most vulnerable states are African. The Paris Agreement was important to Africa, helping provide the continent with funding and technology to mitigate climate change. Climate change has already led to a decrease in rainfall over large parts of the Sahel, and eastern and southern Africa, with an increase in parts of Central Africa. Over the past several decades, the number of climate-related disasters, such as floods and droughts, has doubled. By 2080, it is estimated that 5 to 8% of land in Africa will become arid and semi-arid land, and 75% of the African population will be at risk of hunger. It is often noted that Africa is the region most vulnerable to, but least responsible for, human-made climate change, and we are only now beginning to grasp the challenges that lie ahead. Burke ETAL 2016, Dinar ETAL 2014. 239. A particular case of commodity dependence. The resource curse. It is a particularly frustrating paradox that many African economies are remarkably well endowed with natural resources, yet have been unable to use them in breaking free of poverty. The relationship between dependence on commodity exports and poor economic, and political, performance is known as the resource curse. Ever since their colonial restructuring, most African economies have been characterized by the production of a handful of mineral commodities, example cassiterite, cobalt, coltan, copper, diamonds, gold, petroleum, uranium, zinc, or agricultural commodities, example cocoa, coffee, cotton, tea, nuts, rubber, sugar, spices, tobacco, for export. In quite a few cases the existence of these commodities actually contributed to the region's appeal for the colonizers. Often, there has been limited transformation of the nature of economic output since colonial times. For sure, all around Africa, the service sector has grown, in large part reflecting growth of government employment. But the dominance of the primary, extractive and agricultural, sector over manufacturing has endured almost everywhere. Table 6.1 lists each sub-Saharan African country's primary export, and as it illustrates, most African countries remain largely natural resource, exporting economies, and their fortunes have varied with the fate of these commodities. Table 6.1 also lists each country's GDP per capita as of 2017. And while such measurements are notoriously suspect, these figures reflect a wide range of the levels of wealth generation across the continent. When commodity prices have risen, African economies have been able to accumulate significant revenue. But when these prices have fallen, so has their income. Until recently, the overall economic outcome has been paltry. What has generally not taken place is the utilization of the income from natural resources, usually referred to as rents, to fuel the transformation, and particularly the industrialization, of Africa. Take the example of cotton, which was introduced by colonialism in several African countries, from Mali to Mozambique, where the locals dubbed it the mother of poverty, I. Sockman 1995. There are complex linkages between cotton production and poverty, but several African countries continue to supply it to textile and garment mills in Europe and beyond, yet have failed to develop an indigenous manufacturing sector, SNED 2015. Why haven't Africa's natural resources made a greater contribution to African development? The resource curse literature is dominated by the work of Michael Ross. In his first contribution to the topic, Ross, 1999, identified several potential liabilities of commodity exporting economies, including 240. 241. Angola Petroleum, 89, diamonds, 8, $4,170. Benin Gold, 34, cotton, 18, $830. Botswana Diamonds, 73, $7,596. Burkina Faso Gold, 70, cotton, 12, $671. Burundi Gold, 60, coffee, 23, $320. Cameroon Petroleum, 30, cocoa, 15, $1,447. Cape Verde Fish, 67, $3,210. Central African Republic Wood, 37, $418. Chad Petroleum, 82, gold, 11, $670. Comoros Cloves, 55, vanilla, 12, $797. Congo, Democratic Republic of Copper, 52, cobalt, 17, $458. Congo-Brazzaville Petroleum, 54, copper, 31, $1,658. Côte d'Ivoire Cocoa, 46, $1,662. Djibouti Charcoal, 28, coffee, 20, $1,928. Equatorial Guinea Petroleum, 69, natural gas, 19, $9,850. Eritrea Copper, 42, gold, 26, $583. Eswatini Drink Concentrates, 25, sugar, 15, $3,224. Ethiopia Coffee, 24, gold, 13, $768. Gabon Petroleum, 70, manganese, 12, $7,221. Gambia Wood, 33, nuts, 17, $483. Ghana Gold, 57, cocoa, 13, $1. 642. Guinea Gold, 50, aluminum, 32, $825. Guinea-Bissau Nuts, 77, $724. Kenya Tea, 23, flowers, 14, $1,508. Lesotho Clothes, 40, diamonds, 22, $1,182. Liberia Rubber, 65, gold, 17, $456. Madagascar Vanilla, 19, nickel, 14, $450. Malawi Tobacco, 59, sugar, 8, tea, 8, $339. Mali Gold, 77, cotton, 9, $825. Mauritania Iron, 36, gold, 17, $1,137. Mauritius Fish, 12, sugar, 10, $10,547. Mozambique Aluminum, 22, coal briquettes, 13, $416 Namibia diamonds, 20, copper, 17, $5,227 Niger uranium, 30. Petroleum, 20, $378 Nigeria petroleum, 73, natural gas, 15, $1,969 Rwanda gold, 21, tea, 13, $748 Sao Tome cocoa, 71, iron, 7, $1,913 Senegal gold, 14, petroleum, 12, $1,033 Seychelles fish, 65, $15,505 Sierra Leone diamonds, 63, cocoa, 22, $499 Somalia goats, 32, $500 continues. Table 6.1 Primary exports and GDP per capita in Africa. Primary exports, 2016 GDP per, percentage share, capita, 2017. Price and revenue volatility, which makes budgeting difficult, a lack of easy linkages to other sectors of the economy. And the danger of Dutch disease, which refers to an overvaluation of the currency and the rise in costs of production across an economy as a result of a booming commodity sector. In addition, he noted that the windfall profits from commodity exports, which are usually nationalized, remove all budget constraints to governments in the short run and might lead to policy myopia. Examining the case of oil, John Heilbrunn, 2014:26, notes the ways in which the extractive colonial legacy impacts the resource curse, arguing that states with histories of routine violence will continue to experience high levels of unrest afterward. As these emerging petrostates capture and nationalize mineral rights, corruption increases both within and outside the state, undermining effective state institutions as the state is incorporated into the global regime dominated by oil companies. See also Yates 2012. In Nigeria, for example, the oil boom of the late 1970s and early 1980s led to a flurry of ill-advised and cost-inflated projects that ended up making a minimal contribution to growth but a massive one to national debt. Lewis 2007. The resource curse literature observes that there might also be significant indirect effects. The income from the resource exports might underwrite subsidies for infant industries that progressively become ensconced and oppose subsequent trade liberalization. More open trade is associated with greater growth. It is also possible that the export sector becomes so powerful that it captures the state, dictating policy and South Africa gold, 20, diamonds, 10, $6,161. South Sudan petroleum, 99, $237. Sudan gold, 57, petroleum, 13, $2,899. Tanzania gold, 35, tobacco, 7, $936. Togo gold, 31, cement, 6, $617. Uganda gold, 25, coffee, 14, $604. Zambia copper, 80, $1,510. Zimbabwe gold, 32, tobacco, 14, $1,080. Primary exports, 2016 GDP per, percentage share, capita, 2017. Hampering the development of broadly accountable institutions. Finally, governments that benefit from commodity rents are under less pressure than others to raise funds through the taxation of their citizens and are thus less likely to develop accountability toward the latter. Ross 2012. The question of institutions is thus relevant once more. Clearly, countries with strong and legitimate political and economic institutions have little to fear from resource endowment. Norway has not suffered from having oil. But for countries with weak property rights, inefficient and corrupt bureaucracies, and unaccountable governments, natural resources can rapidly become a curse. This was the apprehension when significant reserves of oil were discovered in Chad in the early 1990s. Since Chad is landlocked, its government had to build a pipeline through Cameroon to the sea. Not having the necessary resources to embark on such a project, nor the creditworthiness to find private financing, it had to turn to the World Bank, which seized this opportunity to demand a set of institutional constraints on the exploitation and management of the oil with the intention of shielding Chad from the resource curse. The agreement between the World Bank and the government stipulated that the majority of the revenues from oil, which had to be deposited in offshore escrow accounts, were to go to poverty reduction projects overseen by a committee composed of religious, community, and political leaders. The government also set up a Future Generations Fund in which it was to save 10% of its oil revenues for poverty reduction programs. See Source de Oliveira 2007:278, 286, Peg 2006, and Massey and May 2005 for more details. In effect, the bank was using its financial leverage to create institutional constraints on government behavior and limit its predation. The bank's efforts did not prove successful, however. Oil production began in 2003, but just 3 years later Scott Pegg, 2006:12, 13, was already pointing to serious shortcomings, including the omission of indirect revenues, such as taxes, among the escrowed funds, the loose definition of poverty reduction projects, and the lack of capacity building of government accounting institutions. Yet these turned out to be rather mild problems in contrast to what happened in late 2005, when the Chadian government, eager to buy weapons to combat a rebellion, unilaterally passed a law in violation of its loan agreement with the bank that abolished the Future Generations Fund and relaxed the government's spending restrictions, to include the security sector among its priorities and increase the share of non-priority spending from 13.5% to 30%. The bank briefly froze Chad's assets in the escrow account but, under pressure from France, the United States, and the oil companies operating there, soon caved in and allowed Chad to redefine the terms of the agreement. 243. By 2008, Chad was entirely in control of the use of its oil resources, Peg 2009. Chad has since remained mired in conflict and, while its budget has greatly benefited from the boom in oil prices, there is as yet limited evidence that it has brought about any sustainable development. Chad illustrates the complexities of reigning in African governments that exercise sovereign authority over their resources with little accountability to their citizens or donors. It conforms to the available evidence, which suggests that oil-producing countries are less likely to be democratic because the rents from oil do not incentivize their governments to seek popular legitimacy by developing accountability, Ross 2012. Yet the recent case of Ghana, a country with much stronger democratic practices and institutions than Chad, has provided an interesting counterpoint. Examining Ghana, Phillips, Halewood, and Brooks, 2016:28, reject the resource curse conclusions, arguing that oil discoveries do not trigger the rupture in economic and social affairs that is commonly attributed to the resource. Likewise Heilbrunn, 2014:228, while conceding some aspects of the resource curse argument, concludes that oil production in Africa leads to an expansion of a country's economy, and resource revenues increase societal wealth. Beyond oil, additional scholarship has suggested a causal linkage between the availability of diamonds, and other similar minerals that require little infrastructural development, and the presence of conflict in low-income and weakly institutionalized countries, triggering books, movies, and much public advocacy on blood diamonds. Paul Collier and Ank Hoafle, 2001, estimated that once the ratio of lootable primary commodity exports to GDP reaches 30%, it shows a statistically significant association with conflict. Protracted civil wars fought over, and financed by, diamonds in Sierra Leone and the Democratic Republic of Congo in the 1990s and into the 2000s provide illustrations of this plight. Yet it is not always clear whether the rebels seek access to the resources to begin with or find the use of these resources convenient for waging insurgencies motivated by other considerations, a topic we discuss in Chapter 7. In Africa, the purported resource curse is yet another obstacle on the path of policymakers. If true, the very comparative advantage of many African nations, largely derived from the initial economic decisions of colonizers, might well be inimical to sustainable and balanced development. In Asian countries such as South Korea or Taiwan, the relative lack of natural resources contributed to strategies of development based on labor-intensive manufacturing, which progressively empowered labor and eventually led to both democracy and development. In Africa, Gov. 244. Earnment reliance on commodity rents, with encouragement from donors such as the World Bank, has contributed to an ambiguous development and political record and to the relative exclusion and alienation of citizens from the development process. Even if the curse is an illusion, it has impacted governance in Africa. As Phillips, Halewood, and Brooks, 2016:27, have observed, oil is so closely associated with corruption in countries such as Nigeria, Angola, and Equatorial Guinea, that the idea of the resource curse has become a powerful narrative in a number of new oil-producing states in Africa, including Ghana. Oil discoveries bring an influx of not only major oil companies, but also innumerable advisory bodies, donors, consultants, and NGOs versed in the international best practice of oil sector management. Health. Africa's tropical climate is conducive to infectious diseases. Particularly widespread is malaria, a parasitic disease that is transmitted through the bite of the Anopheles mosquito. Currently, malaria affects around 190 million Africans each year and kills nearly 500,000 of them, mostly children, as adults develop some immunity over their lifetime. According to the World Health Organization, WHO 2017, 44 African countries account for about 90% of the world's malaria cases and deaths, with the burden largely on 14 countries. 5 reported cases of malaria had been falling since 2010, but that decline stalled and has even reversed in some places since 2014. By some estimates, malaria can shave up to 1.3% off a country's annual rate of growth. It also represents a formidable burden on health expenditures and infrastructure, accounting for 30 to 50% of hospital admissions in some countries. Other prevalent African infectious diseases include schistosomiasis, a serious disease of the liver contracted from parasitic worms found in fresh water, amoebiasis, a gastrointestinal infection, and hookworm disease, caused by a soil-transmitted parasite that colonizes the intestines and triggers anemia and malnutrition. There have been some public health successes on the continent. Of note is a significant decline in the number of deaths from measles thanks to vaccination campaigns. Similarly, a 30-year campaign has all but eradicated onchocerciasis, or river blindness, from Western Africa, allowing people to resettle previously abandoned fertile land near rivers. Africa has also experienced some devastating epidemics, including recent outbreaks of the deadly Ebola virus. The first recorded outbreak was in 1976 in a Congolese village near the Ebola River, hence the 245 name. The disease is transmitted between humans through direct contact with blood, bodily fluids, and broken skin of those infected, as well as through surfaces and objects contaminated by the fluids. The most widespread outbreak of Ebola took place in Western Africa between 2013 and 2016. By the time it was contained in 2016, conservative estimates indicate that there were over 28,000 confirmed and suspected cases in Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone, resulting in over 11,000 deaths, WHO 2016. In addition to the loss of life, the economic costs to the region were severe. The World Bank estimated a loss of $1.6 billion in productivity for the 3 countries, roughly 12% of their combined GDP. Observers noted that what began as a health crisis quickly escalated into a humanitarian, social, economic, and security crisis with long-term implications, McGuinness 2016. In 2018, there was another outbreak of Ebola in the Democratic Republic of Congo, its 10th since the first outbreak of the virus, and the most deadly to date. As significant as Ebola, malaria, and other health challenges have been, they are dwarfed by the devastation wrought by the human immunodeficiency virus, HIV, responsible for the epidemics of acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, AIDS. Since the mid-1980s, many African countries have been hit by HIV, making the continent the most affected region in the world. HIV most likely originated in Western Equatorial Africa, Cameroon, Congo, Gabon, and probably finds its origins in a similar virus found among chimpanzees, ILF 2006:5. The earliest, retrospectively documented, positive case of HIV was for a male Kinshasa resident in 1959, but it is not known with certainty when the disease began. The spread of HIV/AIDS was slow, as its transmission is relatively difficult, requiring the exchange of blood, genital fluids, or human milk, and its incubation long, but it started displaying exponential growth in the 1980s. By 1981, HIV prevalence among patients in antenatal clinics in Kinshasa was 3%, by 1984, it was closer to 7%, ILF 2006:12, 13. Across Central Africa, the prevalence of the disease among those aged 15 to 45 rose to the high single digits by the late 1980s. Rapid partner change and careless use of needles and injections seem to have been contributing factors. From its Central African origins, the disease spread to other regions and struck Eastern and Southern Africa most virulently. Since its epidemic onset in the early 1980s, AIDS has taken a terrifying toll on African lives. Altogether, more than 20 million Africans have died of it since the beginning of the epidemics, and about 15 million children are AIDS orphans across the continent, UNAIDS 2018. In 2017, an estimated 25.7 million adults and children were living with HIV in Africa, out of 36.9 million globally. Southern and Eastern. 246. Africa are the areas most affected by the HIV epidemic, accounting for roughly 53% of the people living with HIV globally, and 45% of the world's HIV infections. In 2017, 1.2 million Africans became newly infected and 660,000 died of it, representing about 66% of the global rate. More women than men live with the disease. Of Africans with HIV, roughly 56% are female. Yet the mortality rate for men with HIV is higher. In 2017, an estimated 300,000 men in Africa died of AIDS-related illness compared to 270,000 women. 6. There are variations by subregion, with the worst rates of infection by far occurring in Southern Africa, followed by Eastern Africa. In 2017, 800,000 people acquired HIV, with 380,000 dying from AIDS-related illnesses. South Africa represented 33% of those new infections and 29% of the deaths, followed by Mozambique with 16% of the new infections and 18% of the deaths. Including Tanzania, those countries accounted for more than half of new HIV infections and deaths from AIDS-related illness in the region in 2017. For a long time, Western Africa seemed somewhat spared the worst of the infection, but rates increased in that region at the beginning of the century. By 2017, Western and Central Africa accounted for 21% of the world's new HIV infections and 30% of global deaths from AIDS-related illness, with Cameroon, Côte d'Ivoire, and Nigeria together accounting for over 70% of new infections in the region. Nigeria alone accounted for more than half of those deaths and new infections. The toll of AIDS in Africa has been catastrophic. After decades of progress, life expectancy, the median age to which one can expect to live, became stuck at 50 years on average for the continent from 1987 to 2002, it had risen to 60 in 2016, whereas it is over 80 years in the developed world. In Botswana, one of Africa's economic success stories, life expectancy collapsed from 63 in 1987 to 49 in 2001, before slowly rising to 67 in 2017. 7. In the rest of southern Africa, life expectancy still hovers well below 60 years. In addition, the epidemic has further weakened already fragile public health infrastructures and crowded out human and material resources for other patients and diseases. Despite such statistics, AIDS trends in Africa have actually shown dramatic improvement in recent years, as the upturns in life expectancy suggest. Rates of new infections, incidence, seem to have peaked in the late 1990s, and rates of prevalence, total numbers infected, have declined. As bad as the statistics remain for southern African countries, they were worse in 2004, when prevalence was an astounding 37% in Botswana and Swaziland. As of 2018, Eswatini, 27% in Zimbabwe, and 21% in South Africa. Unfortunately, some of 247. These improvements are due to the deaths of infected individuals. Yet it is taken as a measure of some success that the newly infected no longer outpace the dying. According to the Joint United Nations Programme on HIV/AIDS, UNAIDS 2018:5, HIV incidence fell by more than 25% from 2001 to 2009 in 22 sub-Saharan African countries, and in another 11 countries in other regions, including those with the biggest epidemics in absolute numbers: Ethiopia, Nigeria, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. In recent years, the improvements have been even more notable, with the AIDS-related mortality declining by 42% from 2010 to 2017 in Eastern and Southern Africa and 24% in Western and Central Africa. The prevalence ratio of Eastern and Southern Africa was 0.04 in 2017, reflecting a steep decline since 2010 and moving toward the epidemic transition, UNAIDS 2018:23. These achievements are largely due to successful coordination between African governments, civil society, international donors, and the research community. Despite these significant improvements, the scale of the HIV epidemic in Africa remains massive. It is worth pondering what effects the AIDS epidemic has had on African economies and politics. What changes in perceptions of life and behavior might be brought about by such curtailment in one's hope to remain alive, and how do these changes aggregate? Since many AIDS victims are adults who would otherwise be at the peak of their productivity, who has replaced them and their income? Who works in their fields? Who takes care of their children? To some extent, beyond its immediate consequences for the victims and their families, it is puzzling that AIDS has not so far exerted a greater toll on African economies. In Botswana, for example, GDP per capita has continued to grow at an average of about 4% per year since the early 1990s, and Africa in general has seen some of its best economic performance since around the turn of the century. Maybe the relative lack of drop in output can be explained by the existence of surplus labor and low productivity in agriculture, and the mineral and capital-intensive nature of many African economies. In other words, and this can be construed as an indictment on the extent to which economic statistics truly measure the welfare of Africans, a population reduction due to deaths from the AIDS epidemics could result in greater GDP per capita for an economy whose output largely derives from a few extractive activities rather than from the productive work of many. Of course, longer-term consequences might still be felt in years to come. Politically too, AIDS has not brought about the convulsions that a crisis of this magnitude could be expected to wreak on a country. In an article written at the peak of the crisis, Alex Duval, 2003, wondered. 248. How a reduced life expectancy might affect governance in the form of the behavior and experience of bureaucrats. He suspected that absenteeism due to illness, attending funerals, and caring for the sick would sap morale and hurt institutional effectiveness, thus undermining the developmental goal of promoting greater state capacity. 12. And might corruption not increase as people have greater needs for resources, less time to accumulate them, and feel less pressure from sanctions? 12. One could imagine an impact on all important sectors of society. Civil society could be weakened by the death or incapacitation of its leaders, military forces could see more casualties from reduced life expectancy than from combat, the education sector could dwindle as teachers fall sick. Meanwhile, governments would be unable to afford the necessary tenfold increases in their health budgets. 13 to 17. The lack of commitment and dedication to the crisis by African rulers, as gerontocrats ruling young societies, would not help. 20 to 22. Yet in a rich and insightful subsequent volume, Duval, 2006, noted that few of the dire political AIDS predictions had come to pass and made two particularly striking arguments. First, while acknowledging the pessimism of such a perspective, he wondered whether one reason African polities can absorb the negative impact of AIDS might be that they are already so dysfunctional at providing the basic functions of governance that the losses and stresses of HIV/AIDS are no worse than the misgovernment and war that have disfigured the continent for so long. 79. Second, he suggested that there can be political mileage in the struggle against AIDS for many African leaders, particularly as it facilitates relations with donor countries and aid flows, with the result that routine international procedures of collaboration have been put in place, with much actual treatment and intervention delegated to outside actors, and AIDS largely becoming politically domesticated. 119. It is worth stressing that the policies of some African governments have done little to mitigate the AIDS crisis and have probably at times worsened it. For several years in the 1980s in Congo, Mobutu Sese Seko banned all public discussion of the disease. Ill of 2006, hardly a responsible approach to a public health threat. In South Africa, President Thabo Mbeki for many years denied a link between HIV infection and the onset of AIDS, depriving many of his citizens of health policies that could have made antiretroviral drugs available earlier. Mbeki's promiscuous successor, Jacob Zuma, while on trial for alleged rape, of which he was acquitted, acknowledged that showering after intercourse was his preferred prophylactic method. What accounts for the few country-specific successes and overall retreat of the disease? No doubt donor policies. 249. Subsidizing antiretroviral drugs including the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, PEPFAR, of the United States have had an impact. Leadership matters too. As Amy Patterson, 2006, notes, the openness and willingness of presidents to lead by example can make a big difference in changing public attitudes about AIDS, especially in countries where the weight of patriarchy favors the spread of the disease. Siplon 2005. Uganda's early successes in fighting AIDS have often been credited to President Yoweri Museveni's head-on public confrontation of the disease from the 1980s onward, a commitment that has since eroded. Evan Lieberman, 2009, for his part, observes that AIDS-related public policies are more effective in countries where institutions do not reinforce ethnic divisions. And others have found that responses from civil society groups, particularly churches, have at times had a significant impact. Patterson 2011, Trinitapalli and Weinreb 2012. The Management of African Economies and the Development Agenda. Africa's Economic Profile. Africa's economic performance since 1960 can be summarized in three phases: expansion until the mid-1970s, decline from the mid-1970s to the mid-1990s, and expansion again since the mid-1990s, see Figure 6.1. As of 1994, the average GDP per capita among African countries stood at the same level as in 1965, when fewer countries were independent and thus included in the average, essentially suggesting that no economic progress had been made in 30 years. Yet as of 2017, it stood around 33% higher than in 1994 and invited assessments of a continent-wide turnaround. Over the entire almost 60-year period, 1960 to 2017, per capita GDP grew by 54%, or a little over 1% per year, which remains the slowest growth rate of any region in the world, despite Africa starting as the poorest region. Altogether, the average African still earned only $639 in 2011, or less than $2 a day, in $2,000. 8. And even such paltry figures are misleading, for a large part of Africa's output is from mineral commodities, the income from which might not directly accrue to citizens. It should be noted, however, that African output figures are notoriously unreliable and tend to underestimate new sectors. For a provocative critique of the study of African economies, see Jervin 2015. When Ghana revised its national accounts methodology in 2010, its GDP increased by 70%, Jervin 2013:26. Failure to industrialize has been an essential characteristic of almost all African economies. For sure, there were many attempts in many countries, especially in the 1960s and 1970s, to develop a manufacturing sector. Yet aside maybe from breweries, few manufacturing projects returned consistent output. Value added in African manufacturing hovered around a mean of 17% of GDP from the 1960s to the 1990s, and has since fallen steadily to around 10% as of 2017. In contrast, the primary sector, defined as agriculture and extractive industries, has remained the basic engine of growth, or lack thereof. The contribution of agriculture to Africa's GDP has slowly decreased from the low 20% range throughout the 1980s and 1990s to 16% in 2017, but this decline, like manufacturing's, is partly due to the rise of GDP as a result of surging commodity prices, on which more later, and does not therefore capture a genuine decline of agriculture's relative output. Nevertheless, Africa's agriculture, largely based on small household producers who use limited mechanization and irrigation, remains less productive than it could be. As for extractive industries, they have increased from about 13% of Africa's GDP, without South Africa, in the early 1980s to around 20% in 2017. 9. It is in the foreign sector, however, in the exchanges between Africa and the rest of the world, that the domination of agricultural and mineral commodities is most obvious. Altogether, exports of agricultural raw material, ores and minerals, and fuels, all primary commodities involving no significant process of transformation, account for about 2/3 of Africa's exports. The rest of GDP, between 30 and 40%, derives from services, the vast majority of which reflects the government sector. 10. Not surprisingly, given weak overall economic performance, Africa's social sectors, health and education, have also underperformed compared to other regions since independence. As of 2016, Africa's underage 1 mortality rate was 53 per thousand live births, while its underage 5 mortality rate stood at 78 per thousand. These numbers mark significant improvement over 1970, when they stood, respectively, at 133 and 226 per thousand. Nevertheless, they remain high. Public expenditures on health amount to about 2% of GDP. African governments have also struggled to promote the education of their citizens. As of 2016, only 57% of women and 72% of men aged 15 and above were literate. These numbers might increase in coming years, as gross primary school enrollment rates have progressed from 70% as recently as 1990 to 98% in 2016. Yet these enrollment figures are inflated, as they include children of all ages who attend primary schools, do not necessarily indicate completion, and provide no informa. 252. As to how much actual learning takes place in the classroom. While there has been a slow increase over the past few decades, gross secondary school enrollment rates remain dire, with only 42% of the relevant age group attending. 11. The development effects of the large donor contributions in support of African economies might be debatable, and are much debated, as shown later, but there is no doubt that they have created a situation of aid dependency. Foreign aid plays a pivotal role in defining the relationship between African countries and donors, and it also largely structures domestic policy and development agendas. The extent to which aid is an intrinsic part of life in Africa cannot be overstated. From ministries down to village associations, would-be entrepreneurs seek funding for projects. Bringing development, i.e., funded projects, to one's village or region is what politicians are elected for, and a class of development brokers, intermediaries between recipients and donors, has emerged. Olivier Desardin, Bierschenk and Chauveau 2000, Swidler and Watkins 2018. Todd Moss, 2011:138, makes a telling comparison between aid to Africa and the Marshall Plan, which underwrote U.S. assistance to European reconstruction after World War II. While funds from the Marshall Plan never exceeded 3% of the GDP of a single recipient country, foreign aid to Africa, excluding South Africa, averaged 5.8% of the region's GDP from 1960 to 2010, with a peak of 12.5% in 1994 and a trough of 2.5% in 1970. Moreover, in the early years of the 21st century, 20 African countries had levels of foreign aid in excess of 10% of their GDP, 148.4% for Liberia, and 31 in excess of 5%, Moss 2011:139. And while the level of aid relative to the region's GDP has been declining for much of the past decade, there was an uptick in 2015 and 2016. The intensity of aid to Africa and its permanent character are essential in making sense of the continent's economies, economic policies, and external relations. A final notable characteristic of African economies is their largely uncaptured dimension. Away from official data and financial flows, in avoidance or defiance of burdensome regulations, ineffective policies, and exploitative officials, many Africans toil in subsistence or in the informal sector. The informal economy refers to productive and exchange activities that are undocumented and untaxed. They are illegal in the sense that informal economic operators do not have the required permits to exercise their activities, nor do they pay taxes on them. Moore, Pritchard, and Fjeldstad 2018. But they are not criminal, in the sense that informal activities are similar in their economic nature to formal ones. For example, street vending is a common informal activity in Africa. There is also 253. A criminal economic sector in Africa, which often revolves around state agents, and which is briefly discussed in our analysis of state failure in Chapter 7. But it is distinct from the informal sector and of much less significance to understanding African economies than the latter. By virtue of its very informality, the importance of the informal sector is difficult to estimate. Most actors are self-employed or small-scale household enterprises with low levels of organization and little capital. Moreover, many Africans may be active in both the formal and informal sectors of the economy, reminding us that these are not discrete and different domains, see Rademacher's 2014. Nevertheless, using surveys and inference from national accounts, researchers have estimated the size of informal economic activities in several African countries to be as high as 41% of non-agricultural GDP, Becker 2004:20. According to Nigeria's National Bureau of Statistics, the informal sector in Lagos was valued at around $7 billion in 2016, employing an estimated 5.5 million people, Rotinway 2018. In some cases, the informal sector provides an important safety net for the many Africans who use it to supplement their formal economic activity. The informal sector is also particularly successful at absorbing surplus labor, people who cannot find formal employment. Up to 80% of non-agricultural employment, 92% for women, might take place in the informal sector, ILO 2002. While the informal sector provides employment and survival opportunities for the economically most vulnerable individuals, it also deprives governments of revenues, prevents the rise of a relationship of accountability between government and economic actors, and shields a large part of output and exchange from policy making, rendering the latter more complicated and adding to its own self-inflicted woes, to which we now turn. The weight of bad policies. Africa suffers from structural disadvantages within the global economy and other constraints on development, but the economic policies of its governments since independence have often compounded rather than solved these problems. One occasionally gets the impression that the welfare of citizens, growth, and the delivery of public services have been among the least important concerns of some African governments. In fact, African governments have increasingly delegated a great part of policy and service delivery to other actors, mainly donors, international organizations, and non-governmental organizations. And when policy is made, whether by local elites, donors, or both together, it has a long record of ineffectiveness. 254. The economic policies of the 1960s and 1970s can be best characterized as involving a fair amount of economic engineering, increasing the size and scope of government involvement in the economy, promoting industrialization, and introducing numerous distortions with the aim of harnessing the behavior of individual producers and consumers into state-designed plans. Nationalization of foreign companies, most of which were involved in mineral extraction, became near universal. Quinn 2002. Botswana's diamond industry might have been the only case where majority foreign ownership, of South Africa's De Beers, was maintained. Agricultural production was redesigned from its traditional structure of small household producers. Everywhere, monopolistic public marketing boards, often inherited from colonial days, purchased the entire production of cash crops at state-established fixed prices, systematically appropriating the agricultural surplus, initially with the declared intent to reinvest it in industry. State farms were also established and, in some cases, as in Tanzania, entire villages were forced to relocate into larger units in the name of economic efficiency. Hayden 1980. In addition to their interventions in production, governments recruited heavily to bolster their administrative ranks, and the public sector rapidly became dominant. In many African countries, until the 1980s, university graduates were guaranteed public employment upon graduation. To be fair, there was a relatively broad consensus among donors and African governments on the need for these policies. Keynesianism, with its call for active management of the economy by the public sector, was in vogue. Although there were early dissenting voices criticizing the excesses of government intervention and the penalization of agriculture, Dumont 1966, many believed that shortcuts to industrialization and development could be engineered with forceful public intervention in markets. That African governments were particularly weak and still ill-equipped in terms of human capital to carry these reforms through, and that such policies harmed the most productive sector of their economies, agriculture, were not seen as impediments by most. Moreover, socialism was a popular ideology in many African countries at the time, from the Afro-Marxism of the likes of Angola, Congo-Brazzaville, Guinea, and Mozambique, Ottaway and Ottaway 1986, to the milder African socialism of rulers such as Julius Nyerere in Tanzania and Leopold Senghor in Senegal, and it was encouraged through the patronage that the Soviet Union then provided to several African regimes. In this ideological context, grand schemes of state control were a common blueprint, for the state was believed to be more capable of producing desirable social outcomes than were markets. See Scott 1999. Even those who were 255 committed to a more capitalist path favored state capitalism, a hybrid system of private property with a large or dominant state sector. Interventionist policies and state control of the economy were also logical economic manifestations of neopatrimonialism. Neopatrimonial regimes are endlessly hungry for cash that can accrue to those in positions of political or administrative authority and their clients, and willing to tax their productive sectors in order to appropriate it. Given the paucity of income taxes per SE in Africa's low-income environments, Moore, Pritchard, and Fjeldstad 2018, the most common mechanism for the transfer of revenues to the government is the creation of rents, artificially generated profits, which accrue to their beneficiaries without any compensating productive activity. In Africa, governments produce rents by taking over sectors of the economy, introducing regulatory distortions in production and exchange, manipulating prices and exchange rates, and the like. 13. There was thus, from the beginning, a remarkable coincidence between the financial needs of neo-patrimonialism and the economic and ideological commitments of many African countries. No doubt many governments were genuinely interested, at least at first, in engineering the transformation of their economies toward development. But the necessities of buying allegiance and staying in power hijacked these policies and soon led to another type of development, that of vested interests among politicians, bureaucrats, and state-dependent economic actors, who demanded the continuation of these policies, irrespective of their negative economic impact. Robert Bates, 1981, addresses the uses of economic policies for political objectives in Africa. He asks what explains the choice of ineffective agricultural policies, in the sense that they reduce output, by African governments. Bates begins his inquiry by noticing that African governments have inherited public marketing boards from the colonial era, the purpose of which, besides price stabilization, is to pay farmers below world market prices for their commodities and appropriate the difference to finance the state, industrialization, and bureaucracies. As the revenue imperative of the independent governments increased under pressure from redistribution from multiple constituencies, governments soon instructed these boards to make concessionary loans to them, few of which were repaid, and bureaucracies began appropriating a larger and larger share of these funds for their staff and their perks and to feed corruption. Bates 1981:20, 26. While governments were able to relatively easily extract the agricultural surplus of a disorganized, heterogeneous, and largely uneducated rural class, they had to be more careful about pleasing their urban 256 constituencies, who were more likely to unionize, demonstrate, or even launch coups. 14 Thus African governments typically subsidized food, either by operating their marketing boards at a loss or by manipulating exchange rates to undervalue the price of food imports, with the consequence that the relative price of food exports rose, further penalizing farmers because this reduced the competitiveness of their products. Farmers responded to these policies by using the market against the state. Bates 1981:87. Farmers decreased quantities produced, altered their production mix, and used the labor market and migrated. While the actions of the farmers failed to challenge the system, those who benefited from these policies organized to keep them in place, with the result that they were soon rather unshakable. The mix of policies chosen to secure economic development has permitted the entrenchment of enormously powerful private interests, and this fact has become an important source of the durability of policy commitments. 97. The rents, appropriated by bureaucrats for themselves or distributed for political support, feed the creation and reproduction of clientelistic networks. While Bates focuses on agriculture, the mechanisms, distortions, and rents he identifies also took place in other sectors of African economies. Neo-patrimonialism relies indeed on the creation and maintenance of rents, such as those derived from trade restrictions, and a preference for distribution over long-term investments. More generally, neo-patrimonial policies led to widespread distortions in market mechanisms in order to allocate resources along political rather than economic criteria. As Richard Sandbrook, 1986:321, put it, the political requirements of regime and personal survival take precedence over and contradict the economic policies and practices needed to promote sustained economic expansion. Trade, foreign exchange, and price distortions were typical areas of predation. Neo-patrimonial policies also favor current government consumption at the expense of investments in physical and human capital, which have few, if any, short-term returns to the ruling elite in terms of power. As a result, the policy performance of neo-patrimonial African states tends to be systematically worse than that of other developing countries, in the sense that African states are more likely to choose policies that retard growth. World Bank 1981:4, Ndulu and Van de Waal 1996:6, Englebert 2000A, Moss 2011:98, 100. In the first 3 decades of independence, African governments spent more on items such as wages and their own consumption as a proportion of their economies than did governments of other developing countries. They invested less in infrastructure and education, they kept children in school only about half as 257 long as did other developing countries, the benefits of which accrue over the long run and are thus less useful for patrimonial redistribution. They also introduced so many financial distortions, and promoted reckless lending by state-controlled banks, that their banking systems ended up with serious liquidity shortages. Neopatrimonialism not only biases economic policies away from development but also weakens a country's institutional architecture and undermines the quality of governance. When the political elite purposely keeps institutions weak, when personal rule thwarts checks and balances, when public and private monies are interchangeable, one cannot expect predictable bureaucracies, stable rule of law, or corruption-free governance. It is not surprising therefore that by the 1980s, African countries scored significantly worse than other developing countries on measures of corruption, institutional quality, and overall governance. For sure, these aggregate measures fail to reveal the variations that existed in policy and institutional performance among African countries. While Ghana, Tanzania, and Uganda were early policy catastrophes, Botswana, Mauritius, and a few others did considerably better. There is an interesting literature on explaining the relative exceptionalism of Botswana, Samater 1999, and Mauritius, Brodegum 1999. Nevertheless, their policy performance was still unexceptional by world standards, although Botswana's growth was the fastest in the world from 1966 to 1985, and, as a group, African countries performed significantly worse on average than other regions. Common across Africa was neopatrimonialism, which saps the capacity of the state and fosters a climate in which public officials make decisions on short-term political or self-aggrandizing grounds and with scant regard to their long-term economic consequences. Sandbrook 1986:325. Bureaucratic norms are not internalized, and administrative capacity deteriorates. Corruption becomes the accepted norm. Marketing boards exploit farmers to create the necessary resources for the patronage games. Inefficient state-owned enterprises flourish. Herbst 1990 A 950-951. As Sandbrook, 1986:326, notes, the corrosion of bureaucratic and legal rationality, the misallocation of resources, and the discouragement of investments brought about by political decay fundamentally undermine African economies. Although it took a while for the consequences of these economic policies to be felt, African governments backed themselves into a corner as the structures of their economies became cumbersome, inefficient, distorted, and eventually largely unresponsive to policy making, as private economic agents sought to disengage from state predation through informal or subsistence activity. By stifling growth and encouraging 258 profligate spending, neopatrimonialism eventually led to economic decay and crisis. As an economic system, neopatrimonialism contains the seeds of its own demise, and it can only be reproduced over the long run through life support in the form of aid flows or export revenues. Fed in part by demand for Africa's primary commodities, growth remained respectable across the continent until the mid-1970s. But when the oil crises of 1974 and 1979 hit, African economies were unable to adapt and went into free fall. For the 1980s alone, Africa's real per capita GDP contracted by about 0.7% per year. Altogether, despite growth earlier in the period, per capita GDP in Africa rose at an annual rate of less than 1% for the first 3 decades of independence, as against 2.3% for other developing countries, a result partly due to Africa's faster rate of population growth. Comparative studies of economic growth around the developing world have since amply demonstrated the critical negative role of policies and governance in Africa's slow growth. Jeffrey Sachs and Andrew Warner, 1997, have shown the effects on African growth of lack of openness to trade, excess government spending, and poor institutional quality, while Robert Barrow, 1997, has singled out the importance of the ratio of government consumption to GDP in explaining African economic performance. Neo-patrimonial policies embodied the characteristics identified by these economists as distinguishing African economic performance from that of other regions. The fiscal pressures of neo-patrimonialism, structural adjustment, and external debt. Compounded with the external shocks of the 1970s, neo-patrimonialism brought many African economies to near bankruptcy by the early 1980s. Interestingly, this unprecedented economic crisis provoked two types of responses. Among Africans, some were unwilling to challenge the centrality of the state in their economies and saw greater state intervention as part of the solution. Particularly, the Organization of African Unity proposed the Lagos Plan of Action in 1980, which called for an expansion and strengthening of state institutions to drive development. External donors, riding the surging wave of neoliberalism in the early 1980s in the Western world, called for a radical curtailing of state intervention in the economy. Particularly influential in this respect was the so-called Berg Report, a World Bank publication authored by Elliot Berg titled Accelerated Development in Sub-Saharan Africa, An Agenda for Action, World Bank 1981. It called for freer trade, privatization of state enterprises, liberalization of agricultural producer prices, and the jettisoning of agricultural subsidies, among other policy reforms. As C.S. Whitaker. 259. 1991:341, noted, from a historical African perspective, the Berg Report represented a radical reformulation of the role of the state, while the Lagos Plan was a call to perpetuate the status quo. Yet the Berg Report ignored the question of political incentives, assuming the benevolence of rulers and their desire to maximize public welfare. 342. It did not question the root of the existing economic distortions. This lack of political economy was common in most of the World Bank's documents until the 1990s and would plague its policies in Africa over the decade. As the OAU had no money to lend, it was the World Bank's agenda that set the tone for policy reform in Africa. The Lagos Plan was relegated to a historical footnote, while the Berg Report became the template for the African development agenda for years to come. Desperate for loans to maintain their systems afloat, African governments were indeed largely squeezed out of commercial lending and had to rely on the World Bank, and to a lesser degree on its sibling institution, the International Monetary Fund, for financing. 15. In order to cope with what it saw as the multiple structural impediments to growth of African economies, and of other economies around the world in similar situations, the World Bank designed packages of reforms that became known as Structural Adjustment Programs, SAPs. In exchange for committing to adopt these reforms, African governments became eligible for structural adjustment loans, SALs. The loans, in baskets of foreign currencies, could be used by recipient countries any way they wished, although the policy parameters of the SAPs theoretically limited the uses to which these funds could be put. In general, they went to pay for imports and for the servicing of debt payments. The underlying idea was to facilitate the adoption of reforms by African governments through the availability of cash, to rescue them from their immediate bankruptcy in exchange for their adoption of the neoliberal policy steps seen as necessary for preventing a return to the same situation again. Typical SAP policies or conditions of the loans, hence the expression conditional lending, almost systematically included a currency devaluation to make imports more expensive and exports more competitive, with the aim of undermining implicit subsidies to urban consumers and encouraging agricultural production for export, privatization or liquidation of state companies to reduce opportunities for rents and public employment, which were large drains on state budgets, trade liberalization in the form of reduction of tariffs and quotas, also as a means to derive growth benefits from trade, to reduce the rents from trade controls, and to increase the efficiency of whatever little domestic industry existed by exposing it to international competition, reduction. 260. Of budget deficits, typically by cutting social spending and laying off civil servants, to decrease the relative size of governments in the economy and their indebtedness, and finally, reduction of the growth in money supply, a result of the propensity to use domestic credit to fund government, with the goal of taming inflation. From a political point of view, all these policies shared the property of undermining the foundation of neopatrimonialism, Herbst 1990a. This was not the explicit goal of the World Bank, for little if any political analysis had gone into the elaboration of these programs. The World Bank saw too much state and too many distortions, and sought to reduce both. It did not intentionally seek then to fundamentally restructure the African state, only to shrink it. But in fact, SAPS did represent a major challenge to the way African politics functioned. As a result, African governments found themselves in a peculiar situation, willing to agree to stringent and sometimes politically suicidal conditions for the associated cash, but much less willing to actually implement the required policies. What resulted from this contradiction became known as the partial reform syndrome, Van de Waal 2001:60, 63. African governments committed to adjustment, signed the necessary documents and received the first installments of their loans, adopted some of the easier conditions, such as privatizing state enterprises, often purchased at steep discounts by regime insiders, and implementing some mild devaluation, and then stalled, Hutchful 2002. Other conditions were either adopted in much reduced form after considerable foot-dragging or bypassed altogether. In Christopher Clapham's, 1996:177, words, African governments were trying to get as much aid as possible, while delivering as little policy reform as possible in exchange. And when people took to the streets to complain about reduced subsidies or rising import prices, governments said their hands were tied and that the World Bank and the IMF had forced them to adopt these policies. Driven by their own internal logic and agendas, the World Bank and other foreign donors would often continue allocating funds to programs that were clear failures and to African governments that proved unable or unwilling to implement serious reforms. Sometimes, at least for bilateral donors, their motivation was political, such as providing assistance to valued but corrupt Cold War allies. At other times, it was ideological, such as steadfastly maintaining an adherence to economic policies despite their obvious failures. But a blinding bureaucratic mentality also prevailed among policymakers, Easterly 2002, Calderisi 2006. Moreover, even the weakest of African governments had some leverage toward the World Bank and other donors, Mosley, Harrigan, and Toy 1995, Clapham. 261. 1996:173, 176. Bank representatives, under significant internal pressure to lend, visited recipient countries at regular intervals to monitor their progress. When confronted with implementation shortcomings, they were often unwilling to contemplate program failure. Instead, they tended to negotiate reduced conditions and extended the time frame of the loans, releasing additional funds to ease the burden of adjustment. In many cases, even in the rare instances when non-compliance led to program suspension, new loans were extended. The typical duration of a structural adjustment loan was 18 months. Some countries ended up with a dozen or more successive SALs. Senegal had 15, Van de Waal 2001:2. On average, probably fewer than 50% of the loan conditions were implemented, Killick 1998, Van de Waal 2001:67. Loan after loan, program after program, contains similar if not identical conditions. Todd Moss, 2011:115, recalls how the Kenyan government committed to privatizing the management of Kenya Railways on 20 different occasions, without ever actually doing so. Similarly, despite repeated commitments, it took the Zambian government 20 years to privatize Zambia copper and cobalt mining. Adjustment programs became the default policy condition of African governments. Their economies were perpetually adjusting, but never quite adjusted. With African per capita growth negative throughout the 1980s, the worst since independence, it became progressively clear to everyone that SAPs were not delivering on their promise of accelerated African development. As Nicholas van de Waal, 2001:3, probably the most careful observer and analyst of this period in Africa's political economy, argues at the beginning of his seminal book African Economies and the Politics of Permanent Crisis, at the dawn of the 21st century, most of sub-Saharan Africa remain admired in economic crisis despite 2 decades of donor-sponsored reform efforts. Critics of the World Bank and IMF questioned the underlying ideological assumptions underpinning the SAP policies, often challenging the liberal economic premises behind those policies and, in some cases, suggesting that SAP policies were economic poison for African societies, increasing the continent's dependence and leaving the poor even more vulnerable. See Danaher 1999, Easterly 2007, Woods 2007. Adjustment supporters blamed African governments for the failure of the programs, calling attention to the poor degree of implementation of most, example World Bank 1994. But the World Bank was an accomplice in this implementation failure, as conditionality did not function properly and enabled African governments to get away with insincere reform. In retrospect, one of the most startling features of the adjustment decade is that it 262 allowed African neo-patrimonialism to survive by keeping it on life support while failing to engineer its reform, Van de Waal 2001. If one compares the policy performance of African countries at the onset of the 1980s with that of a decade later, there is indeed only limited evidence of a changed policy environment. There was progress on inflation and on exchange rates, devalued everywhere except in the former French colonies of the franc zone, which had to wait until 1994 to see their fixed peg to the French franc reduced by 50%. There was also significant price liberalization, deregulation, and reduction of the power of agricultural marketing boards. But there was much less progress on trade liberalization, privatization of significant state enterprises, and civil sector reform, with the number of civil servants actually increasing in many countries. Moreover, government consumption also increased, from 15% to 17.5% of GDP, excluding South Africa, by 1990. 16. So did spending on wages and salaries, compounded by the frequent accumulation of salary arrears for civil servants, interest payments, and overall subsidies and transfers. The size of militaries and of government cabinets, both a function of patronage, also increased in the 1980s, as did the size of legislatures, the number of presidential commissions, and the size of presidential slush funds. On the other hand, government capital expenditures decreased. As Van de Waal, 2001:96, put it, most African states responded to the crisis by looking out for themselves. A common state response to economic collapse was to protect its own position and to lessen instead its developmental ambitions. During the 1980s, the African state largely withdrew from the business of development, as a result of both the economic crisis of neo-patrimonialism and the donor-mandated adjustments. Unwilling to adopt policies that would bring about their own downfall, African rulers selectively implemented adjustment programs in a manner that preserved essential features of the neo-patrimonial system, while largely sacrificing the interests of their population. When stalling was no longer possible, they instrumentalized the reform process, Van de Waal 2001:159. They recentralized their personal authority by taking direct control of some of the reforms and bypassing their own administrations, and they largely withdrew from development and social services, delegating these sectors to donors and NGOs, 159-166. A considerable body of literature blames the World Bank for decreases in health and education services in Africa, example Cornea, Jolly, and Stewart 1989, Mkandaiyer and Olukoshi 1995, Mohan et al 2000, Riddle 1992. Yet it is worth noting that African governments were complicit in these decreases, as they often willingly sacrificed these sectors at the expense of others. 263. In retrospect, the greatest change to African economies brought about by the adjustment period was a formidable increase in levels of foreign indebtedness, ironically the exact opposite of adjustment's intended results. As the bank and the IMF made large loan packages available without succeeding in jump-starting growth, African economies were left with the burden of unprecedented debt and few means to service their obligations. Moreover, every time the bank and the IMF approved a new adjustment program, other donors plunged into with policy support of their own, with a resulting multiplier effect on the flow of funds to African countries. Some bilateral donors extended grants, but funds from the bank and the IMF were not gifts. They had to be paid back, with interest. And their servicing could not be rescheduled. As figure 6.2 illustrates, the total stock of external debt for sub-Saharan Africa, excluding South Africa, rose from some 20% of gross national income, GNI, in the 1970s to above 100% in the 1990s, read on for the story of the subsequent decline. 17 According to Oxfam, 1995, sub-Saharan African countries transferred $13.4 billion annually to external creditors from 1990 to 1993, or 4 times as much as they spent on health services and education combined. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, many African countries became progressively unable to service their debt. By 2001, the total debt of sub-Saharan African countries reached a staggering $209 billion. In that year, those countries borrowed $11.4 billion, but paid $14.5 billion in debt service, $9.8 billion as principal repayment and $4.7 billion as interest, resulting in a negative net transfer of $3.1 billion. The African debt crisis occurred later than the Latin American one, which had unfolded in the early 1980s, because most African economies were significantly less exposed to commercial loans and therefore remained more shielded from the rise in interest rates of the early 1980s, although several of them did start getting into trouble around that time. World Bank loans to low-income African countries were highly concessional. They had low, fixed interest rates, often negative in real terms, and maturities of 40 years with 10-year grace periods. Middle-income African countries faced higher interest rates, but these too were fixed with long maturities. Nevertheless, despite these concessions, the volume of loans accumulated to such a degree that by the late 1980s it suffocated African economies. What little increased export revenues accrued from reform seemed to go to debt payments, and more of the new loans were spent on paying the old ones. The initial donor reaction was timid, at best. Some bilateral donors forgave African countries chunks of debt, but the bulk of multilateral obligations were not negotiable. Until recently, a condition for borrowing from the World Bank and the IMF was the agreement to treat obligations to these organizations as priority debt that could be neither forgiven nor rescheduled. Instead, the bank tried to ease the burden of debt on African countries by organizing roundtables for governments that were making progress on the reform front, at which other donors were encouraged to forgive or reschedule their loans. These Paris Group meetings of sovereign creditors occurred frequently and tweaked African debt obligations in such a manner that default was often, but not always, avoided and the system could go on, with the full payment of African debt pushed forward into a distant and largely hypothetical future. The reality of bank-sponsored rescheduling agreements is that they managed the African debt crisis without resolving it at all. Just as it had become common practice for African governments to borrow one loan after another, it became common practice to engage in one rescheduling after another. Most African countries went through several of them, sometimes year after year, while their debt service did not appreciably shrink. This meant that African regimes were able to meet their obligations to their creditors, but often at the expense of domestic spending and investment. According to Thomas Kaulaki, 1987 A158, debt service in Congo, then Zaire, in 1985 amounted to 56% of its budget. Not surprisingly, governments so indebted often failed to actually reimburse all of their loans, even after rescheduling. Instead, they accumulated arrears, in other words, they were late with their payments or partially defaulted on them. Arrears represented implicit additional debt rescheduling for many African governments, but they came at a high cost, because arrears were typically capitalized, added to the principal of debt, and thus liable to interest, and often reduced the eligibility of the government to borrow more from the same creditor. It took until the mid-1990s for Africa's debt crisis to reach its peak and become the object of some concerted solution, a topic we return to later in this chapter. Until then, the increased significance of foreign aid in African economies and their related increased dependence on debt and donor financing transformed both the relations of African countries with the rest of the world and their own domestic functioning. The politics of aid and debt created a regime of relations between African and donor countries characterized by the incessant pursuit of foreign exchange by African governments. While relatively little policy making and effective administration took place in African governments, a lot of fundraising did. Presidents and ministers traveled the world begging for money, debt rescheduling, and debt relief. Kalaki. 266. 1987 A148, stresses how foreign relations of African states during the 1980s were consumed with wrestling with the burdens of debt service and the rigors of rescheduling and with endless negotiations. Few projects took place without foreign financing, and budgets were largely conditioned by expected aid flows. Rich countries, in turn, acted almost only as donors, which, incidentally, largely reproduced the African domestic relation of patronage in international relations, see Clapham 1996, as well as our discussion in Chapter 8. While securing and managing the flow of aid and repayments absorbed the energies of African governments, little was left for internal purposes, and the domestic management and ownership of the process were at best haphazard. Even with willing governments, which was rarely the case, conditionality was difficult to implement and heavily taxed the thin layer of human capital of African administrations. As Kalaki, 1987 A152, wrote, African debt use and management capabilities were on average the worst in the world. One of the authors of this book, who worked as a junior consultant at the World Bank in the early 1990s, remembers being tasked with helping the government of Guinea-Bissau identify its stock of debt and servicing obligations in view of facilitating negotiations for a rescheduling. At the far end of the finance ministry, in a decrepit colonial building, after a maze of hallways, this consultant found a windowless out-of-the-way office where two well-intentioned civil servants sat somewhat idly facing tall stacks of loan documents, some from countries no longer in existence, such as East Germany, unable to process them for lack of computers, lack of knowledge of actual payments by each ministry, and sheer insufficiency of human resources. The truth was, Guinea-Bissau did not know the total amount of its debt and was unable to budget future payments appropriately. Debt was central to relations between African states and donors, but weak African states had little internal control or even grasp of the extent of their obligations or how to manage them. The governance agenda and the rise of political conditionalities. It took a while, but the World Bank and other donors eventually came to realize the magnitude of the obstacles in their path and the complexity of Africa's political economy. Hussein and Farouki 1993, World Bank 1994, 2001. Without fanfare, the bank began in the early 1990s a process of progressive transformation of the adjustment framework, which put greater emphasis on the institutional context of policies. Coincidentally, 267. The Cold War ended at around the same time and led Western donors to reconsider their relation with African countries and the type of regimes they were supporting. The bank's new focus produced an emphasis on the role of governance in Africa's economic development, one that paralleled the new interest of donors in promoting democracy and imposing political conditionality for their aid to African countries. The bank's disengagement from SAPs in Africa was progressive and partial. At first, it maintained these programs while also developing sectoral adjustment programs, which sought to be less ambitious by tackling distortions and inefficiencies in specific sectors of the economy, like agriculture, education, and energy. Simultaneously, however, an increasing number of bank staff began to recognize the necessity of considering the broader social and political environment of African economic policies. It was no longer just a matter of less state, but of better state. To some extent, the previous failures of SAPS were an important impetus in generating new thinking on these issues at the bank. But this evolution also followed new developments in scholarship and, particularly, the rising influence of new institutional economics, which, while it does not challenge the neoclassical and market foundations of mainstream economics, stresses the importance of institutional factors, such as property rights, norms, and bureaucratic quality, in overall economic development. Simultaneously, Africanist scholars, inspired by the social mobilizations that led to the downfall of authoritarian regimes in Eastern Europe, began placing increasing emphasis on the role of civil society in African politics, see Chapter 3. This development too affected the bank, where some began thinking that greater accountability of African governments might lead to a better institutional environment for economic policy. This is how the notion of governance, the manner in which power is exercised in the management of a country's economic and social resources for development, World Bank 1992:1, became a central component of development policy for the World Bank and most other donors. In some ways, the bank had realized that the success of SAPS had been hindered by the nature of African politics, but its own statutes prevented it from meddling with the politics of member states. Article 4 of the bank's Articles of Agreement, its founding treaty, states that the bank and its officers shall not interfere in the political affairs of any member, nor shall they be influenced in their decisions by the political character of the member or members concerned. Only economic considerations shall be relevant to their decisions. Yet the governance discourse allowed the bank to push its conditionality beyond economic policy and into the realms of institutions without. 268. Explicitly engaging in politics. Some observed that the World Bank agenda became more encompassing, politicized, and intrusive, reconstructing a wide range of economic, political, and social practices according to the logic of neoliberalism, Pereira 2016. The bank's first explicit foray into governance came in one of its regular reports on African economic performance, this one titled Sub-Saharan Africa, From Crisis to Sustainable Growth, a Long-Term Perspective Study, 1989. Many observers rapidly remarked on its change of tone from previous publications, including sentences such as "History suggests that political legitimacy and consensus are a precondition for sustainable development, and underlying the litany of Africa's development problems is a crisis of governance." 60. A subsequent report, World Bank 1992, focused explicitly on issues of accountability and the rule of law. The emphasis on governance did not immediately lead to new policy instruments, but it did promote a switch beyond market mechanisms and merely getting prices right. Reforms of the civil service sector took center stage, and the fight against corruption gained importance. The bank thus started financing projects to streamline public service, increase its accountability, and improve the training and recruitment of civil servants. Some loans went to specific branches of administration. For example, the bank financed projects to improve the professionalism of tax and customs agencies and shield them from the social pressures it identified as being at the root of inefficiencies, through training, better salaries, and other incentives. The governance agenda would eventually lead to more significant transformations in the relationship between the bank and African aid recipients. First, the bank began measuring and tracking the governance performance of member states. This was not a uniquely African focus. Starting in 1996, it released semi-annual, and later annual, indicators of accountability, government effectiveness, regulatory quality, rule of law, and control of corruption, among other factors, Kaufman, Kra, and Mastruzza 2010. Second, these indicators became central in new mechanisms of conditionality, as access to bank resources was increasingly predicated upon improvements in governance performance. For example, approval of poverty reduction strategy papers, PRSPs, by and large the successor of structural adjustment programs after 1999, required the adoption of explicit mechanisms of accountability and ownership of reforms, including popular consultations. Similarly, since the mid-1990s, Eligibility for debt forgiveness has been based on governance conditionality, particularly on country performance on a set of variables, aggregated in a country policy and institutional assessment, CPIA. 269. Including measures of regulatory environment, property rights, rule of law, transparency, accountability, and corruption. This new conditionality coincided with the rise of bilateral political conditionality after 1990. Whereas the nature of an African political regime had little bearing on levels of aid before 1990, bilateral aid became increasingly tied to democratization afterward. Democratic conditionality is different from governance conditionality, as the latter can accommodate multiple regime types. Their joint development, however, led to a radical transformation of the aid environment for African countries, and to significantly more difficult access to aid resources than before. As a result, there was a dramatic decrease in aid to Africa, in terms of percentage of GNI, in the 1990s. It is also true, however, that the rise of conflict on the continent in that period reduced effective opportunities for aid giving. It is difficult to assess the success of donor efforts to reform African governance. As with the policy conditionality of SAPS, however, the capacity of weak African states to resist attempts by outsiders to change them is debatable. Although there has been a significant, albeit limited, average shift of the continent toward more democratic regimes, there is no evidence of similar general improvements in governance. For sure, some countries, such as Ghana and Rwanda, have made much progress in the transparency, predictability, and rule-based nature of their economic governance, but each such success seems to be matched by at least one opposite case of significant worsening, such as Gambia or Zimbabwe. For the continent as a whole, the governance picture remains one of stagnant underperformance. As Figure 6.3 illustrates, there has been no visible average improvement in African governance since the mid-1980s. To some extent, although scholarship is not as developed in this respect as it is in the fate of adjustment programs, governance conditionality is probably as hard to implement as policy conditionality. Here too, the conditions go to the core of regime survival and are likely to be opposed, shirked, and manipulated by incumbent regimes. Although the World Bank and other donors realized that bad policies were rooted in a specific institutional and political logic, they did not necessarily have the tools to affect or undermine this logic despite confronting it more explicitly than before. As with policies, bad governance is partly the outcome of the neo-patrimonial equilibrium of African politics. It is not so much an affliction of African systems or rule as an intrinsic part of these systems. As with economic policies, therefore, attempts at improving African governance undermine the political foundations of African regimes and met with resistance. Whitaker 1991:345. Governments set up anti-corruption commissions and the like to please donors, but these typically accomplished little. See Wrong 2010 for the vividly illustrated. 270. Case of Kenya. Similarly, rule of law was superficially improved with the passing of investment codes, land titling, and other self-restraining legal devices, but in practice this new legal environment could still easily be bypassed when necessary by actors connected to the state. Moreover, the willingness of donors to see African governance become more accountable to social forces suffered from the intrinsic contradiction that social relations based on patronage might not always actually be propitious to good governance. Williams and Young 1994. On the donors' side, many of the earlier contradictions also endured. The World Bank remained under considerable pressure to lend funds irrespective of the actual performance of recipients, largely devaluing in practice the effectiveness of conditionality. Often it endorsed what was little more than lip service by African governments. Reviewing the PRSP for Ghana, Lindsay Whitfield, 2005:651, makes clear that government ministries cared little about the intended participatory process, and that civil society participation amounted to little more than a one-day public hearing with a cross-section of society present, plus donors. She concludes that the methods adopted to operationalize participation are better. Understood within the larger context of existing practices that masquerade under the labels of participation and consultation, policy forums and dialogues, 653. For their part, bilateral donors are often willing to look the other way when their strategic interests compete with their official stance on governance, further reducing the effectiveness of reform attempts. Altogether, it comes as little surprise that the governance agenda did not yield greater aggregate improvements in the way African economies are managed. Being vaguer than the earlier policy reform agenda, its implementation was also looser. Donor commitment to good governance in Africa wavers as other priorities compete. African governments, for their part, largely pay little more than lip service to reforms that would threaten their political survival. The Great Aid Debate. Although African policy and governance reform remained lukewarm, the continent's continued economic crisis, compounded by the spread of conflict and an increasing number of failed states, see Chapter 7, led donors to renew and enhance their commitment to African development from the late 1990s onward and to commit increasingly large amount of aid to it, reversing the trend that had unfolded earlier in the decade. The lobbying efforts of Western-based NGOs, particularly on matters of debt forgiveness, were influential in this respect, as was the favorable economic climate in the wake of sustained expansion among donor economies. During this time, scholars also engaged in what some dubbed the Great Foreign Aid Debate, focused on the efficacy of development aid, with the New York Times characterizing it as a ferocious intellectual debate. April 18, 2010, for a critical appraisal of this debate, see Engel 2014. A concerted effort for debt reduction and forgiveness among Western civil society activists led the march toward the post-1990s big push in aid. While supporters of the World Bank continued to criticize African regimes for failing to adequately implement the policy reforms they considered necessary to achieve development, others pointed out that the foreign donors were often complicit in providing assistance to corrupt African regimes that absconded with the development aid. For example, at the end of Mobutu Sese Seko's 32-year reign in Congo/Zaire, the country's foreign debt in 1997 was around $14 billion, while it was estimated that Mobutu and his allies had pocketed between $4 billion and $10 billion of the country's wealth, pillaging the government's operating budget, its mineral export revenues, and much of its development assistance, Ndikumana and Boyce 1998. Despite ample evidence that 272 foreign aid was not being used for legitimate purposes, foreign creditors continued to provide Mobutu and other corrupt regimes with large loans. Thus, critics pointed out that African debt was odious, having not been incurred for the benefit of the general people, but contracted without their consent by corrupt African regimes and complicit foreign creditors, see Danaher 1999, Woods 2007. Others also noted that Africa's debt was exacerbated by existing terms of trade, characterized by continuing Western agricultural subsidies and trade barriers that thwarted the continent's economic development, see Oxfam 2003, Ritchie et al. 2003, Watkins and von Braun 2002. Concerned with increasing levels of foreign debt in the wake of adjustment programs, and with the unwillingness of the World Bank and the IMF to reschedule or forgive their own loans, organizations such as Jubilee 2000, religious groups, and bilateral donors increased pressure on the Bretton Woods organizations to provide more systematic relief. Attention was focused on the so-called heavily indebted poor countries, HIPCs, 41 countries, 34 of which were from sub-Saharan Africa, whose median debt-to-exports ratio was estimated to be around 340%. HIPC governments owed private creditors 17% of their debt, official bilateral ones 64%, and multilaterals 19%, Clay Sens et al. 1997. The HIPC initiative was made possible after member states found new ways to back up the creditworthiness of the World Bank and the IMF, which allowed them to face default from their borrowers, Kalaki 2009. Originally started in 1996, the HIPC initiative became the first instance of multilateral debt forgiveness and opened the door for the most dramatic reduction in African levels of indebtedness ever, Refer to Figure 6.2. To become eligible, a low-income country must first qualify for Paris Club bilateral debt relief, which requires unsustainable debt levels and an approved policy reform package. After this first step, it is allowed to apply for HIPC forgiveness. Here again, the sustainability of debt levels and policy performance are taken into account. Qualified countries first reach a decision point at which temporary relief is offered, then, after continued good policy behavior, a completion point at which permanent debt relief is offered. In 2005, the level of HIPC debt forgiveness was brought to 100% of debts accrued toward the IMF and the World Bank, a development known as the Multilateral Debt Relief Initiative. Eventually, the HIPC initiative wrote off billions of dollars of debt to 36 of the poorest countries in the world, of which 30 were African. This led some to observe that debt is no longer a problem for most African countries, at least for now. Moss 2011:157, 163. The shrinking of African debt was an event of historic proportion, greatly changing economic dynamics across the continent and relations. 273. Between African governments and donors, and possibly having facilitated the region's spurt of growth since 2000. It has freed up large amounts of funds for African governments to allocate to other budget items. From an accounting point of view, it is equivalent to a new flow of aid and, as such, has contributed to the continent-wide increase in aid since the late 1990s that peaked in 2011 but has since been in decline, see Figure 6.4. In addition to debt relief, a broader movement unfolded after 2000, including several Western governments and numerous non-state activists, to provide substantially higher levels of aid to Africa with the intention of putting an end, once and for all, to enduring economic crisis and poverty on the continent. This was a somewhat unusual effort to the extent that it did not follow in the wake of a catastrophic event, such as a famine, and did not correspond to parallel efforts by African governments. It seemed to derive largely from Western, rather than African, dynamics. The year 2005 was the high point of this movement, and the United Kingdom provided its hub. British Prime Minister Tony Blair declared 2005 the Year of Africa and set up the Commission for Africa in anticipation of the Group of Eight, G8, summit in Gleneagles, Scotland, and the British rotating presidency of the European Union that year. The Commission assembled 16 African and non-African experts, including pop singer Bob Geldof and Ethiopian President Meles Zenawi, who produced a report titled Our Common Interest, Commission for Africa 2005, the recommendations of which were endorsed and promoted by the Blair government. The report called for a new compact between Africans and donors whereby Africans would take greater responsibility for their governance failures while donors would commit to greater assistance. Specifically, the report anticipated a rise in aid to Africa of $25 billion per year as of 2010, almost a doubling, to be further increased by another $25 billion by 2015 if necessary. Because of its connection to the G8 and Blair's high international profile, the Commission's work had an impact well beyond the United Kingdom and contributed to a more favorable climate toward Africa among donors the world over. The British efforts came in the wake of a new aid initiative in the United States in the form of the Millennium Challenge Corporation, MCC, and its Millennium Challenge Account, MCA. The MCC was set up by the George W. Bush administration as a new aid agency in 2004. Its aid was based on the principle of selectivity. Recipient countries must score above the median on a range of governance and policy indicators to become eligible. In addition, they must design specific growth-enhancing or poverty-reducing projects based on national priorities and are responsible for project implementation. While the Millennium Challenge Account is not uniquely geared toward Africa, the plurality of countries eligible for its grants were African from the beginning. It was part of a broader effort by the United States to increase both volumes and effectiveness of foreign aid, and its funding rose from $650 million in 2004 to $2 billion in 2007. These government initiatives coincided with a large mobilization of NGOs in the West, and particularly again in the United Kingdom, for intensifying the fight against poverty in the world. Launched in 2003, the Make Poverty History campaign was the work of many NGOs, including Oxfam, ActionAid, Christian Aid, and Save the Children, Harrison 2010. A few days before the Gleneagles Summit, in 2005, Bob Geldof organized several simultaneous concerts in donor countries, known as Live Aid. He had been involved in concerts Band Aid and Live Aid in response to Ethiopian famines in the 1980s. That same year, Jeffrey Sachs released The End of Poverty, a book in which he argued that poverty could be eliminated worldwide by 2025 with sufficient aid. Sachs's claims were made particularly popular by the celebrity activism of Bono, another pop music celebrity. These efforts also came in the wake of the adoption of the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, by the United Nations at its Millennium Summit in 2000. The aims of the MDGs included the eradication of extreme poverty, reductions in child mortality, universal primary education, and curbing diseases, by 2015, through the development of a global partnership between rich and poor countries. Increased aid was a large component of the MDGs, as they were designed in part as a response to declining levels of development assistance in the 1990s. Not surprisingly, in the wake of all these initiatives, aid flows to Africa significantly increased following their drop in the early 1990s, reaching unprecedented levels, $52.48 per capita in 2011 as against $19.50 in 2018, including both new disbursements and debt relief. Official development assistance, ODA, to Africa in 2011 amounted to $51 billion, out of a total of $136 billion for all developing countries, more than for any other region. 19 Asia came in second at $38 billion, but with almost 4 times Africa's population. In per capita terms, therefore, Africans receive far more aid than any other region. 20 These aid levels marked a strong progression from historical trends. Using constant 2015 dollars, average annual levels of ODA to sub-Saharan Africa amounted to $10.5 billion in the 1970s, $20.4 billion in the 1980s, $21.8 billion in the 1990s, $31.3 billion in the 2000s, and $43.2 billion from 2010 to 2016. These increases appear linked to public opinion mobilization and scholarly developments in donor countries more than to an improved governance or democratic record among recipient countries. 276. While volumes of aid increased, the nature of aid to Africa also evolved. The relative failure of adjustment conditionality and the concerns of donors over issues of governance produced a new aid regime beginning in the late 1990s in which selectivity and ownership figure prominently. Selectivity makes aid eligibility conditional upon past or current performance. Rather than giving aid in exchange for future behavior, the new aid regime means to reward those governments that already demonstrate a commitment to better policy. HIPC debt relief was based on selectivity, as it required, in principle, a track record of good macroeconomic policy management to reach completion point or full forgiveness. Similarly, only countries that score above the median on a set of governance, policy, and social indicators are eligible for Millennium Challenge account grants. In practice, however, the enforcement of selectivity was haphazard. Countries with only minimal policy improvements received billions of dollars in debt forgiveness, while smaller Millennium Challenge account grants were made available to countries that might not have met the selection criteria but that nevertheless displayed some improvements in the reference indicators, so-called threshold countries. In parallel with selectivity, ownership became the dominant demand of donors in terms of substantive recipient government behavior. The idea of ownership of reforms derives from the observation that many African governments only paid lip service to donor demands, agreeing to reforms to obtain financing but subsequently neglecting their commitment. It was the donors' hope that governments that were committed to reforms would achieve a better record of implementation, though there is still concern about the bank's willingness to look the other way as long as the established poverty reduction strategy papers conform to its views. Booth 2003, Whitfield 2005. Budget support, or the direct transfer of cash payments from donors to the treasuries of recipient countries, is related to the ownership agenda, and became an important dimension of aid to Africa after 2000. As of 2007, some 49% of all World Bank lending to African countries, or all of the PRSP crediting, was channeled through budget support, Barkin 2009b. Many European donors also favored this approach, while the United States largely shunned it. Once budget support is dispersed, donors do not have any direct control of where it is allocated, and it funds in part the daily functioning of governments. As an aid method, it is supposed to reduce transaction costs, facilitate coordination between donors and government and among donors, and, most important, favor ownership of reforms and accountability by African governments. By bringing aid under the centralized budget accounts of the government, it seeks to avoid the tendency for aid to 277. Develop parallel institutions and structures of governance, and to provide incentives for different ministries to engage directly in the national budget process, D'Orenzio 2009:21. The record of budget support is still ambiguous. A European Union report found that countries with large budget support performed significantly better on several Millennium Development Goals, Bainan and Dusso 2010. In Tanzania, as reported by Andrew Lawson and colleagues, 2005, budget support, which contributed 20% of public expenditure at the time, was associated with a large expansion of health and education services, but there were few signs of greater efficiency in public spending, service quality remained doubtful and poverty impact uncertain, and there was only limited democratic accountability in spending. In Uganda, as shown by Joel Barkin, 2009b, budget support did not prevent a significant deterioration of governance. Yet although the empirical record remains hard to assess, there has been no shortage of criticism on budget support. Some of the potential flaws of this form of aid will be evident to the readers of this textbook who have familiarized themselves with the functioning of African political systems. Particularly, Tim Unwin, 2004, has noted that the opacity and patronage of African politics contradict the expectations of participation and transparency of budget support. As Barkin, 2009a 77, argued, within broad limits, recipient governments can pretty much do as they choose, with the conclusion that budget support is a significant provider of political finance. To a large extent, directly financing the budgets of central governments reinforces the relative position of the state in society and the economy. The desire to promote ownership and capacity naturally leads to strengthening the centrality of the state in social processes. Recent developments in aid thus depart dramatically from the emphasis on less state of the 1980s and from the attempts to bypass the state and work with NGOs that were popular in the 1990s. This pattern is reinforced by the focus of several donors on post-conflict state reconstruction and on mitigating state fragility, to which we return in Chapter 7. Donors have thus largely made their peace with the African state and have placed most of their development eggs in its basket, Swedlund 2017. As a result, the power of the state and its role as a locus of wealth and income have increased. It is possible, however, that the developmental capacity of African states has not concurrently improved. As discussed earlier and illustrated by Figure 6.3, there has been no visible improvement on average since the mid-1990s in government effectiveness, bureaucratic red tape, rule of law, or the prevalence of corruption. In short, while they remain at times 278 powerful vis-a-vis their societies, African states show no sign of being any more able to deliver public goods to their people. Paradoxically, there might be a causal link between aid meant to improve governance and lack of progress on the latter. Some have suggested that because African governments have been able to more or less continuously rely on aid, their incentives to develop effective and accountable institutions have been reduced. Moss, Pedersen, and Van de Waal 2006, see also more 2004. In addition, the powerful role of aid donors in African administrations and economies has come to represent at times a quasi-takeover of the main functions of governance by external actors, which induces further institutional weakness of the state. Budget support, particularly, has created a more intimate connection between ruling elites and donors, first as they collaborate in drawing and approving policy programs, and second as aid seamlessly transforms into domestic budgetary resources. In practice, this new partnership means that the management of African economies is largely relegated to the circles where donors have influence, if only through the process of selecting worthy recipients, see D'Orenzio 2009:22. In the long run, this bias might prevent both greater state capacity and greater accountability. Africa rising? Given the ambiguous results of Africa's successive economic reform programs, it is particularly surprising that the continent has recorded its longest and most significant period of growth since 1995, and particularly so after 2000. Since then, Africa's GDP has more than quadrupled, rising from $367 billion in 2000 to $1.65 trillion in 2017. With a real per capita GDP increasing by an annual rate of around 4.8% from 2000 to 2017, this dramatic improvement led to a discourse of Africa rising, OECD 2018. For the 6-year period between 2002 and 2008, the average growth reached a stunning 5.6%, making Africa the second fastest growing continent in the world. In 2011, The Economist called Africa the hopeful continent, a decade after having dubbed it hopeless, 2011, 2008, while others spoke of Africa's moment, Severino and Ray 2010, or Africa's turn, Miguel 2009, see also World Bank 2010. Anecdotally, over the past 2 decades, we ourselves have witnessed the growth of high-rises, shopping malls, and an urban middle class from Accra to Kampala. But where did this growth come from? Is it trickling down to average Africans? Does it reflect any structural change in Africa's economies? And what are the odds that it will last? 279. It is generally argued that Africa's recent economic performance is related to 4 factors: a boom in commodity prices, increased trade with newly emerging partners, especially China, debt relief, and diversification strategies in some countries, OECD 2018-37. The boom in commodity prices is probably the most decisive factor in Africa's economic growth. The price of crude oil, for example, more than tripled over the 2000 to 2014 period. In January 1999, the price of a barrel of crude oil was below $20, before launching on a 15-year run that peaked at $161 per barrel. A similar boom occurred in other commodity markets. During this same time, for example, the price of copper quadrupled. The price of iron ore rose from $12 per metric ton in 2000 to over $180 per metric ton in 2011. The prices of agricultural commodities rose, too, like coffee, tripled, and cocoa, quadrupled. Figure 6.5 provides a snapshot of this trend. Although it uses a price index that averages the value of all African exports, this index correlates largely with the value of the continent's main primary commodities, as the latter still represent 80% of all African exports. From a value of 100 in 2000, the index jumped to beyond 550 by 2010, only to take a substantial decline immediately afterward. For some countries, this commodity boom has triggered unprecedented and potentially transformative rates of growth. Floating on oil, Equatorial Guinea recorded a per capita cumulative growth rate of around 1,200% from 1995 to 2014. 21 In other words, The average per capita income in Equatorial Guinea increased more than 13-fold over this 19-year period. The other top oil producers with booming economies include Angola, Sudan, and Chad. But other, non-oil producing economies have also witnessed highly favorable terms of trade. Mozambique, which exports aluminum, prawns, and cashews, experienced a 1,200% rise in export prices from 1995 to 2014. Sierra Leone, highly dependent on diamond exports, witnessed its export value index rise from 100 in 2000 to 14,708 in 2013. During this time, other non-oil producing countries experienced smaller yet significant surges in export prices, above 300%, including Lesotho, Uganda, and Zambia. The boom in commodity prices was largely driven by worldwide expansion in demand, specifically by Chinese interest in the continent's resources. As we discuss in Chapter 8, China's presence in Africa has greatly increased over the past 2 decades, and there is significant evidence that Chinese, and to a lesser extent Indian, economic involvement in Africa has positively impacted its overall economic performance. Chinese demand stimulated African output, as did Chinese investments in infrastructure on the continent and the increased emigration of Chinese entrepreneurs to Africa. Figure 6.6 reflects the substantial growth in African trade, with China exports and imports combined soaring from about $10 billion in 2000 to a peak of $215 billion in 2014. Collectively, the European Union has been Africa's largest trading partner, but in terms of individual countries, China surpassed the United States as Africa's largest trading partner in 2009. As of 2017, the World Bank reported that China accounted for around 16% of Africa's exports and was the source of over 17% of the continent's imports. South Africa is China's largest trading partner, importing over $20 billion in goods from China in 2017. Other leading trading partners include India, the United States, and Germany, but China's engagement with the continent has been regarded as a key driver of its recent economic growth. Africa supplies China with 22% of its crude oil, second after the Middle East, with Angola, Congo, and South Sudan the primary African suppliers. 22 Chinese investment in Africa has been significant as well. From 2003 to 2010, the total amount of Chinese investment in Africa amounted to $11 billion, Weisbrod and Wally 2011:7, 8. China's direct investment in Africa just between 2009 and 2012 grew at an annual rate of over 20%. Since 2009, Chinese investment in the continent has consistently been between $2 and $4 billion a year, exceeding U.S. foreign direct investment, FDI, in 2011, 2012, and 2015. Between 2000 and 2015, the Chinese government, banks, and contractors extended around $94.4 billion in loans to African governments, with Angola receiving $19.2 billion during this time. And while the United States announced in 2014, prior to the election of President Trump, a commitment to invest $14 billion in African aid over the next decade, China committed $175 billion over that same period, underscoring China's increased importance for African economies. There is some debate about the actual impact of China's engagement, with some suggesting that it is overstated. For example, looking at a sample of 13 African recipient countries from 2005 to 2007, Aaron Weisbrod and John Wally, 2011, found that the contribution of Chinese FDI to growth ranged from close to zero in Botswana, Ghana, and Kenya to 0.4% in Niger, 0.5% in Sudan, 0.6% in Nigeria, and 1% in Zambia, which does not indicate a strong continent-wide impact. Others have noted that many Chinese investments are linked to mining projects and focus largely on related material and social infrastructure, both of which favor increased productivity but with limited social impact. See Brodegum 2015, True and OB 2010, Taylor 2009. Chinese investments are only a fraction of total FDI to the continent, however. Probably attracted by rising commodity prices, net flows of FDI into Africa soared from $6.9 billion in 2000 to $46.3 billion in 282. 2015-23, yet the majority of new FDI to Africa went to only a handful of countries, particularly South Africa, Nigeria, Angola, Kenya, and Ghana. Notably, there has also been a marked rise in intra-African FDI, driven largely by South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria, Ernst & Young 2012:7. In addition to the commodity price boom and the increased engagement of China, India, and other emerging trading partners, the dramatic reductions in debt levels since 2000 are credited with contributing to Africa's growth. The relief freed many African countries from a crushing debt burden, providing much-needed revenue that had long been siphoned out of the domestic economy for debt repayment. The post-2000 big aid push might also partly account for growth, particularly for those countries with fewer expensive commodities. For some small countries, aid levels have made a visible difference in growth. GDP in Cape Verde, which averages $257 of per capita aid, grew by 62% between 2000 and 2017. In São Tomé and Príncipe, with $210 per capita in aid, GDP grew by 51%. In the Seychelles, with $2,067, GDP grew by 46%. The final factors sometimes cited to explain Africa's recent economic growth are the diversification strategies and technological advances taking place in some countries. Ethiopia is frequently cited as an exemplar of these developments, as its government launched an industrial development strategy focused on promoting agriculture and industrial development, particularly exports in labor-intensive areas, such as textiles, garments, leather, sugar, and cement, coupled with a strong public infrastructure drive. OECD 2018:52, Mahler and Wacker 2017, Mahler 2015. The country enjoyed a GDP growth averaging almost 11% between 2004 and 2014, moving from the second poorest country in the world in 2000 to being on track to becoming a middle-income country by 2025. Yet despite the fanfare, the actual levels of public infrastructure investment have been rather low. Moreover, Ethiopia's attempt to diversify its economy represents an exception on the continent. As we note later, most of Africa's economies have failed to diversify in any meaningful way and remain dependent on commodity markets. Finally, there is some evidence that technological improvements have made a contribution to Africa's economic growth. Jenny Aker and Isaac Mbidi, 2010-39, have suggested that the spread of cellular telephones in Africa has reduced transaction costs and facilitated local agricultural markets by efficiently spreading price information. In the first decade of the 21st century, the number of cell phone subscribers in Africa rose from 16 million to over 400 million, with 75% of Africans holding cell phone subscriptions in 2015. Moreover, the growth in mobile banking in Africa has far outpaced that of the rest of the globe over the past decade, with 1 in 5 Africans having a mobile money account in 2017, nearly twice the share in 2014, World Bank 2018. Mobile money apps, such as M-Pesa and M-Shwari, are radically redefining the ways in which everyday Africans access and utilize money and credit. While the past 2 decades have certainly witnessed remarkable levels of growth in Africa, have these developments improved life for average Africans? Here the picture is somewhat murky. On the one hand, the final report on the Millennium Development Goals released in July 2015 concluded that the project was the most successful anti-poverty movement in history, United Nations 2015:3. Thus, the United Nations 2001 Millennium Development Goals evolved into the 2015 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, with a sense of optimism. Partly spurred by Africa's economic growth, the poverty rate in developing regions reportedly plummeted from 47% in 1990 to 14% in 2015, with global hunger reportedly cut in half during that time. Yet some observers have raised questions about the validity of these claims, regarding both the numbers and the methodologies behind them. See Hickel 2016 and 2017, Bryant-Carent 2017. Moreover, while rates of extreme poverty, measured as an income of less than $1.20 per day, decreased from 45% in 1990 to 35% in 2013, more Africans are actually living in poverty, less than $1.90 per day, rising from 280 million in 1990 to 395 million in 2013, OECD 2018-35. In 2018, Nigeria became the 284 poverty capital of the world, with more than 86 million citizens living in extreme poverty despite its abundant resources and $1,968 GDP per capita. A recent OECD report, 2018:40, suggested that, when looking at a range of measurements, Africa's recent GDP growth has not increased well-being for most of the populations. In contrast, in his study of 18 non-oil-producing African countries, Stephen Raidlett, 2010, of the Center for Global Development found that growth has been accompanied by improvements in social sectors, health and education, a reduction of the poverty rate, better governance, and improved policies. One apparent consequence of Africa's recent growth is the rise of a middle class. In 2011, the African Development Bank, 2011a, estimated that the number of middle-class Africans was over 300 million, or roughly one-third of the continent's population. The following year the number was adjusted up to 500 million, with a stunning 240% increase over the past decade. Yet there is some controversy about these claims, given the definition of middle class as an individual with a daily income/expenditure of between $2 and $20. One can note the problematic nature behind the subjective claim that a person living on $1.90 a day is in poverty, while another earning 10 cents more is somehow middle class. Yet the greater visibility of middle-class lifestyles over recent decades is apparent to those who travel to or reside on the continent. Most African cities have far more apartment buildings, shopping centers, private schools, car dealerships, ice cream parlors, and other trappings of middle-income lifestyles than ever before. Yet the African Development Bank's numbers should be treated with suspicion. For one thing, a large chunk of the observed African middle class live in the 5 countries of North Africa. If we look at sub-Saharan Africa and take into account only individuals who spend from $10 to $100 a day, the size of the African middle class shrinks to 32 million, Wanaka 2011, or less than 4% of the population. Setting aside the debate over their size, one may well wonder where this new middle class comes from. Given the lack of growth in Africa's manufacturing sector, one can hypothesize that only a small proportion might come from the industrial sector. Some, however, will come from the construction sector, which tends to boom with GDP growth. Similarly, given the prevalence of poverty and subsistence activities among Africa's farmers, it is also unlikely that many members of the new middle class are in the agricultural sector. It is thus most probable that the members of Africa's new petty bourgeoisie are in the service sector. Some of them are public servants, although many of these will have been middle class before. But the majority of the growth might come. 285. From the private services sector, such as banking, transportation, retail, telecommunications, private education, and the like. The expansion of this sector might reflect an increase in domestic demand for all these services as a function of overall growth. To some extent, even if triggered by commodity exports, the additional income of countries might at least partly trickle down through the rest of the economy through induced demand for goods and services. The demand for goods might be met with increased imports, but the demand for services is more easily satisfied domestically. It is thus possible that a new class of service providers has developed and accrued additional income as a function of rising commodity prices. This class will also have benefited from the more propitious policy and legal environment in many countries, which makes private transactions considerably easier than they used to be. If this analysis is correct, it could suggest that Africa's middle class is not yet economically transformative. Not quite parasitic, it might be less the engine of Africa's growth than its result. However, it could progressively generate its own demand and promote further growth. At any rate, however modest, the rise of a middle class in Africa will more likely than not encourage regime change. One of its consequences might be that the availability of economic opportunities outside the state will reduce the appeal of the latter in private strategies of accumulation and economic survival. As such, it may decrease demand for patronage and corruption and might undermine the reproduction of neopatrimonialism. In addition, a stronger middle class is likely to demand more pro-market and pro-growth policies, and to keep governments more accountable, further reinforcing democracy and possibly dislodging regimes from their hybrid equilibriums. One final question, and perhaps the most important question, is whether or not Africa's recent economic growth represents a major transformation for the continent. Does it represent a turnaround in Africa's fate? Sadly, we would argue that it does not. There has not been a transformation of the structure of African economies, and, as we are already seeing since 2014, recent growth is clearly reversible. This is because Africa continues to be dependent on a few primary commodities and remains highly susceptible to price fluctuations. When the commodity markets tumbled in 2008 following worldwide recession, many African economies took a serious hit, underscoring their vulnerability to volatile markets. Refer to Figure 6.5. Ian Taylor, 2016-2014, has noted that almost a quarter of African countries rely on a single commodity for 50% of their export earnings, and nearly three-quarters rely on three commodities for the majority of their export earnings. For Taylor, rather than altering the continent's 286 subservient and precarious position within the global capitalist system, the past few decades have pushed Africa further into underdevelopment and dependency. As he notes, the story of Africa Rising is just that, a story, where growth for growth's sake replaces development, and the agenda of industrialization and moving Africa up the global production chain has been discarded. Instead, Africa's current comparative advantage as a primary commodity exporter is reinforced, even whilst such dynamics reproduce underdevelopment. Taylor 2016:22. At the same time, there is evidence that many African regimes have failed to learn the lessons of the past and are driving their countries toward a new debt crisis. Since 2014, numerous African countries have been forced to engage with the IMF to address debt servicing difficulties. African governments, encouraged by global lenders and following the logic of neoliberalism, are increasing their borrowing, without strict regulatory mechanisms in place to avoid another debt crisis. Bassett 2017. In 2017, it was revealed that Mozambique had accrued around $1 billion in secret debt, bringing its total debt to over $2 billion, which it subsequently informed its creditors it was unable to service. The debt, driven by neopatrimonial practices and accumulated with international lenders and IMF complicity, wiped out the country's budget and crippled what was a growing economy. While Mozambique appears to be the worst case, other African countries have been engaging in what some regard as reckless borrowing. The debt reduction schemes of the early 21st century managed to drop African debts to an average of 25% of GDP, but that figure had grown to over 45% in 2017 and is rapidly moving toward 50%. In 2013, 9 African countries' debt-to-GDP ratios were greater than 50%. By 2016, that number had increased to 20. Unlike the previous debt crisis, when the debt was largely handled by the IMF and World Bank, now the creditors are mostly commercial entities or state financial organizations unlikely to be so accepting of restructuring or writing off that debt. Read 2018. It is very likely that many African countries will soon be fully immersed in a new, and potentially more detrimental, debt crisis. Thus, while the 21st century has brought about significant economic growth across the continent, two key factors of its economic condition, its dependence on export commodities and the prevalence of neo-patrimonialism, continue to be powerful forces. Since African states gained their independence, the vast majority have endured at least one devastating war. More than 70 wars have been fought in Africa since the early 1980s. In the 21st century alone, 22 sub-Saharan states were affected by armed conflict. This has led to the common perception that the continent is rife with violence and insecurity. Although Africa has not been short on armed conflicts, it would be a mistake to overgeneralize. For every war-torn country like the Democratic Republic of Congo, there are stable, peaceful countries like Botswana and Ghana. Even in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where instability remains rife in the east and resurfaces occasionally elsewhere, the vast majority of the country is at relative peace and was so during most of its devastating war. Moreover, some countries that were once at war have made impressive recoveries, such as Angola and Rwanda. Nevertheless, it is true that political violence is a problem throughout much of Africa. It is also true that once peaceful countries have been wrecked by political violence, such as Côte d'Ivoire. It is thus essential to understand the nature, patterns, and causes of African conflicts, and what liabilities might expose some countries to violent decay. The average length of African conflicts is 22 years, 7 years longer than the global average, Huggins and Clover 2005:1. Around 64% of African conflicts last 5 years or less, while almost a quarter of them last 11 years or more, Strauss 2012. Across the continent, armed conflict has heightened insecurity and promoted the militarization of the state, which has often come at great social cost. In 2015, South Sudan spent 10.9% of its GDP on the military, the highest in Africa and second in the world, while spending $289.7 war, conflict, and security. Only 1.8% on health, CIA 2018. From 2008 to 2018, several countries such as Angola and Chad spent about twice as much on defense as on health. Some have argued that conflict is among the most important factors in accounting for Africa's poor economic performance during much of the 20th century, Bloom, Sachs and Collier 1998, Addison, L. E. Billen and Merched 2001. What explains the outbreak of conflict in contemporary Africa? How and why has the nature of armed conflict changed over the years? What are the different types of conflicts that have affected Africa? What are the main reasons Africans go to war, and what mechanisms have been developed to bring those conflicts to an end? In this chapter, we begin by examining the different types of conflict in Africa, before exploring the ways these have evolved over time. We then turn to a survey of the theories offered to explain their causes. After exploring various experiences with conflict resolution, peacekeeping, and post-conflict justice, we end the chapter by conceptualizing security in Africa more broadly. A typology of African conflicts. In this section, we delineate the four major forms of African conflicts: national liberation, interstate, secessionism, and domestic insurgency, while observing variations within each category. We also note that different forms of conflict can coexist to produce composite conflicts. National liberation wars. Although most of the continent reached independence peacefully, a few of its colonized societies waged war against colonial and white minority rule. The most significant liberation wars were the Mau Mau uprising in Kenya in the 1950s, the wars in Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau/Cape Verde against the Portuguese from 1960 to the mid-1970s, the Rhodesian/Zimbabwean War of 1965 to 1980, and the anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa, whose violent phase extended from the mid-1960s to 1990. Some scholars do not regard the Mau Mau uprising as a war of national liberation due to the internecine nature of the violence. The uprising, or Kenya Emergency, as it was also called at the time, took place from 1952 to 1960. According to some participants, the insurgents never referred to themselves as Mau Mau, but as the Kenya Land and Freedom Army. Predominantly made up of dispossessed Kikuyu, the group operated in the forest areas of the central province and in the 290 foothills around Mount Kenya, attacking police stations and government offices, as well as the occasional settler farms. The true extent of the conflict remains unclear, but the fighting resulted in over 10,000 African fatalities and the death of 32 white settlers. While militarily unsuccessful, the conflict set the stage for Kenya's independence in 1963 by furthering the divisions between the British Home Office and the white settlers in Kenya. London ultimately came to accept moderate African nationalists, such as Jomo Kenyatta, who became independent Kenya's first leader in 1963. There remains substantial scholarly debate about the nature and interpretation of the conflict, particularly given that the uprising was carried out almost exclusively by the Kikuyu, who lived in the agriculturally rich Central and Rift Valley provinces and were the most affected by the colonial government's expropriation of land for white settlement and cultivation, Branch 2009, Gethuku 2016, Malaba 1998. The Kikuyu had resisted colonial conquest, with at least 3 sustained armed insurrections from 1920 to 1940. Yet Kikuyu society was deeply divided and not everyone supported the armed revolt. Indeed, the movement lacked widespread support among the wider African population in Kenya, with some regarding it as either a Kikuyu-British conflict or an intra-Kikuyu struggle, Branch 2009. Regardless, Mau Mau would go on to serve as a potent symbol of anti-colonial resistance across Africa and the Third World. All 3 of Portugal's continental colonies experienced sustained wars of liberation, primarily because the Portuguese military government refused to join the European decolonization during the 1950s and 1960s. Instead, the Portuguese regime moved to strengthen its control and extractive economic practices, pretending its colonies were overseas provinces, Bender 1978. In response, Africans in each country launched armed struggles for independence. Unlike the Kenyan case, these liberation struggles tended to be multi-ethnic affairs, drawing in urban and rural participants, and producing conflicts that were more large-scale and geographically dispersed than the Mau Mau uprising. In Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, the struggle was led by the Partido Africano de Independencia de Guinea-Cabo Verde, PAIGC, founded and led by Amilcar Cabral. In Mozambique, the Frente de Libertação de Moçambique, Frelimo, was founded in 1962 as a merger of exiled nationalist movements. Frelimo succeeded in establishing liberated zones in northern and central Mozambique, which forced it to develop an administrative capacity alongside guerrilla actions, BO in 2000. Things were more complex in Angola, where the anti-colonial struggle was fragmented among several groups, including the Movimento Popular de Libertação de Angola. 291. MPLA, the Frente Nacional de Libertação de Angola, FNLA, and the União Nacional para a Independencia Total de Angola, UNITA. The divisions between the groups derived partly from personal competition, ethnic cleavages, with the MPLA associated with the Mbundu, the FNLA with the Bakongo, and UNITA with the majority of Mbundu, and interventions by foreign states. Indeed, the anti-colonial wars in all 3 Portuguese colonies must be understood through the prism of the Cold War and the proxy wars carried out by the United States, the Soviet Union, and their allies. Angola's war was particularly susceptible to external interventions as Portugal, the United States, the Soviet Union, China, South Africa, Zaire, and others sought to enhance their positions in the country and region, while destabilizing the interests of others. It was not until the overthrow of the dictatorship in Lisbon, because of frustrations with the high cost of the colonial wars, in April 1974, that Portugal moved quickly to extract itself from its African colonies. Over 1 million people associated with the colonial occupation abruptly left for Portugal as the colonies were granted independence. In Angola and Mozambique, bitter civil wars quickly followed, Markham 1978, Finnegan 1993. The National Liberation War in Zimbabwe, then Southern Rhodesia, was markedly different because it was not aimed at the colonial power, Britain, but at the white settler population, who had issued a unilateral declaration of independence in 1965. White settlers' concerns about their future had been growing even before British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan's speech to the South African Parliament in 1960, in which he announced Britain's intention to follow the wind of change and grant independence to its African colonies. Led by Ian Smith, the white settler minority, composing less than 5% of the entire population, declared Rhodesia independent in November 1965. The black African population in the country increasingly believed that armed struggle was the only way to secure genuine independence, but the nationalist movement split into two factions: the Zimbabwe African People's Union, ZAPU, led by Joshua Komu and supported primarily by the NDEB, and the Zimbabwe African National Union, ZANU, led by Robert Mugabe and largely identified with the Shona. The two groups fought separate struggles against Smith's white minority government, while also occasionally fighting each other. The war was predominantly a rural struggle, though it did become intertwined with the conflict in neighboring Mozambique and was influenced by the Cold War. By the late 1970s, the war had succeeded in severely disrupting the Rhodesian economy and breaking the morale of the white minority. In the end, the conflict resulted in over 30,000 fatalities, with acts of striking brutality committed by all sides. 292. Martin and Johnson 1981, Beebe and Ranger 1995. The war ended in 1979 with the Lancaster House Accords, through which power was transferred back to Britain, which then declared the independence of majority-rule Zimbabwe. Robert Mugabe became president in democratic elections the following year, a position he held for almost 4 decades. The final two national liberation wars involved white-ruled South Africa. During World War I, South Africa occupied the neighboring German colony of Southwest Africa, Namibia. After the end of the war, South Africa administered the colony as a League of Nations Mandate territory, formally on behalf of Britain. Though never officially incorporated, Southwest Africa was treated as a de facto province. With the creation of the United Nations, which superseded the League of Nations, international pressure was placed on South Africa to surrender the territory, which it steadfastly resisted. After the UN General Assembly formally revoked South Africa's mandate and the International Court of Justice declared South Africa's occupation of future Namibia illegal in 1966, the Southwest Africa People's Organization, SWAPO, launched an armed nationalist struggle. This struggle also became intertwined with the Cold War and the war in neighboring Angola, where Cuban forces had been dispatched to support the MPLA government in 1975 and again in 1988. In one of the clearest and earliest signs of the end of the Cold War, the Soviet Union and the United States successfully intervened in the late 1980s to bring about a comprehensive regional plan between South Africa, Angola, and Cuba. In return for Cuba's promise to pull its troops out of southern Angola, South Africa agreed to withdraw from Namibia, which became independent in March 1990, Crocker 1993. South Africa's withdrawal from Namibia occurred as the apartheid regime was slowly collapsing. South Africa had been ruled by a white minority since independence in 1910. With the election of the Nationalist Party in 1948, white rule and privilege were further entrenched within a legal system of segregation known as apartheid, Clark and Werger 2004, an Afrikaans word meaning living apart. The primary force of opposition among the black majority population was the African National Congress, ANC, which formed in 1923. In 1961, as white rule became increasingly entrenched and the possibility of ending racial discrimination through legal means became hopeless, the ANC formed a military wing, the Umkhonto we Sizwe, Spear of the Nation, to engage in a war of liberation. In contrast to more formal liberation armies, the ANC struggle was limited to sporadic guerrilla strikes, which led the United States to list the ANC as a terrorist organization until 2008, largely due to the vastly superior South African military and police. 293. Forces. Yet ANC violence and international pressure ultimately led to the dismantling of the apartheid regime in 1991 and the election of ANC leader Nelson Mandela to the country's presidency in 1994. Interstate warfare. Interstate wars, involving at least two sovereign states in sustained combat, have been rather rare in Africa. This low incidence has struck many scholars as anomalous. Why should African states be less disposed to interstate conflicts than their European counterparts over the past several centuries? While some might celebrate the relative absence of interstate warfare in Africa, Jeffrey Herbst, 1990b, has argued that this has negatively affected the continent's development. He notes that interstate warfare has not served the same developmental functions for the state in modern Africa as it did for Europe. In Europe, war helped consolidate the developing states in multiple ways, causing the states to become more efficient in their revenue collection, forcing political leaders to improve their administrative capabilities, and creating social rituals and symbols around which a disparate population could unify as a collective. Tilley 1990. In Africa, the majority of African states gained their independence without having to resort to combat and have not faced serious national security threats from neighboring states since independence. For Herbst, because interstate warfare has not been a feature in modern Africa, development has been stunted by the very problems that war helped European countries resolve. Whether a blessing or a curse, the low incidence of African interstate wars can largely be credited to the general stability of the continent's political boundaries. Recall from Chapter 2 that leaders in Africa after independence agreed to maintain the boundaries they inherited from the colonial powers, a principle known as uti possidetis. They recognized that redrawing those boundaries would open a Pandora's box of territorial realignments that would be ultimately destructive for existing states and challenge their own hold on power. Uti possidetis was formalized with the establishment of the Organization of African Unity in 1963, which reaffirmed on several occasions the integrity of colonial borders and outlawed most attempts to change them. The fear that territorial restructuring could lead to destabilization proved quite prescient, as the few attempts to substantially alter boundaries resulted in wars. The first major African border restructuring did not take place until 1993, with the carving of the independent state of Eritrea out of Ethiopia. Though the separation was peaceful at the time. 294. The two states found themselves in the midst of a horrific war just a few short years later. The conflict that erupted in May 1998 was triggered by unresolved border issues between the two states, particularly regarding the Badme region, EOB 2000. Attempts to demarcate the precise border relied on colonial-era treaties between Italy and Ethiopia, yet no agreement on interpretation of those treaties could be reached. Without a clear colonially created boundary, tensions increased until the outbreak of armed conflict. The resulting war, which lasted until June 2000, caused an estimated 70,000 deaths and severely crippled both countries' economies. Negish and Transvaal 2000, Fessahatsion 2003. The conflict did not formally end until 2018, when Ethiopia's new Prime Minister, Abiy Ahmed, declared an end to hostilities as part of his radical reforms. The second major restructuring of Africa's international borders, the creation of South Sudan in 2011, also born out of a successful secessionist struggle over decades, was followed by skirmishes with Sudan over disputed boundaries, leaving some observers pessimistic about a peaceful future between the two countries. Natsios 2012. Universal adoption of the colonial map has also been credited with removing the impetus for wars of territorial conquest. The only two major wars of conquest in Africa have ended in failure, the Libyan invasions of Chad in the 1970s and 1980s, and Somalia's invasion of Ethiopia in the Ogaden War of 1977 to 1978. In the first case, Libya laid claim to the Awazoo Strip in northern Chad and invaded 4 times, 1978, 1979, 1980 to 1981, and 1983 to 1987. The Libyans were finally routed by a unified Chadian front supported by the French. In 1977, Somalia invaded neighboring Ethiopia in an attempt to secure the disputed Somali-populated Ogaden region. Somalia was initially supported by the Soviet Union, with the United States heavily committed to the Ethiopians. However, in one of the more unusual chapters of the Cold War, the Ethiopian regime was overthrown by a Marxist-Leninist military junta a few months before Somalia's scheduled invasion, and the Soviet Union found itself funding both sides of the conflict. After its failure to end the conflict, the Soviet Union shifted its support unequivocally toward Ethiopia, which, alongside Cuban troops, repelled the Somali invaders by March 1978. Tensions between the two states remain high. Ethiopia invaded Somalia in 2006 and again in 2011, not to conquer territory, but in order to back up Somalia's transitional federal government in the ongoing civil war there. The majority of interstate wars have been primarily motivated by the desire to achieve regime change. For example, Tanzania invaded Uganda in 1979 in order to overthrow Idi Amin. The war actually began in 1978 when Ugandan troops pursued a group of mutinous soldiers to the Tanzanian 295 border. Angry with the fact that Tanzania had been harboring anti-Amin exiles, including deposed President Milton Obote, Amin declared war on Tanzania. With his regime crumbling around him, Amin invaded and attempted to annex part of the Kagera region. Tanzania responded by repelling the invading force and then, much to the shock and public outrage of African leaders in the Organization of African Unity, proceeded to invade Uganda itself, resulting in the ousting of Amin and restoration of Obote. Yet Tanzania never expressed any interest in conquering territory, and the existence of the Ugandan state was never in question. Chaturji 1981. Likewise, apartheid-era South Africa's undeclared war against the so-called front-line states, Angola, Botswana, Mozambique, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, from 1976 to 1987 was primarily concerned with destabilizing those neighboring states and disrupting their ability to support the ANC, as opposed to conquering and controlling them. Secessionist civil wars. Secessionist civil wars are waged in order to substantially alter the territorial integrity of an existing state, usually with the goal of achieving independent sovereign status for a particular region. Although there have been a few notable cases of secessionist civil wars in Africa, their number is perhaps surprisingly low. However, the recent successful secessions of Eritrea, 1993, and South Sudan, 2011, could herald a change of norm, though these two cases also highlight that secessionism does not necessarily improve the well-being of the citizenry. De Vries, Englebert, and Skomerus 2019. The first secessionist civil war in Africa occurred in Congo when the provinces of Katanga and South Kasai broke away immediately following independence. Shortly after Congo became independent on June 30, 1960, several units in the Congolese army mutinied, demanding promotions, pay raises, and the removal of white officers. Belgian troops stationed in Congo intervened and actively engaged the Congolese army and civilians. On July 11, Moise Tshombe, the regional leader of the southern province of Katanga, who had been denied a seat in the ruling coalition, announced his region's secession and successfully sought Belgian support. Tshombe framed the secession as a combination of ethnic nationalism and claimed that the Congolese Prime Minister, Patrice Lumumba, was a communist. The secession did not enjoy full support within the region and was largely driven by the desire to preserve both Belgian economic interests and Katanga's comparative wealth. Though the Congolese government enlisted UN military assistance, the Multina 296 national force that was sent to Congo did not move to dislodge Belgian troops, nor did it initially engage with secessionist Katanga. In fact, Lumumba would eventually be captured by mutinous troops and flown to Katanga, where he was handed over to the secessionist forces, beaten, tortured, and murdered. The Belgian soldiers initially provided direct support for Tshombe's breakaway government, along with French, Rhodesian, and South African mercenaries, and were able to repel UN forces until January 1963, Gerard Liboy 1963, Gerard Liboy and Verhegen 1961, O'Brien 1966, Kenz and Larmer 2016. The neighboring province of South Kasai had also declared its independence shortly after Congolese independence, in part because of a deep rivalry between its leader, Albert Kalonji, and Lumumba. It renamed itself the Great Mining State of South Kasai, with Kalonji proclaiming himself Malapwi, King of the Luba, Kalonji Malapwi 2005, Hoskins 1965. Lacking the level of foreign support that Katanga enjoyed, Kasai fell to the Congolese military at the end of 1961 after a brutal 4-month war. Despite the employment of ethno-nationalist rhetoric, both secessionist provinces were driven largely by the political and economic interests of Congolese political elites and, in the case of Katanga, their foreign business associates. While ethnic impetus for the secessionist civil wars in Congo may have been rather limited, it was far more pronounced in Nigeria's civil war, the Nigerian Biafran War of 1967 to 1970. Nigeria had become independent in 1960, but regional and ethnic cleavages proved volatile as the country was divided among the more populous Hausa and Fulani in the north, the Yoruba in the southwest, and the Igbo in the southeast. Independence and democracy meant that the north enjoyed a significant advantage over the south, which had been more privileged under British colonialism. In January 1966, a primarily Igbo-led military coup took place, resulting in the deaths of many northern political leaders, including Prime Minister Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. A few months later, northern soldiers staged a counter-coup, further fueling ethnic tensions and causing the deaths of tens of thousands of civilians in the following months. The eastern region voted to secede on May 26, 1967, and the regional military government declared itself the Republic of Biafra. Driven in large part by ethnic tensions, the secession was exacerbated by the presence of large amounts of oil in the region. After a brutal war in which more than 1 million people died in battle or from starvation and disease, Biafra was defeated in 1970 and reintegrated into Nigeria, see Achebe 2012. In contrast to Nigeria and Congo, where post-independence secessionist struggles failed, modern South Sudan and Eritrea were both born. 297. Of successful secessionist civil wars. In both cases, however, it must be borne in mind that the rump state acquiesced to the separation, which provided these secessions with validity in international law. In the case of South Sudan, independence was achieved in 2011 after a series of armed struggles in 1955 to 1972 and 1983 to 2005. As part of a comprehensive peace agreement, laboriously negotiated over several years under international patronage, a referendum on independence was held in southern Sudan in January 2011, with over 98% voting in favor of secession, Walker 2017. Soon after their separation, both Sudans briefly engaged in a shooting war over disputed border regions. More disastrous, however, was the eruption of an armed struggle within the ruling regime in South Sudan. In December 2013, violence broke out between supporters of President Salva Kiir Mayardit and supporters of former Vice President Riek Machar Teni, plunging the newly created country into a violent civil war that by 2018 had killed tens of thousands and displaced over 4 million. A power-sharing agreement collapsed in July 2016, with another attempt signed in August 2018, which is tentatively holding at the time of this writing, while Rea 2017, Rolandson 2011, Johnson 2003. An Italian colony since 1890, Eritrea was administered by the British after the 1941 defeat of the Italians. Federated with Ethiopia under a UN mandate in 1951, it was progressively assimilated as a province by Addis The Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, launched an armed struggle in 1961. It waged a 30-year civil war, eventually joining with the Tigrayan People's Liberation Front, TPLF, to defeat the Mengistu regime in Addis in exchange for a referendum on independence, which it won handily. Eritreans gained their formal sovereignty in 1993, in what was the first successful secession in modern Africa, EOB 1997, Pateman 1998. In 1998, as discussed in the previous section, tensions with Ethiopia over unresolved border issues erupted into a full-blown conflict, claiming tens of thousands of lives. In addition to Eritrea and South Sudan, recent or ongoing secessionist attempts include the Casamance conflict in Senegal, the Oromo and Ogaden rebellions in Ethiopia, the Azawad movements in Niger and Mali, the struggle over Cabinda in Angola, the restless Niger Delta in Nigeria, and the unilateral withdrawal of Somaliland from the rest of Somalia since 1991, De Vries, Englebert, and Skomerus 2019. This list, however, represents nearly all the instances of secessionist attempts in Africa since independence. As Pierre Englebert and Rebecca Hummel, 2005, observe, separatist warfare is relatively rare across the continent. If one were to add all the years of conflict in every country from 1960 to 2002, 27% of that total in Africa would have separatist content. 298. Compared to 44% in the Middle East and North Africa, 47% in Asia, and no less than 84% in Europe. There might be several reasons for this scarcity. First, the rules of territorial integrity promoted by the Organization of African Unity might inhibit separatist movements by reducing their chances of recognition, Jackson and Rosberg 1982. It is also possible that the bonds of nationalist feelings generated through shared colonization and 5 decades of independence have durably cemented Africa's territories to their populations, Young 2002. A third answer suggests that artificial and heterogeneous African states have been integrated and kept together thanks in large part to the distribution of state resources to group elites, which has brought about their fusion, Sklar 1963, Boone 2003b, or reciprocal assimilation, Bayart 1993. Finally, it is possible that institutions of sovereign statehood represent a political and material resource for communal elites and populations at large, the benefits of which outweigh the potential returns of separatist non-sovereign alternatives, leading to greater acquiescence with the post-colonial state than one might otherwise expect. Englebert and Hummel 2005, Englebert 2009. Insurgency conflicts. The most common type of conflict in Africa is the domestic insurgent war. Unlike secessions, guerrilla insurgencies are waged largely with the goal of attaining power within the existing state. Over 30 African countries have experienced one or more non-separatist conflicts since 1960. What explains the persistent existence of these armed guerrillas in Africa? Historically, African insurgencies have recorded a rather poor success rate, at least if measured only by the degree to which they have been able to overthrow and replace existing regimes, which might not always be their goal. With the exception of the anti-colonial struggles, no African insurgency was ever successful until Hissène Habré's forces Armes du Nord, FAN, seized state power in Chad in 1979. The second successful insurgency did not occur until Yoweri Museveni's National Resistance Army, NRA, captured the Ugandan state in 1986. The rate of success improved somewhat afterward with successful insurgencies in Rwanda, Ethiopia, Congo, and Liberia. Yet only around 10% of African armed groups have achieved victory. Christopher Day, 2019, has made an important argument that the success of African insurgencies is related to the degree in which they are embedded in the patronage networks of existing state authority structures. In short, groups led by disenfranchised elites fare far better than those comprising political outsiders. 299. In his seminal work African Guerrillas, Christopher Clapham, 1998a, makes a distinction between reform and warlord insurgencies. In his typology, reform insurgencies were highly disciplined formations, with a clear ideology and structure, which had as their goal the creation of a very different kind of state within an existing national territory from that which currently governed. Recent examples include the NRA in Uganda, the RPF in Rwanda, and the TPLF in Ethiopia. In each of these three cases, the movements were successful and their leaders were hailed by some Western observers as new Africans, who would help initiate democracy and development on the continent, Ottawa 1999. But a few years later, this new African ideal had collapsed and the hope that insurgent warfare might lead to a progressive reform of the African state was increasingly regarded as bankrupt, Clapham 2007. In contrast, warlord insurgencies are neither reformist, secessionist, nor liberationist. They tend to lack an ideological structure, and are typically characterized by their highly personalized leadership. Examples include Foday Sanko's Revolutionary United Front, RUF, in Sierra Leone, Charles Taylor's National Patriotic Front of Liberia, NPFL, and Joseph Kony's Lord's Resistance Army, LRA, in Uganda. By employing the label warlord, Clapham sought to emphasize the leadership of movements, though the level of actual control varied a good deal from case to case. His contention was that the underlying social and economic conditions were exploited by political entrepreneurs who benefited from the conflict. As will be discussed later, these movements sometimes drew heavily on the spiritual or religious beliefs of the societies in which they operated, as did the LRA and the Holy Spirit movement in northern Uganda and the various factions in Liberia. William Reno, 2011, offers another category of insurgent, the parochial rebels who fight for local, circumscribed communities. Reno notes that these vary from the warlord rebels because, for a range of reasons, they must heed the interests and values of local communities. As such, parochial rebels tend to administer areas under their control and develop political programs reflecting local grievances. Yet their aspirations are often restricted and the capture of the central state is beyond their ability or interest. Examples include Western Nigeria's Ujua People's Congress, OPC, and northwestern Liberia's Lofa Defense Force, LDF, both of which emerged in the 1990s to protect local communities from predation by the state and competing rebels, respectively. The numerous self-defense militias still active in eastern DRC, commonly known as Mai Mai, are further examples. With their numerical strength ranging from a few dozen to several hundred. 300. These Mai Mai groups base their existence on protecting local, often ethnic, communities and advancing a circumscribed political agenda, Verwegen 2016, V. Lassenroot and Verwegen 2017. Borrowing from Manker Olsen, Thandikam Gandair, 2002:199-207, has made an interesting distinction between stationary and roving insurgencies. In this typology, stationary guerrillas establish physical enclaves, often building rudimentary structures of governance and control. An example of a stationary insurgency is the Forces Nouvelles, which controlled the northern section of Côte d'Ivoire during the 2001-2011 war. Roving guerrillas, conversely, are constantly on the move. Kony's LRA is an example of a roving insurgency, as it has never established any substantial liberated zone, but has shifted its activities from northern Uganda and southern Sudan, into the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Central African Republic, Kakich 2016, Dunn 2017. Though no movement completely fits into either category, the distinction between stationary and roving insurgencies illuminates variations in the relationships between guerrillas and locals, as well as providing a way to understand the different methods used by movements to finance their rebellions. Stationary insurgents tend to rely heavily upon the local communities in their liberated zones. Parochial rebels such as the locally based Mai Mai in eastern DRC are a case in point. In some instances, however, these insurgents are stationary in order to secure physical control over valuable resources. Angola's UNITA is a good example of a movement that became stationary in order to control the diamond extraction economy. Roving bands, in contrast, tend to resort to predation and pillaging while they are on the move. Zachariah Mampilli, 2010, and Jeremy Weinstein, 2006, have both offered a rich investigation of the different forms of governance established by insurgents, and the challenges faced by constructing alternative forms of rule. They argue that the context of rebellion largely constrains the organization and strategies of violence employed by insurgents. See also Arjona, Casfer, and Mampilli 2015. Morton Boas and Kevin Dunn, 2007, 2017, suggest a further distinction in focusing on how African insurgents roam. Do these groups follow the main roads, as was mainly the case in Liberia? Or do they predominantly roam in the bush, like the LRA in northern Uganda, or as the Rough once did, in the periods 1993 to 1995 and 1998 to 1999? The authors suggest that this distinction can have important implications for the organization, structure, and goals of various armed groups. Road-roaming guerrilla movements tend to engage in a struggle to capture state power, either regionally or nationally, tend to fight using conventional tactics, and are hierarchically organized. Bushpath insurgents 301 tend to be less interested in immediate capture of the central government, tend to employ non-conventional tactics, such as ambushes, and are less hierarchically organized. These are movements that often appear incomprehensible to Western observers, and their seeming lack of a recognizable strategy or political vision is sometimes taken as further proof of their primitivism. Yet Paul Richards, 2005a, notes that these movements can be understood as enclave formations, engaged in producing an alternative world order based on narratives of betrayal and exile, which are reinforced by their existence in such an enclave formation. As the case of the LRA and its more than 3-decade-long conflict so vividly shows, these insurgencies can be very hard to defeat. Composite conflicts. Sometimes a conflict involves a combination of two or more motivations or strategies. For example, the linked armed conflicts of southern Africa in the 1970s and 1980s combined anti-colonial nationalist struggles in Angola, Mozambique, and Namibia with indirect interstate Cold War warfare fought via proxies such as Cuba and Zaire, and direct interstate warfare waged by apartheid South Africa, and to a lesser extent Rhodesia, against its neighbors. Another and perhaps more poignant example is the so-called Africa War I, or Great African War, that took place in the DRC, formerly Zaire, from 1996 to 2003, Clark 2002, Prunier 2009, Rentgens 2009, Stearns 2011, Turner 2007. Ostensibly a struggle for control of the Congolese state, the conflict became the largest war in modern African history. Its immediate roots can be traced back to the aftermath of the 1994 Rwandan genocide, when some 2 million Rwandans, a mix of civilians, Interahamwe, the militia largely held responsible for the genocide, and members of the defeated Rwandan military, the Forces Armes Rwanda (FAR), sought refuge in then Zaire, after the RPF took power in Kigali. The refugee camps became controlled by the Interahamwe and FAR, which over the next couple of years, with the blessing of Mobutu Sese Seko's central government and regional strongmen, began launching attacks into neighboring Rwanda and against the Tutsi, Banyamulenge, population in South Kivu. Frustrated by international inaction, the Rwandan government and local Banyamulenge launched a multi-pronged attack in 1996 against the refugee camps, Interahamwe, and Zairean army. Largely orchestrated by the Rwandan and, to a lesser extent, Ugandan governments, the rebels united as the Alliance de Forces Démocratiques pour la Libération du Congo Zaire, AFDL, led by Laurent Désiré Kabila, a Catalan involved in the Simba rebellions of the 1960s, who had 302 since lived semi-clandestinely and occasionally in exile. The rebels quickly swept westward, gaining control of the country's mineral resources. As they moved toward Kinshasa, Angolan government troops poured across the border to assist them in the overthrow of Mobutu, who fled in May 1997. By the following year, however, Kabila's relations with his Rwandan and Ugandan mentors had soured, and he demanded that they withdraw their troops immediately. More important, various local conflicts concerning land and identity in the East continued to find violent expression. Putting together another group of disenfranchised Congolese, some of whom had ties or were members of Mobutu's former regime, Rwanda and Uganda orchestrated another rebellion in eastern Congo, this time with the goal of deposing the man they had put in power a year earlier. By early August 1998, the rebels were making territorial gains through the east and, leaping across the country in a captured aircraft, deployed in Basse-Congo and threatened Kinshasa. In a desperate attempt to cling to power, Kabila convinced Zimbabwe, Namibia, and Angola to shore up his regime by sending troops, Dunn 2002. This intervention occurred under the guise of Southern African Development Community Solidarity, but John Clark, 2002, notes that each state was motivated by self-interest. A stalemate ensued, and within a few months the rebels in the eastern part of the country had splintered, and 8 neighboring countries had been brought into the fray. Although outright military victory proved impossible, Kabila repeatedly thwarted attempts to realize a negotiated settlement, until a lone bodyguard assassinated him on January 16, 2001. His son and successor, Joseph Kabila, eventually signed a series of agreements that removed foreign troops and brought a tentative peace to much of the country. Over 5 million people were killed in the conflicts between 1994 and 2003, mostly from disease, starvation, and other conflict-related causes, making it the deadliest war since World War II. Yet even after the 2003 peace agreement and another ceasefire in 2009, tensions and violence continue to plague the east of the country. In 2018 it was estimated that there were at least 70 armed groups in the east, along with 19,000 UN peacekeepers, with over 3 million refugees and internally displaced persons, IDPs. The complexity of the situation in the DRC reflects its nature as a composite conflict, and alerts us to be sensitive to how conflicts evolve over time, complicating static typologies. Changing patterns. Before we turn to an examination of the various theories seeking to explain why conflict occurs in Africa, it is useful to note the ways in 303, which those conflicts have shifted since the end of colonization. In this section, we demarcate 3 eras: the Cold War, the immediate post-Cold War, and the new millennium. 3. The Cold War in Africa. Early African armed guerrilla movements, which took place during the Cold War, were largely characterized by their anti-colonial nationalism. Examples include the Mau Mau uprising in Kenya in 1952 to 1957, the armed rebellion of the Union de Populations du Cameroun in 1955-1960, and the Kwilu and Simba rebellions in Congo in 1963 to 1967. There was little outside support for any of these movements. Moreover, although they made broad nationalist claims, these rebellions depended heavily on specific ethnic groups, which limited their eventual influence. Beyond the commitment to national self-determination, one can question whether insurgents of this early era invoked ideology as a convenient rhetorical cover. Even in the case of the Mau Mau, there is considerable debate about whether the uprising should be understood as a sustained armed revolt born out of anti-colonial nationalist sentiments or as a Kikuyu revolt bent on capturing state power. Malaba 1998, Branch 2009, Gethuku 2016. While Amilcar Cabral of Guinea-Bissau and Pierre Muley, who led the Kwilu rebellions in Congo, both staked out strong ideological positions, they stand out as exceptional. Most armed movements were less ideologically coherent. In contrast to Muley, for example, most of the leaders of the Congo's early eastern rebellions had localized agendas, born out of the immediate politics of place fueled by the alienation and anger of marginalized youths who directed their violence toward state representatives and other privileged elements of society, such as intellectuals, with deadly results. Weiss 1966, Willem 1972, Hoskins 1965. Secessions provided the other main type of conflict at the onset of independence. There was the Katanga and Kasai secession in Congo, followed by Nigeria's brutal Biafran civil war, during which the southeast section of the country attempted to break away. Moreover, armed groups in Western Sahara and Eritrea fought for territorial liberation, or secession, depending on one's perspective, against an annexing African state, Morocco and Ethiopia, respectively. The burst of secessionism in the 1960s might have derived from the relative lack of entrenchment at the time of the principle of post-colonial sovereignty. But the UN intervention in Congo and the lack of foreign recognition of the breakaway states affirmed the principle of territorial integrity of African states and 304 doomed these experiments. The secessionist momentum of the early 1960s subsided. It is worth noting, however, that while the main secessionist wars started during the Cold War, the only two successful secessions took place afterward. By the 1970s, the Cold War context began exerting a notable influence on African armed conflicts, as the participants tended to be more ideologically oriented, at least superficially, and external support became pronounced. Though most African states had gained independence by the end of the 1960s, those that had not, namely the Portuguese colonies of Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau, and white-ruled Rhodesia and South Africa, experienced prolonged wars that were informed by Cold War geopolitical machinations. Likewise, the handful of African interstate conflicts, such as the Ogaden War between Ethiopia and Somalia, were often played out against the backdrop of proxy conflicts between the United States and the Soviet Union, the two competing superpowers. Given the ideologically saturated framing of the Cold War by both superpowers, it is not surprising that African armed insurgents increasingly employed revolutionary discourses usually grounded in variations of Marxism-Leninism and Maoism. Taking their cues from contemporary Asian anti-colonial insurgencies, as well as Mao Zedong's successful revolution in China, these armed groups drew upon the emerging doctrine of guerrilla warfare. Of course, many armed groups espoused certain ideological commitments in part to secure financial and military aid from like-minded patrons. The rapidity with which many of these leaders dropped their ideological trappings at the end of the Cold War suggests the shallowness with which they embraced their causes in the first place. Regardless of their ideological orientation, these armed guerrillas were able to take advantage of external supporters, occasionally from neighboring states but more often from the Cold War superpowers and their allies, which enabled them to fight protracted guerrilla wars regardless of their popularity among the domestic population. One can think of Mozambique's Resistência Nacional Moçambicana, Renamo, and Angola's União Nacional para a Independência Total de Angola, UNITA, as relevant examples. The Cold War also witnessed the increased militarization of many African states. Due to the geopolitical jockeying, weak regimes enjoyed external support that effectively shored up and entrenched neo-patrimonial rule across the continent. The superpowers also made it possible for African states to use scarce foreign exchange for weapon purchases, how 2001. In many cases, Cold War aid both empowered and circumscribed African states. On the one hand, superpower support 305 provided African leaders with international legitimacy and access to valuable resources, which often meant that their survival was not contingent on domestic legitimacy. On the other hand, these African regimes privileged militarization over economic development to ensure their own survival. Witness the evolution of U.S. aid during the Cold War. In 1973, 78% of U.S. bilateral aid to sub-Saharan Africa was for development, and 22% for political and strategic purposes. But by 1985 the numbers had almost reversed, with 67% of aid going for political and strategic purposes and only 33% for development, Sparrow and Hart 2003:204. This situation probably primed many African societies for the violent domestic collapse that several experienced once the Cold War system ended. Immediate post-Cold War era. The emergence of new wars. The structural shift from bipolarity to multipolarity at the end of the Cold War arguably impacted the nature of conflicts around the world. While intrastate wars have always been common, in the 21st century they now account for 95% of all the world's armed conflicts. While the immediate post-Cold War era witnessed a decrease in armed conflicts in most of the developing world, Africa actually experienced a significant increase. Each year during the 1990s, the average number of armed conflicts in Africa was twice that of the previous decade. At the end of the 1990s, more Africans were dying in armed conflicts than were people in the rest of the world combined, with the continent accounting for more than half of the globe's major armed conflicts. Williams 2011:5. What explains the increase? How were these conflicts different than those of the Cold War? The sudden end of the Cold War dramatically altered the ideologically encoded geopolitical landscape, as the existing ideological frameworks, particularly the seemingly discredited leftist ideologies, suddenly seemed irrelevant. As William Reno, 2007:72, noted, armed insurgents now adopt contemporary-sounding generic labels typical of development and human rights NGOs, such as in Liberia, home to Liberians United for Reconciliation and Democracy, LURD, and the Movement for Democracy in Liberia, MODEL. As such, formal political ideas across a left-right dimension seem to be less relevant in Africa's armed struggles than other political motivations. The collapse of the Cold War altered the financial landscape of insurgency as well. External support virtually vanished overnight. The 306 United States, for example, no longer found it necessary to fund groups such as Jonas Savimbi's UNITA in Angola or Renamo in Mozambique. These groups had to find other sources of funding or seek a negotiated accommodation with their adversaries. Soon after the collapse of the Soviet Union, several Cold War-era African conflicts either dissipated or were resolved by diplomatic initiatives. In those cases, the superpower lifelines that kept the conflict alive quickly dried up, making a continuation of the struggle problematic for the parties involved. Yet in other cases, long-running conflicts entered their second or even third decade. These tended to be struggles that were peripheral to the Cold War, such as the LRA conflict, receiving relatively little attention from either the Soviet Union or the United States. The end of the Cold War also heralded a brief second wave of African secessionist movements. The partition of the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia altered the international norms regarding territorial integrity, leading to a resurgence of autonomy-seeking activities by regional leaders around the world, Africa included. Moreover, external pressure from Western donors advancing electoral democracy had the effect of undermining several authoritarian regimes, emboldening opposition forces pursuing self-determination. The de facto secessions of Somaliland and Puntland occurred after Somalia had all but collapsed as a functional state. Senegal's Casamance conflict, although it had begun in 1982, also took on renewed military vigor in 1990. Tuareg secessionism emerged as a violent political project in both Niger and Mali. By the middle to late 1990s, however, Western donors, faced with increased conflicts in the developing world, returned to policies supporting state integrity rather than self-determination, which contributed to largely closing this second window of separatist opportunity. Englebert and Hummel 2005. The international small arms market burgeoned in the wake of the Cold War's collapse, with cheap weaponry becoming readily available. Muga 2002. There is little doubt that groups that came to control mineral-rich areas, such as the RUF in Sierra Leone, the various Liberian factions, and insurgency groups in eastern Congo, used these minerals to tap into emerging international weapon markets. Armed groups were also able to take advantage of new advances in communications technology. The ubiquity of cell and satellite phones on the African continent increased the ability of guerrillas to communicate on the battlefield and with the international community. In Congo, Laurent Kabila's men used cell phones to coordinate their assault against Mobutu's shrinking forces in 1996 to 1997. Satellite phones also enabled rebel leaders to communicate with the international media. Both Foday Sanko and Sam Bakari. 307. Of the RUF, for instance, used them to connect directly to the British Broadcasting Corporation's Africa outlet. For other groups, the Internet provided another tool by which to communicate with external audiences. Websites were created, often by external supporters in Europe or the United States, in order to champion the causes of rebel groups, circulate their agendas, network with external supporters, and raise funds. A number of scholars argued that the complexity of African conflicts significantly increased during the 1990s and, with it, the difficulties in making sense of them. Paul Richards, 2005b, argued that modern African conflicts are part of broader ongoing social processes, making it difficult to distinguish between situations of war and peace, but with much of Africa existing in a liminal stage between the two. Within this increasingly ambiguous context, some authors characterized the post-Cold War conflicts as new wars to call attention to the changing characteristic of these conflicts as well as their connectivity to the processes of globalization. Mary Calder, 1999, argues that new wars are the antithesis of the old ones, which were conducted between states with a monopoly of violence within their own territories and with professional armies behaving according to accepted rules of combat. So-called new wars take place in weakened states, with little to no monopoly of violence, unable to exert their authority across their territory. Armies are no longer professionalized, and compete with private security forces, civilian militias, and armed gangs of bandits. There appear to be no front lines, no separation of civil from military, and no agreed-upon rules of combat. Calder and others argue that these new wars are driven by the collapse or disintegration of states that have buckled under the pressures of globalization, fueling corruption, criminality, and an increased propensity for violence. Conflict becomes increasingly privatized as paramilitary groups grow and non-state actors undermine the legitimacy of the state. The New Wars thesis posits that these conflicts are made possible because many governments are unable to exercise many of the functions traditionally ascribed to the Westphalian state model. In the context of contemporary globalization, these new wars are decentralized and combatants finance themselves through plundering resources and accessing informal economic networks, and thus a reliance on the local population is greatly diminished. Globalization has also meant that combatants acquire their weaponry directly or indirectly through the global arms market, making access to the tools of violence significantly easier than before. In contrast, Ian Clark, 1999, argues that globalization is not undermining the state as much as transforming it. Under the demands of Glob. 308. Alization, the domestic bargains about what the state is able to provide and what citizens are prepared to sacrifice are being renegotiated. This is evident in the types of security arrangements that governments are willing to provide, and their ability to pursue them unilaterally. For Clark and others, globalization is leading states not to wither away but to transform themselves to deal with a wide range of challenges and opportunities. Other observers stress the regional and transnational nature of many contemporary African conflicts. Chris Huggins and Jenny Clover, 2005, note the complex interrelationship between non-traditional actors, reflected in the complicated networks of insurgents and criminal gangs in recent conflicts in the Horn, the Maghreb, and parts of West Africa. With the rise of humanitarian interventions to address these conflicts, aid organizations, UN agencies, armed forces, and private security firms are often networked as well. Otsara 2010. These responses indicate the complex ways in which African conflicts are becoming increasingly regionalized. Observers have also paid attention to the character of violence employed in modern African conflicts. Many have noted the high prevalence of child soldiers in African conflicts. Brett and Spreek 2004, Annan and Blattman 2008. During the Sierra Leone Civil War, it was estimated that nearly 70% of the combatants were under the age of 18, Brocklehurst 2007. For many, the use of child soldiers further illustrates the belief that Africa's new wars are characterized by decentralized violence, brutality, and horrific atrocities. Armed insurgencies in Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Uganda, for example, became infamous for their use of torture and mutilation, often against unarmed civilians. For some observers, these acts of brutality were regarded as evidence of inherent irrationality, savagery, and a coming anarchy. Kaplan 1994. The cases of Sierra Leone and Liberia produced multiple interpretations of the conflicts and the reasons for their marked brutality. See Richards 1996, Abdullah 1998, Boas 2001, Richards 2005b, Fitton and Richards 2005. In his examination of Sierra Leone, Ibrahim Abdullah, 1998:204, 207, argued that socially marginalized youth were prone to criminal behavior, petty theft, drugs, drunkenness, and gross indiscipline. Lacking opportunities, they took up arms in pursuit of a radical alternative to the existing regime. Thandikam Gandair, 2002:181, suggests that the excessive violence in that conflict was driven by an innate hostility of urban youths against rural peasants. Other scholars sought to explain the rationality for the brutality, often suggesting that it reflected patterns of violence already embedded within society. Jabri 1996:22, 23. Anthropologist Rosa Ehrenreich, 1998, argued that the brutality of Uganda's LRA 309 is grounded in established social and spiritual beliefs of the region. In fact, the LRA illustrates the spiritual dimensions of many modern African conflicts. In his work on the Liberian Civil War, Stephen Ellis, 1999, examined the ways in which spiritual symbols and religious beliefs were employed, specifically how secret societies influenced the ways power was understood and violence enacted. Another notable characteristic of contemporary African conflicts is the fact that armed insurgents are overwhelmingly young men and the violence that they engage in has gender dimensions, including rape, sexual violence, and mutilation of women's bodies. Thus, an understanding of contemporary African insurgencies requires a critical examination of social factors, including the complex role of masculinity and violence upon women's bodies. Baz and Stern 2013, Baz 2017. Yet one should avoid assuming that only African conflicts are gendered, as well as resisting overly simplistic gendered readings of African conflicts. In Sierra Leone, for example, armed groups with more women in their ranks committed more rapes than groups with fewer women, with women participating in roughly a quarter of the rapes committed. Cohen 2013. Likewise, sensitivity to the generational dimension of African conflicts, and the role of youth, is needed. Udas and Vig 2017. Finally, many scholars emphasize that Africa's new wars fundamentally challenge state-centric assumptions about conflict and security. For example, Mark Duffield, 1998, argued that the traditional statist focus on thinking about conflict obscures the fundamental nature of contemporary conflicts, where the goal is often not to impose political authority over a territorial space in the traditional sense. Duffield speaks of postmodern conflicts to illustrate that emerging sub-state conflicts blur traditional social, political, and military categories, thus making responses grounded in traditional state-to-state strategic assumptions deeply flawed. Others have employed the term post-Westphalian wars to characterize conflicts such as those in the DRC, Somalia, and Sudan, in which the state's monopoly of violence has been significantly challenged from the outside and inside, leading to conflicts that are fought primarily between militias, paramilitaries, warlord armies, private security firms, and criminal gangs. A new millennium. Arguably the post-Cold War era can be demarcated further by noting significant developments since the turn of the century. In the first few years of the 21st century, Africa had the highest number of major armed 310 conflicts, 13, of any region in the world. Yet more than half of those conflicts came to an end by 2008, and by the end of the decade, Africa was home only to 1/5 of the world's major conflicts, Williams 2011:5. Within the past few years, however, new wars have broken out in Mali, South Sudan, and the Central African Republic, with conflicts continuing in Nigeria, Somalia, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. But while the new millennium initially witnessed a drop in the number of armed conflicts, this era was also shaped by the events of September 11, 2001, as the US-driven war on terror has become a new frame by which many Western policymakers and scholars engage with contemporary African guerrilla movements. Even though the label war on terror has dropped from fashion, the United States and the European Union continue to be highly concerned about failed states and ungoverned zones as breeding grounds for international terrorism, and with countering violent extremism. As we discuss in Chapter 8, Western states' concerns about terrorism, failed states, and illegal immigrants have come to dominate their engagement with the continent in recent years, influencing the character of African international relations. It should be noted that this new geopolitical framework has also provided opportunities and resources for African political elites, Dunn 2008b, Jurdy 2006. America's focus on combating terrorism has led to substantial increases in military support for select African states, as well as an increased U.S. military presence on the continent. Moreover, some African leaders have publicly linked their own struggles against domestic insurgencies to the US-led war on terror. Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni, for example, frequently situates his government's war with the LRA in this larger context. Other states have used anti-terrorist rhetoric and practices to justify repressive measures against their domestic opposition. Leaders such as Charles Taylor and Robert Mugabe, among others, frequently labeled their opponents as terrorists in order to justify their detention and the stifling of dissent, Adebayo 2003:181. Finally, while African armed groups in the immediate post-Cold War era were largely devoid of defining ideological orientations, by the beginning of the 21st century Islamic jihadism was becoming a significant feature of many emerging insurgencies, from Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb to Nigeria's Boko Haram to Al-Shabaab on the Horn of Africa. Indeed, recent years have witnessed the spread of armed Islamic jihadist groups in countries assumed to be immune to such developments, such as Kenya, Uganda, and Mozambique. While these groups are sometimes characterized by themselves and their opponents as part of a global jihad, with AQIM and Al-Shabaab pledging allegiance to 311. Al-Qaeda, and Boko Haram proclaiming itself the Islamic State's West African province, the degree to which religious beliefs are a causal factor in these conflicts is debatable. In their comparative work on African insurgencies, Boas and Dunn, 2017, argue that these groups appropriate the global discourse of Islamic Jihad while remaining rooted in the local cleavages that drive the conflict, reflecting a complex global-local nexus. Boas and Dunn also draw attention to the dynamic of brands and branches. Like most scholars, they reject the notion that these groups represent African branches of an organized global jihadist movement. Rather, they argue that groups such as AQIM, Boko Haram, and Al-Shabaab employ a global jihadist ideology in many ways akin to a global brand. Positioning themselves as part of a global jihadist struggle, these movements seek to connect their local and regional struggles within a recognizable brand that provides them with significant resources at home and from abroad. Such a framing also provides an easy and recognizable shorthand for the complicated and unique socio-political dynamics informing the insurgency, while also making local movements appear much more powerful and threatening. AQIM's international significance, for example, changed greatly once it attached itself to Al-Qaeda, making it more feared than it had previously been. Boko Haram's choreographed courtship with the Islamic State was driven in large part by the desire to enhance its global stature and exaggerate its power, making it look more powerful than it actually was in the face of regional counteroffensives. There are risks to employing a global brand, however, from the dilution of local support to the rise of unwanted attention, such as drone attacks by the United States. While the rise of Islamic jihadist movements reflects the growing complexities of local/global connections that characterize contemporary African insurgencies, they also represent new challenges because such movements often reject the modern state and the system of sovereign states. No matter how brutal, chaotic, and violent an insurgency such as Sierra Leone's Revolutionary United Front was, the international community could still enter into negotiations with it because the RUF recognized the legitimacy of Sierra Leone as a state, as well as that of the international state system. In contrast, groups such as AQIM and Boko Haram reject the very notion of the modern state. As such, they have little interest in being integrated into the established social and political order. Given this, and the fact that they engage in asymmetrical warfare where the goal is to outlast their opponents, they are proving to be very hard to defeat. At the same time, from Nigeria to the DRC, Africa is witnessing an increase in parochial rebel groups. Protecting local communities from 312. Predation, particularly from the central state. Some of these groups reject not just the legitimacy of the central government, but also the legitimacy of the state itself. Thus, the concomitant rise of Islamist insurgencies and parochial rebels may signal important developments in the evolution of African conflicts for the decades to come. Theories of war in Africa. There have been numerous theories offered to explain why conflicts occur in Africa. Some approaches seek to uncover similarities across conflicts, while others emphasize the uniqueness of each conflict. Some approaches emphasize a single primary causal factor, while others attempt to consider a multiplicity of factors. In his work on African conflicts, Paul Williams, 2016:9, offered a culinary metaphor, arguing that one should think about the many different recipes for making wars and the multiple ingredients which go into them. The metaphor is useful because, as Williams notes, first, wars are complex social systems and, like particular dishes, are comprised of multiple ingredients. Second, because the ingredients can be combined in a variety of different ways, recipes, like wars, don't always turn out as planned and, as with wars, it pays to have the correct instruments to hand at the right time or else the recipe will be ruined. Third, like wars, recipes don't make themselves, there must be cooks, and it is important to know whether one is dealing with a novice or a master chef. In this section, we identify and discuss some of the primary ingredients that have been identified by scholars of African conflicts. Resource scarcity. War-prone countries tend to be poor today. The poorest 1/6 of humanity endures about 4/5 of the world's civil wars. In seeking to explain this pattern, some scholars assume that poverty magnifies inequality, making it a powerful cause of armed violence. Some recent research, dubbed Malthusian or Neo-Malthusian by proponents and critics alike, examines the relationship between conflict and scarcity. Thomas Homer Dixon, 1994, has been influential in this respect, suggesting three hypotheses. First, decreasing supplies of physically controllable resources would provoke interstate simple scarcity conflicts or resource wars. Michael Clare, 2001, has asserted that competition and control over critical natural resources will be the guiding principle. 313. Behind the use of military force in the 21st century. Second, environmental scarcity might lead groups to migrate and produce ethnic conflict between newcomers and established communities. This has happened in Burkina Faso, for example, where many Mossi have moved to the country's southwest region in search of land. Finally, Homer Dixon, 1999, argued that environmental scarcity would not only impoverish people but also weaken institutions such as the state and cause deprivation conflicts. In short, increased scarcity will lead to resource capture by those with the means to do so, and marginalization of those without. African states' lack of adaptive capacity, Homer Dixon and Blitt 1998:9, might make them particularly susceptible to these forces. The claim is that economically poor states, lacking both financial and human capital and being ethnically diverse, are less likely to be able to manage severe environmental challenges that lead to scarcity. Approaches that make causal links between scarcity and violent conflict have been strongly challenged by other scholars. Paul Richards, 1996, for example, has roundly rejected what he labels the Malthus with guns thesis by pointing out that it fails to note the possibility that resources have non-material dimensions and that the causal factor might be scarcity not of resources but of justice in resource allocation. Scholars have noted that the relationship between environmental scarcity and contextual factors is highly interactive, making it impossible to determine the relative power of environmental scarcity as a cause of violence in specific cases. Moreover, there are a number of empirical studies that suggest that environmental change rarely causes conflict directly and only occasionally does so indirectly. Call 2006, Derman, Ajard, and Chastad 2007, see also Cavan and Gray 2008. Thus, one should be cautious in inferring a simple relationship between increased environmental scarcity and warfare. While neo-Malthusian assumptions and causal claims generate a fair amount of scholarly controversy, they do raise important considerations about the role of scarce resources, such as land, in the development of armed conflicts. On a continent that remains overwhelmingly agricultural, land continues to lie at the heart of social, economic, and political life. Moreover, there remains a lack of clarity regarding property rights in contemporary Africa, and land tenure continues to be deeply contested on much of the continent. Nustad 2015, Ajard 2006, Peters 2004. The potential for disputes over land to contribute to the outbreak of armed conflict has been of central concern. Citing such examples as Burundi, Côte d'Ivoire, Rwanda, and Zimbabwe, the World Bank acknowledged in its 2003 report Land Policies for Growth and 314. Poverty reduction that deprivation of land rights as a feature of more generalized inequality in access to economic opportunities and low economic growth have caused seemingly minor social or political conflicts to escalate into large-scale conflicts. Dining 2003:157. The Social Conflict in Africa database identified almost 2,000 reports of land-related conflicts between 1990 and 2016, SCAD 2017. The degree to which land insecurity is assumed to be a cause of conflict varies among scholars. The Small Arms Survey, 2013:104, noted that almost every armed conflict in Africa has had a land dimension to it, but very few are concerned solely with land issues. In almost all cases, land is one of many contributing factors such as economic inequality, political competition, discrimination, and exclusion that fuel violence. Much, of course, depends on the specific case under examination. Land scarcity can function as a structural or proximate cause of conflict. In the latter case, land disputes, tenure insecurity, and inequality in land access are combined with other factors that contribute to the outbreak of violence, as was arguably the case with the 1994 Rwandan genocide, André and Plateau 1998. Of course, land insecurity does not, in and of itself, necessarily lead to armed conflict. Not all countries suffering land scarcity or inequality in land ownership experience conflict. Yet in Africa and elsewhere, access to land is often interwoven with ethnic dimensions. Land use patterns and customary land tenure systems have historically had an ethnic basis, something colonialism institutionalized in many parts of Africa. This has meant that important issues around citizenship and migration, specifically claims of autochthony, come into play and can gain powerful salience. Autochthony, literally meaning emerging from the soil, implies localist forms of belonging, and can inform debates about the electoral eligibility of candidates as well as violent struggles over land ownership. Boas and Dunn 2013, Gashira 2004. The presence of such controversies on the African continent is not a new phenomenon. Their origins are found in both pre-colonial practices and ideas about the politics of place embedded in the colonial project. After independence, Many African states introduced citizenship laws to determine who legitimately lived within the borders of their territories, and could therefore enjoy the privileges of belonging, and who did not. Land issues became particularly vulnerable to the politics of identity and belonging, especially where two or more groups shared the land. In this case, one group might claim autochthony or son of the soil status, presenting the others as newcomers, immigrants, or strangers. Debates over who belongs and who has access to resources, including the ability to vote, can become 315. Politicized, particularly by aggressive political entrepreneurs. Of course, claims of autochthony need not necessarily lead to violence. Gashira 2009, Dunn 2009, Jackson 2006, Bayart, Gashira and Niamja 2001. Abundance. In contrast to the resource scarcity hypothesis, a number of scholars have focused on how an abundance of resources contributes to conflict. Paul Collier, 2007, for example, suggests that the calculations of costs and gains made by leaders of a rebellion are shaped by the revenues to be generated by control of natural resources, the availability of young men, and low levels of economic development, all of which, he argues, make conflict more likely. For Collier, economic greed, or opportunity cost, and control over resources are far stronger explanatory factors than political grievance. Collier and others often imply that African wars are fought not over political issues but in order to gain access to profits. Thus, conflict is regarded as driven by the pursuit of personal wealth instead of political power, though one may argue that these are the same things in neopatrimonial societies. Philippe L. E. Billen, 2005, has noted that, as natural resources gain in importance for combatants, the nature of the conflict itself changes, as military activities become centered on areas of economic significance. No longer is the Maoist tactic of winning over the peasantry important. Rather, insurgents often seek to establish permanent strongholds or areas of insecurity wherever resources are located. The state then typically deploys troops to the area, who often join in the plunder, making it hard to distinguish between rebels and soldiers, who might well collaborate, and displacing civilian populations. Cases in point include the so-called Sobals of Sierra Leone and the multiple violent actors in eastern Congo after 2003. The greed thesis suggests that contemporary African conflicts are explained primarily by economic considerations. Some observers have suggested that the goal of many armed conflicts in Africa is not necessarily the defeat of the enemy in battle, but the institutionalization of violence for profit. Bertel and Malone 2000. Combatants gain access to wealth not just by looting but also by maintaining resource-rich territories that are linked to international trading networks. This brings us back to the resource curse of Chapter 6, which associates an abundance of natural resources, particularly mineral exports, with poor economic performance and greater socio-economic inequalities and conflict. Ross 1999 and 2004, Cilliers and Dietrich 2000. One oft-cited example of the resource curse is the presence of oil in the Niger Delta, which has caused a number of states to expand control over oil and oil rev. 316. NUs against a backdrop of increased demands for self-determination, and access to resource-generated profits, from minorities in the region, Soares de Oliveira 2007. In recent years, the region has seen the rise of armed groups and militant youth movements that have contributed to fueling violence, Dunn by 2015, ICG 2009, Watts 2005. An umbrella movement for several militant groups, the Movement for the Emancipation of the Niger Delta, MEND, has blown up pipelines, kidnapped foreign oil workers, and killed government troops. Its main demands are control over oil and reparations for environmental damage. The group's popularity can be partially understood given that, despite billions of dollars in revenue from decades of oil production, many of the inhabitants of the Niger Delta remain impoverished. But in keeping with the greed not grievance thesis, it can be suggested that the impetus for the commencement of violence has more to do with economic profitability than with political marginalization. For example, several other militant groups have joined MEND in the region, arguably taking advantage of the foreign oil companies' willingness to negotiate with kidnappers and pay large ransoms, usually around $250,000, for captured workers. Critics such as Richards, 2005b, and Boas and Dunn, 2007, have argued that the greed not grievance approach assumes that theft and predation are the reasons for the guerrilla struggle, mistaking effect for cause. While such an approach may help explain how some conflicts are sustained, they fail to explain why conflicts start in the first place. There is clearly merit in the argument that economic rivalries greatly complicate and prolong a number of wars, the case of the Angolan Civil War being the clearest example. But the greed not grievance thesis primarily offers the observation that economic factors are necessary but not sufficient conditions for conflicts to occur. It would be a mistake, for example, to assume that the recent wars in Central and Western Africa started as competition over control of alluvial diamonds, coltan, or other natural resources. In fact, in both Sierra Leone and the DRC, extraction and marketing of natural resources became significant components only after the conflicts were well underway. Obviously, economic agendas are an integral part of African wars, as elsewhere. But the desire to accumulate, or, for grassroots combatants, to merely escape poverty, while an important motivation, is not the only one. Even authors closely associated with the greed thesis have later argued that to focus excessively on material explanations and the greed of actors may lead to one-sided explanations of conflict. Collier, Hoafle, and Rohner 2009, Bertel 2003, 2005. Ultimately, resources either scarce or abundant do not cause conflicts in and of themselves, but depend on political conditions and circumstances. 317. Modernity. Some observers have asserted that African conflicts emerge because of a crisis of modernity. Specifically, they argue that African societies are incompatible with Western modernity and civilization, Huntington 1993, Kaplan 1994. These explanations employ evocative heart of darkness, style imagery of Africa and Africans being incapable of existing in the modern world, with particular attention given to barbaric practices of violence and the employment of witchcraft and other forms of religious spirituality. The underlying assumption is that Africa and Western modernity are somehow incompatible. Cold War competition and the balance of nuclear terror kept local conflicts in check, but now endemic hostilities have reasserted themselves. A case in point is Robert Kaplan's, 1994-1996, discussion of the rough conflict in Sierra Leone, which he explains in terms of the dissolution of Africa's social fabric and the inherent inability of Africans to develop into a modern society. While roundly dismissed by most academics, this line of explanation continues to reassert itself in popular accounts of contemporary African conflicts. A different angle is taken by scholars who argue that the crisis is with the project of modernity itself, and not with an incompatibility of cultures, Apatory 1999, Dunn 2009. For some, the Westphalian state system, the representation and vehicle for Western modernity as it was exported to the rest of the world, has become increasingly challenged as a concept, an institution, and a practice. The reasons for this are varied, but the point is that these institutions and practices are failing to meet the needs within the lived experiences of most of the world's population, including Africans. Again, the concomitant increase in locally focused parochial rebels and caliphate-oriented Islamist groups may reflect a growing challenge to the legitimacy of existing states and of the state system itself. At the same time, conflicts can emerge as the institutions and practices of Western modernity are reinterpreted, reinvented, and reemployed. This point will be revisited later in our discussion of state collapse. Elite and factional competition. Political competition in any country is typically driven by political elites, usually of different backgrounds and policy perspectives, jockeying for access to political power and the various institutional resources associated with the state. Given the nature of neopatrimonial rule, the stakes for the winners and losers of elite competition can be quite high in Africa. Political leaders such as Felix Houphouët-Boigny, Mobutu, 318, Sisi Seko, and Jomo Kenyatta were masterful at managing elite competition to their own advantage. Problems often emerge, however, when political elites feel that the existing system thwarts their ability for political engagement. In such cases, the employment of violence may become increasingly acceptable for frustrated elites and their supporters. Bayart 1993, Reno 1995. In Africa, as elsewhere, many armed groups either are led by or contain large numbers of people who once enjoyed the fruits of state power and now seek to recapture those benefits through force of arms. Many former Mobutists, excluded from access to the formal and informal political system of post-Mobutu Congo, picked up arms under the banners of the Rassemblement Congolais pour la Démocratie, RCD, or the Mouvement de Libération du Congo, MLC. Likewise, some of the leaders of the Forces Nouvelles in Côte d'Ivoire were political elites excluded by the post-Houphouët state. It is worth noting that frustrated political elites who pick up arms are often interested in capturing the state and the spoils that come with it, while guerrilla leaders who are external to the established political elite, such as the LRA's Joseph Kony, are usually less interested in capturing the central government. In this line of analysis, many African conflicts can be understood as physical manifestations of the breakdown of the existing political system and its ability to successfully manage elite competition nonviolently. Bayart 1993, Day 2019, Mkandair 2002. Factional conflicts tend to emerge when competing elites mobilize their constituents in a struggle with other groups for scarce state-controlled resources. Chazan et al. 1999:201, Rosler 2016. This occasionally happens when an electoral faction decides that success is more likely through armed struggle than through the established legal system. Such was the case when Jonas Savimbi's UNITA restarted its armed struggle in 1992 after failing to win an outright majority in elections. Likewise, elements of Mozambique's Renamo renewed their armed struggle in 2013, 20 years after the end of the civil war, in response to their diminishing electoral success. Armed conflict is more likely to emerge from factional competition when the basis of mobilization is driven by feelings of social marginalization or regional disenfranchisement. Cooperman 2015. Around the world, regions, or social groups that feel they are being marginalized by the central state have contributed to fostering the emergence of armed insurgencies. Africa is no different, as is evidenced by current armed conflicts in such places as the Anglophone region of Cameroon and the northern and delta regions of Nigeria. 319. Identity conflicts. As noted in Chapter 3, Africa's ethnic and religious diversity is sometimes treated as a causal factor in explaining African conflicts. But it is fairly easy to dismiss the idea that differences in identity alone cause conflicts. As Paul Williams, 2016:141, observed, ethnicity does not cause armed conflict, rather so-called ethnic wars are usually the result of political power struggles between elites whose actions do not simply reflect static ethnic identities but instead shape identities and the political consequences that flow from them. The same can be said for religious and other forms of communal conflicts. Ultimately, identity differences do not cause conflicts, but they can be politicized to justify all sorts of actions, including political exclusion and violence. So-called identity conflicts in Africa have typically been driven by subnational groups raising fundamental questions about, and challenges to, existing power relations within a state. In many cases, the nature and territorial existence of the state may be challenged. All post-colonial African states, with the exceptions of Swaziland, as of 2018, Eswatini, and Lesotho, have internal communal subdivisions, which provide fertile soil for the expression of political aspirations tied to subnational identities. Posner 2005. Donald Horowitz, 1985, has argued that ethnic conflict is at the center of politics in divided societies, straining the bonds that sustain civility and often igniting violence. Philip Roessler, 2016, has argued that, given the ethnic diversity in most African states, those in power must constantly balance the challenge of sharing power with ethnic rivals, who may seize power through a coup, versus excluding those groups and risking civil war. Yet it should be stressed that the expression of communal identities, whether they be ethnically, racially, or religiously defined, does not necessarily lead to armed conflict. In fact, many African states with diverse populations, such as Tanzania, have not experienced significant ethnic or subethnic conflicts. Communal struggles tend to emerge in states that have several large geographically distinct ethno-regional groups, such as Nigeria, Sudan, Angola, and Congo, or a dominant group and an extremely cohesive, culturally distinct, and usually economically more advantaged minority, such as in Ethiopia. As discussed in Chapter 3, the European colonial project relied on the institutionalization, reification, and in some cases invention of ethnic identities, Naisongo 2015. Under colonialism, perceived cultural identities often became the foundation for political identities, which were enforced within the territorial state and reproduced through the 320 mechanism of the law as singular and unidimensional entities. For example, colonial rule in Rwanda turned the historically porous categories of Tutsi and Hutu into discrete and rigid political categories, Momdani 2001. Across post-colonial Africa, electoral competition has sometimes contributed to politicizing ethnic and other subnational identities, Ottaway 1999. As Peter Gashira and Francis Nyamja, 2000, have noted, political liberalization can lead to fierce debates on who belongs where, violent exclusion of strangers, and a general affirmation of roots and origins as the basic criteria of citizenship and belonging. In many cases, political liberalization has contributed to fostering a markedly illiberal move toward closure and exclusion. For example, the 1991 National Conference in Zaire not only introduced highly stringent citizenship laws but also denied the Banyarwanda delegation access to the conference. Crawford Young, 1976, observed that democratic competition rewards the numerically superior ethno-regional groupings, leaving the minorities who, due to colonial practices, were often more educated and economically advanced feeling underrepresented, marginalized, and disempowered. In some post-colonial African states, feelings of inequality and discrimination were exacerbated by elites constructing systems of patronage and political rewards based on shared ethnic identities. For example, Igbo fears of disempowerment and discrimination at the hands of the larger House of Fulani led to Biafran secession and war. As discussed in Chapter 3, almost all post-colonial African states have had to contend with the possibility of subnational communal conflict, be they ethnically or religiously defined. Given the continent's subnational diversity, most modern African states have actually been quite successful in managing possible identity conflicts. Yet some scholars, such as Edmund Keller, 2014 and 1996, have asserted that one of the defining features of the post-Cold War era is the emergence or resurgence of subnationalism, particularly ethnicity, in multi-ethnic states. While this does not necessarily lead to armed conflict, many modern African conflicts are framed as identity conflicts. Chapter 3 explores the issues of ethnicity in African politics and notes the difference between the theoretical approaches of primordialism, constructivism, and instrumentalism. We will not replay those differences here, but we note that, regardless of your theoretical approach, communal identity is a quite real phenomenon, given that it can serve as symbolic justification for very concrete political and economic interests. Yet the degree to which ethnicity and identity are ingredients in African conflicts remains highly debated among scholars. 321. Crises of the African state. If one assumes that most armed conflicts involve struggles over power and access to state resources, from sovereignty to state coffers, it is worth noting the ways in which some African states have entered an era of crisis and how that relates to the emergence of armed conflicts. After 1990, some African states faced multiple challenges, from increased geopolitical marginalization in the wake of the Cold War to the eroding of established neo-patrimonial systems, leading to the outright collapse of Somalia, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and the DRC. Recent scholarship has focused on three related aspects of state crisis that are relevant here: the bankruptcy of neo-patrimonial systems, the emergence of fragile states, and the existence of collapsed states. As discussed in Chapter 4, neo-patrimonialism is a common characteristic of African politics, producing seemingly stable and long-lasting regimes in states that appear simultaneously both strong and weak. Historically, neo-patrimonialism has produced weak states with remarkably stable regimes, such as the Mobutist regime in Zaire. Yet the 1990s and early 2000s witnessed crises emerging in many of the existing neo-patrimonial systems. In some cases, the patrimonial logic became so dominant that it lost its integrating and legitimating aspects, making it difficult, if not impossible, for the reciprocal assimilation of elites. Neo-patrimonial systems rely on the ability of political elites to fulfill the expected vertical redistribution of resources through the patron-client relationship, and when they fail to do so, the legitimacy of existing leaders is undermined and their position of power becomes increasingly challenged. While this is often the traditional trajectory in the emergence of armed insurgencies against the ruling elite, what became significant in recent years is the perceived bankruptcy of the neo-patrimonial state model itself in some contexts. This is evident in the rise of Islamic jihadist groups such as AQIM and Al-Shabaab, but also true for secular groups such as the numerous militias in eastern DRC that carve out and maintain structures of governance as alternatives to the existing neo-patrimonial state. Raemakers 2014. During the Liberian War, the Lofa Defense Force, LDF, and the United Liberian Movement for Democracy in Liberia, Chroma Faction, ULMOK, were seen as movements attempting to protect their people against the backdrop of the collapsed neo-patrimonial order. Ellis 1998, Reno 1998, Boas 2005. For some observers, the collapse of existing neo-patrimonial systems can be regarded as either a cause or an effect of the rise in weak or fragile states across the continent. While scholars may employ different 322 terms, such as weak, fictive, fragile, and shadow, the shared assumption is that state institutions continue to exist but are unable to function effectively for various reasons. Sandbrook 1985, Cruz O'Brien 1991. There are multiple dimensions and degrees of state fragility, suggesting a complex concept. As discussed in Chapter 2, some authors argue that the post-colonial African state was created structurally weak, Jackson and Rosberg 1982. For them, African political leaders and their external supporters have no interest in altering the status quo, and thus African weak states persist. For others, the African state has been made weak by the practices of African political elites. In many states, political leaders have used extra-state instruments to maintain their power, such as the employment of private military contractors, O'Brien 2000. Many political leaders have also protected their privileged positions through the creation of private armed militias. In some cases, militias are directly loyal to the regime in power, as in Côte d'Ivoire, where the Jeunes Patriots and other militias in the southern part of the country were closely connected to the presidency of Laurent Gbagbo through an informal shadow state structure. Similarly, in the Republic of Congo, former President Denis Sassou Nguesso used his private militia, the Cobras, to return to power in 1997, Clark 2008. In other situations, freelance militias are employed by the state to do their dirty work. This is one way to interpret the Sudanese government's handling of the crisis in Darfur, and the same analysis can also be applied to the employment of so-called former freedom fighters by the Zimbabwean regime in its land-grabbing schemes. Whether inherent or created, the weakness and fragility of the African state might contribute to the rise of armed conflicts. As state institutions no longer prove effective instruments of power, new opportunities become available both to individual officials and to other strongmen whose interests often run counter to those of the ruler. Boas and Dunn 2017, Udas 2012, Reno 1998. As the state shrinks and political competition can no longer be managed through legitimate channels, armed conflict emerges and the possibility of outright state collapse increases. State collapse refers to situations in which the state's structure and authority cease to function in a recognizable way, with the result being that established law and political order fall apart and require reconstitution. While fragile states are able to perform the expected functions of states on some level, a collapsed state fails to practice its sovereign authority, perform its institutional role as a tangible organization of decision-making or its intangible role as a symbol of national identity, or operate as the guarantor of security for the population within its territory. William Zartman, 1995:2, 3, has argued that state collapse in 323 Africa has occurred in two waves. The first took place during the second decade of independence, when regimes that replaced the original nationalist generation were overthrown, carrying the whole state structure with them into a vacuum. He points to the examples of Chad in 1980 to 1982, Uganda in 1979 to 1981, and Ghana in 1979 to 1981. The second wave occurred in the immediate post-Cold War era and continues to the present, exemplified by Liberia in the 1990s and Somalia today. Collapsed states reflect those situations when the state experiences complete loss of control over political and economic space. Perhaps the most widely cited author in the literature on this topic, Zartman, 1995:8, argues that state collapse is a long-term degenerative disease, with the emergence of armed insurgents regarded as a symptom, not a cause, of the collapse. Armed insurgents and internal conflict, however, can accelerate the process of state collapse. As the state loses control over its political space, neighboring states and dissident groups involve themselves directly in the vacuum left by the collapsed political order. But what causes a state to collapse? Zartman conceives of the process as a long-term slippery slope in which the established political and social orders are slowly worn away, often by societal pressures. René Lemarchand, 1997, argues that states experience turning or breaking points, such as a major influx of refugees into their territory, highly disputed transition elections, or the intervention of the military into state affairs. These triggering events often sharpen the edge of a conflict and can accelerate the process of internal decomposition, as happened in Zaire and Rwanda in the 1990s. Implicit, and sometimes even explicit, in the state collapse literature is a state-centrism that privileges strong institutional structures. Yet many have noted that state collapse has not been brought about by the anarchic tendencies of populations, but often by political elites trying to protect their privileges within the status quo. In Sierra Leone, for example, President Valentine Strasser reconfigured the bases of political authority and reshaped political networks in his favor, pursuing a strategy that intentionally destroyed state agencies and hastened state collapse. Reno 1995. The destruction of state institutions may not reflect so much the deterioration of political authority as dramatic shifts in the basis of political structure. Moreover, while many proponents of the collapsed state approach advocate the strengthening of state structures, Chesterman, Ignatieff, and Thakur 2005, Zartman 2005, others question whether large centralized states can be reformed to serve the interests of the masses or are even the best instruments for economic and social development in Africa. Otzerer 2009, Longman 1998. Underpinning the state collapse literature is an assumption that all states are constituted and function in a sim. 324. Euler way, on a spectrum from good to bad. This begs the question, for whom is the state failing and how? Rather than trying to determine whether or not an African state is failing or collapsing, one could investigate how political order is constituted and reconfigured, as Theodore Trifon, 2004, did in Kinshasa, and Timothy Rademacher's, 2014, did in Eastern DRC. Ultimately, such studies illustrate that different actors within the state have different interests, and that what is good for some, such as informalized power structures that enable elite consolidation of power and profit, may not be good for ordinary citizens. In fact, the goal of the regime may be to create and sustain structures and power relations that are generally considered the consequences of state failure. Gerard Prunier and Rachel Gisselquist, 2003, for example, portray Sudan as a successfully failed state, an intentionally hollowed-out entity sustained almost entirely by oil revenue. From the perspective of conflict and security, collapsed states can exacerbate regional insecurity, as neighboring states worry that domestic dissidents will seek refuge in the vacuum of the collapsed state. This can be seen in the contemporary case of Somalia. Widely regarded as a collapsed state, the country has effectively been without a functioning central government since 1991. In 2018, the government remained ineffective and was only able to tentatively control what little territory it could through the military assistance of its neighbors. Much of the country is under the control of armed militias, including Al-Shabaab. Practices of maritime piracy continue off the coast of Somalia, leading the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, to actively patrol the coastline. The United States has focused considerable attention on Somalia, as it fears that Al-Shabaab is receiving support from Al-Qaeda and training potential terrorists, Lindley 2009. In October 2011, neighboring Kenya sent hundreds of military personnel into Somalia, to secure the border region and thwart kidnappers who were launching incursions from Somalia. In response, Al-Shabaab expanded its activities into Kenya, launching over 100 acts of violence, including the 2013 Westgate Mall terrorist attack and the 2015 Garissa University College massacre, representing a significant regionalization of Al-Shabaab's campaign, Menkhouse and Gore 2017. Peacekeeping and conflict resolution. Post-conflict African societies often illustrate the truism that peace is fragile. In many cases, a precarious balance exists between renewed 325 conflict and sustained peace, which makes the term post-conflict more than a little misleading. Some scholars have coined the term conflict trap to illustrate that many societies emerge from conflicts with only a fragile negative peace in which the structural causes of the conflict, such as underdevelopment and social inequality, go unaddressed. Collier and Sambanese 2002, Collier et al. 2003. It is estimated that half of the countries that are in their first decade of post-conflict peace will fall back into conflict within that decade. Walter 2004. How do African conflicts end? What can be done to facilitate the cessation of hostilities? How can a lasting peace be established? During the Cold War era, conflicts tended to end through the outright victory of one side over the other. Geopolitical competition between the superpowers exacerbated this situation, given that their approach to resolving conflicts was often to increase support for their beneficiaries. In the post-Cold War era, however, emphasis tends to focus on negotiations, consensus, and compromise. As such, increased attention is given to concepts such as peacekeeping and conflict resolution. Yuan Galtung, 1975, distinguishes between peacekeeping, understood as halting violence of a conflict through military intervention, peacemaking, understood as reconciliation through mediation, negotiation, arbitration, and conciliation, and peace-building, which achieves social change through socio-economic reconstruction and development. While the former two can address direct violence, peace-building is necessary, Galtung argues, to confront structural violence ingrained in such issues as long-term insecurity, economic injustice, and the culture of violence. Galtung's work has had a profound impact on the field of conflict resolution. A more recent theorist, John Paul Lederach, 1997, built upon it to argue for the need to move away from a concern with resolving specific issues and toward a focus on restoring and rebuilding relationships. Not confusing effects for cause, the goal for Lederach is the sustainable transformation of societies. But how does one balance the practical demands of ending an immediate conflict with the long-term aspirations of remaking a society? What mechanisms are available to Africans for these tasks? To what degree have theories of African conflicts informed conflict resolution and peace-building? In recent years, there have been a variety of strategies employed for conflict resolution across the continent: diplomatic mediation and negotiations, armed intervention by international organizations such as the United Nations, armed intervention by regional organizations such as the Economic Community of West African States, armed intervention by multinational forces, arms control. 326. Verification, humanitarian assistance, election supervision, and post-conflict reconstruction. International interventions. The era of African independence coincided with an increasingly interventionist United Nations. One of the UN's first experiments in peacekeeping occurred within the context of the 1960 Congo crisis. In the wake of Katanga's secession and the unauthorized deployment of Belgian troops across the country, the Congolese government requested UN intervention and assistance. The subsequent United Nations operation in the Congo, ONUC, was initially authorized by the Security Council to use force only in self-defense, not to become a party to the internal conflict. It was only after increased violence and the murder of Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba that the Security Council chose to become further engaged, transforming ONUC from a non-interventionist peacekeeping force into an active participant in the conflict. While some consider ONUC a success, the situation in Congo grew considerably worse after ONUC arrived, and its mandate had to be altered before the conflict ended. ONUC helped keep Congo together, but its intervention did not resolve any underlying cause of state failure or conflict in the country, as subsequent years would show. After its intervention in Congo, there was considerable suspicion of the UN across Africa, and the Security Council became less willing to involve its members in African conflicts. During the Cold War, neither superpower was particularly interested in promoting the involvement of multinational peacekeeping forces in what were often regarded as Cold War proxy wars. Thus the 1970s and 1980s witnessed a relative absence of unled interventions in Africa, despite numerous armed conflicts. A substantial shift occurred toward the end of the Cold War, when the two superpowers worked together and through the UN to bring about resolution of the seemingly intractable conflict involving Angola, Namibia, and South Africa. The end of the Cold War reinvigorated humanitarian interventions and UN peacekeeping operations around the globe. From 1987 to 1994, the UN Security Council quadrupled the number of resolutions it issued and tripled the number of peacekeeping operations it authorized. Significantly, it positioned itself as the global guardian of peace and security by expanding the legitimate reasons for intervention to include protracted civil wars and humanitarian crises, Otunu and Doyle 1998. A significant expansion of the UN's role was in the peace enforcement. 327. Mission, regarded by some as third-generation peacekeeping. First generation is usually understood as traditional peacekeeping, in which lightly armed UN forces are stationed between warring factions to monitor a truce or troop withdrawal. Second-generation peacekeeping operations are multidimensional, with the UN becoming more involved in implementing peace agreements, from disarming former combatants and training new security forces to repatriating refugees and monitoring elections. Peace enforcement operations, in contrast, are effectively war-making missions, including enforcement of ceasefires but also military operations to protect the delivery of humanitarian assistance or repel aggression, Doyle and Sambanese 2006, Karlsruhe 2015. The humanitarian crisis that gripped the collapsed state of Somalia provided the UN Security Council with its first large-scale third-generation peacekeeping intervention in Africa since ONUC in the 1960s. After President Siad Barre fled Somalia in January 1991, a power vacuum existed in the country that none of the warring factions could completely fill. With the collapse of the state, a civil war raged and widespread famine engulfed the country. In response to the growing humanitarian crisis, the Security Council authorized military intervention through its United Nations operation in Somalia, UNOSOM. Warring factions agreed to a ceasefire within the capital, Mogadishu, for the delivery of humanitarian assistance, but when the operation was expanded into rural areas, the small contingent of UNOSOM forces came under fire and the situation worsened. The operation was then taken over by the Unified Task Force, UNITAF, a United States-led, unsanctioned multinational force tasked with providing a peaceful environment for the distribution of humanitarian assistance. While initially driven by humanitarian motives, there was substantial confusion about the scope of the mission. Initially, the United States sought to limit its involvement to just securing the delivery of food, while the UN Secretary-General argued for a broader role that would include disarming the warring militias. After UNITAF was dissolved, UNOSOM II was established, also with U.S. leadership but with an expanded mandate from the Security Council. UNOSOM II took on a more aggressive role, including engaging in a full-scale war with one local warlord, General Farah Aidid. The operation faced considerable opposition, including several battlefield victories for Aidid's forces, which led the United States to withdraw in March 1994 and UNOSOM II to abandon the country the following year. The failure of the UNOSOM missions raised substantial questions about the efficacy of peacekeeping operations in general, and the conflation between peacekeeping and peace in force. 328. Meant operations. Moreover, it raised concerns that military interventions in the context of collapsed states offer few solutions unless tied to long-term programs of nation-building. When the Rwandan genocide unfolded in 1994, the UN Security Council was paralyzed, in part because the United States refused to become involved in another African conflict that it claimed not to comprehend, Powers 2003. Within the UN itself, non-intervention was frequently touted as the only ethical response, even though there was already a small UN contingent on the ground as part of the Arusha peace process, Barnett 2003. Eventually, the UN was severely criticized from some corners for its inability or unwillingness to intervene in the Rwandan genocide, which contributed, in turn, to a more proactive engagement in subsequent conflicts. At the UN World Summit of 2005, all member states endorsed the doctrine of responsibility to protect, known as R2P, which now obligates individual states and the larger international community to protect populations from mass atrocities and human rights violations, such as genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. The doctrine provides a framework for global response strategies, including authorizing the use of force via the UN Security Council as a measure of last resort. On the one hand, R2P has provided the framework for the UN's involvement in several major peacekeeping operations in Africa. By the beginning of 2019, those included operations in the Central African Republic, the DRC, Mali, South Sudan, Sudan Darfur, Sudan Abyei, and Western Sahara. Today, roughly 80% of all UN uniformed peacekeepers are in Africa, twice as many as were deployed a decade earlier. Since the publication of this book's first edition, the UN closed peacekeeping operations in Burundi, Côte d'Ivoire, and Liberia. It is worth noting that the operations in the Central African Republic, the DRC, and Mali represent a significant evolution in the UN's peace enforcement mandates, as these are the first cases in which UN missions were authorized to use force targeting specific groups, which may have long-term implications for the UN and its role as impartial arbitrator. Karlsruhe 2015, Rhodes 2016, Tull 2017. On the other hand, R2P has generated a fair degree of criticism for its perceived failures and shortcomings. In his comparative study, Kurt Mills, 2015, notes that international interventions failed to adapt to the complexities in the DRC, complicated an ongoing conflict in Uganda by the intervention of the International Criminal Court, and have been unwilling to confront Sudanese state authorities regarding atrocities in the Darfur region. The ICC has been a major feature of 329. The R2P doctrine, but it too has come under considerable criticism, which we will discuss later. In addition to the more formal roles played by international organizations, civil society groups such as international non-governmental organizations, INGOs, are often significant actors in both preventive diplomacy and conflict resolution. They frequently serve the vital role of providing early warnings of the outbreak of hostilities, refugee flows, and human rights abuses. They can also be instrumental in facilitating dialogue between parties to ensure that disputes do not become full-fledged conflicts. Likewise, they frequently serve as vital actors in conflict resolution, largely because they are perceived to be neutral by the warring parties. The US-based Carter Center, for example, was instrumental in facilitating the negotiated settlement of the Ethiopia-Eritrea War. INGOs have also been fruitful in second-track diplomacy efforts at resolving African conflicts, as was the Catholic Church in the Mozambican Civil War. At the same time, some observers have noted that the different roles that INGOs and militaries play in peace operations can lead to organizational breakdown and potentially harmful outcomes. For example, Severine Otsura, 2010, and Theodore Trifon, 2011a, have both illustrated how peacekeeping operations in the DRC have been debilitated by the cacophony of interests, with NGOs, international peacekeepers, and domestic interests often undermining each other and occasionally working at cross purposes. Regional organizations and solutions. Shaped in part by the relatively poor record of UN intervention in African conflicts, a shift in peacekeeping occurred in the 1990s toward regional intervention and finding African solutions to African problems, McGinty and Richmond 2013. As we elaborate in Chapter 8, it is often assumed that regional organizations are quicker to respond, given their smaller size, and more in tune with the conflict at hand, given proximity and shared cultural background. Neighboring states are likely to suffer the impacts of armed conflict, so they may have a personal interest in maintaining security and stability within their region. The African Union's Peace and Security Architecture. The Organization of African Unity resisted taking on peacekeeping operations largely due to its founding precept of non-interference in the domestic affairs of member states, though budget constraints were also a consideration. The OAU's only substantial peacekeeping OPER. 330. Asian was a failed 1981 intervention in Chad. The transformation of the OAU into the African Union discussed in Chapter 8 reflected a fundamental change in the vision, objectives, and responsibilities entrusted in the organization, Engel and Porto 2009:82. While the O was to be guided by the same core principles as the OAU non-interference and peaceful resolution of disputes, other principles were enshrined in the O's constitution, such as respect for democratic practices and promotion of human rights. Noting the potential conflict between these principles, the Assembly of Heads of State and Government gave the O authority to intervene in the affairs of member states in grave circumstances, namely war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity, with a later amendment adding serious threats to legitimate order, Bemu and Sturman 2003. Since its creation, the O has been involved in armed peacekeeping operations in 6 member states, Burundi, 2003 to 2004 and 2007, present, the Central African Republic, 2013 to 2014, Comoros, 2006 and 2008, Mali, 2013, present, Somalia, 2007, present, and Sudan, 2004 to 2007 and jointly with the UN 2007, present. Central to the transformation of the O was the creation of the African Peace and Security Architecture, APSA. Established in 2002, the APSA includes the Peace and Security Council, PSC, the Military Staff Committee, the Continental Early Warning System, CEWS, and the Panel of the Wise. It also relies on its African Standby Force, ASF, composed of approximately 20,000 soldiers drawn from 5 regional brigades. The APSA has faced some practical challenges in fulfilling its broad mandate, which includes peace promotion, conflict prevention, post-conflict reconstruction, fighting international terrorism, and developing a common O defense policy, Engel and Porto 2009. Like all O organs, it lacks resources. Isiaka Badmus, 2015:11, observes that while the O has demonstrated strong commitment towards implementing the APSA, it is overshadowed by its capacity limitations and the lack of political will among O member states. Moreover, differences among the constitutive regional organizations regarding expectations, perceptions, and operating cultures have led to different strategic approaches, Soderbaum and Tavares 2009:71, 72. Even before the official launch of the PSC, the African Union engaged in its first peace operation in Burundi, AMIB, with some 3,500 troops from Ethiopia, Mozambique, and South Africa, in 2003. AMIB faced uncertainty regarding its mandate, financial constraints, and political difficulties due to neighboring states supporting different factions. Yet within a year it had helped stabilize the majority of the 331 country and was generally regarded as a success. The following year, the O embarked on its mission in Sudan, AMIS, a far larger operation that deployed in Darfur after Sudan rejected a UN intervention. Despite some limited successes, AMIS was ultimately unable to bring stability to the region due to the familiar problems regarding contested mandates, coordination issues, challenges of operating within an ongoing conflict, and lack of resources. The O also authorized a peacekeeping operation to Comoros, AMISEC, in 2006, composed of 400 troops, mainly to create a stable environment and monitor elections. Despite the relatively smooth results, the democratic process broke down shortly thereafter. South Africa tried to resolve the situation through diplomatic negotiations, but in March 2008 the O authorized a 1,350-strong force to remove the regime of Mohamed Bakar. While the operation was a success, the government of South Africa criticized it for undermining diplomatic negotiations, while others noted that the O did not engage in similar actions against coups in other states. In 2013 the O sent troops to Mali following France's military campaign against Islamist insurgents in the north. Later that year it sent troops to the Central African Republic in response to the civil war. That mission was folded into a larger UN operation the following year. Perhaps the most significant O peace operation has been the mission in Somalia, AMISOM, which was launched in 2007 with a 6-month mandate. It was still continuing in 2019. Perhaps the biggest challenge was securing troops for the mission. Until Burundian troops arrived in December 2007, Uganda was the only country to deploy soldiers to AMISOM. Despite scolding from O Commissioner Alpha Konare, member states were extremely reluctant to fulfill their promise of dispatching troops into the Somali conflict zone. The operation has also been undermined by Ethiopia and Kenya, both of which have sent troops into Somalia to pursue their own agendas. Though there were plans to create an unsupported internationalization force in 2008, it never materialized. In 2010, the African Union expanded AMISOM's mission beyond peacekeeping to peace enforcement, with the mandate of directly engaging al-Shabaab. After an increase in forces, in 2011 Kenya agreed to rehire its troops as AMISOM forces and increase its troop commitment. In 2013, following the Westgate Mall terrorist attack, Kenya integrated its forces into AMISOM. These developments led to modest improvements against al-Shabaab, though the Somali government remains weak and victory elusive. In 2019, AMISOM is constituted by troops from Burundi, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, and Uganda, and police forces from Ghana. 332. Kenya, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Uganda, and Zambia. For some observers, the O's decade-long engagement in Somalia stands as an unnecessary strategic blunder, Williams 2009. Regional interventions. The post-Cold War era has also witnessed a greater emphasis on peacekeeping and security by African regional organizations, with interventions by the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, in Liberia, 1990 to 1998 and 2003, Sierra Leone, 1997 to 2000, Guinea-Bissau, 1998 to 1999 and 2012, Côte d'Ivoire, 2003 to 2004, Mali, 2013, and Gambia, 2017, present, the Southern African Development Community, SADC, in Lesotho, 1998, and the DRC, 1998, the Economic and Monetary Community of Central Africa, CEMAC, in the Central African Republic, 2002 to 2008, and the Economic Community of Central African States, ECAS, also in the Central African Republic, since 2008. Peacekeeping operations by regional organizations have faced challenges related to command and control, poor coordination between participating states, weak political will, debates around mandates, and limited resources, hence Soderbaum and Tavares 2009. There have also been significant allegations of corruption and abuse of civilians by ECOWAS Ceasefire Monitoring Group, ECOMIG, Peacekeepers, OB 2009. Some Liberians relabeled the mission "Every car or moving object gone." Of course, allegations of abuse and corruption are not limited to regional missions and have also characterized international operations, as evidenced by charges of rape and abuse by UN troops in the DRC and elsewhere. Finally, it should be noted that regional peacekeeping operations are often seen as vehicles through which regional states strengthen their hegemony and pursue their own foreign policy agendas behind the facade of multilateralism. In the case of ECOMIG, Nigeria clearly played the leading role, while also providing an estimated 80% of the troops and 90% of the funding, and sustaining the bulk of the casualties, Adabajo and Mustapha 2008. Regardless, regional organizations have become a major mechanism for peacekeeping operations across the continent, a point we return to in Chapter 8. Post-conflict justice. Post-conflict societies tend to experience periods of intense political upheaval. The vast majority of conflicts in the world today occur in countries that experienced civil conflict within the past 3 decades. 333. One of the challenges for post-conflict societies is the disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration, DDR, of combatants. Since the end of the Cold War, DDR programs have evolved into large-scale endeavors that are often internationally funded, but with mixed results, Muga 2009, Soderstrom 2015. Another quandary is whether the crimes and atrocities that were committed during the conflict should be prosecuted or forgotten. Will recalling and prosecuting those crimes contribute to or undermine reconciliation? What mechanisms should be used in the attempt to balance the competing demands for accountability and reconciliation? In many contemporary post-conflict societies, a focus is placed on achieving transitional justice, which comes in different models, Bashiani 2002. The International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, ICTR, created by the UN to prosecute crimes committed during the 1994 genocide, provides an example of the international judicial model. The government of Rwanda initially supported its creation, but became the only country to vote against approving the ICTR's mandate. During its existence, the ICTR was criticized for its high cost, extremely slow pace, and limited prosecutions. Officially closed in 2015, the ICTR operated over the objections of the government of Rwanda, which chose to focus on its Gacaca justice institutions, Gahima 2012, Injalaira 2018, Jones 2010. Partly in response to the Rwandan genocide, the international community established the Permanent International Criminal Court in 1998. The ICC can investigate and prosecute international crimes only, namely genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and the crime of aggression, and only in cases where a state's domestic judicial system is unable or unwilling to do so. Since its creation, The ICC has received complaints concerning crimes in well over 100 countries, but before 2016 had only investigated African cases, specifically in the Central African Republic, Côte d'Ivoire, the DRC, Kenya, Libya, Sudan, and Uganda. There have been 32 arrest warrants to date, the first of which was for Joseph Kony, the leader of Uganda's Lord's Resistance Army, and 4 of his lieutenants. There have been verdicts reached in 6 cases, with convictions in cases concerning Mali and the DRC. Notable cases include charges against Sudan's President Omar al-Bashir, accused of crimes in Darfur, and Kenya's President Uhuru Kenyatta and his Vice President, William Ruto, concerning election-related violence in 2007 to 2008. The case against Kenyatta and Ruto collapsed spectacularly in 2016, little attempt has been made to arrest al-Bashir, and the arrest warrant against Kony effectively scuttled the 334 peace negotiations occurring at the time, Sharma 2015, Nguyen 2013. In 2011, Côte d'Ivoire's ousted Laurent Gbagbo became the first former head of state to appear at the ICC, charged with 4 counts of crimes against humanity. While many welcomed the prosecution of Gbagbo, it underscored to some that the ICC was predominantly, if not exclusively, prosecuting Africans, leading several African leaders to threaten withdrawal from the ICC. The Special Court for Sierra Leone, SCSL, follows the mixed judicial model. The pursuit of post-conflict justice in Sierra Leone has employed 2 concurrent transitional justice mechanisms. On the one hand is the domestic, quasi-juridical Truth and Reconciliation Commission, based upon the South African model. On the other hand is the unapproved SCSL. This was the first hybrid international court, jointly administered by the United Nations and the government of Sierra Leone. Though the international community largely considered the dual mechanisms in Sierra Leone a success, especially given the conviction of Charles Taylor in 2012, some have been critical of the ways in which the victim-perpetrator dichotomy has been employed. This dichotomy resulted in the further alienation of young, lower-ranking ex-combatants, whose social marginalization contributed to the conflict in the first place, and served as an obstacle for their reintegration into post-conflict Sierra Leonean society, Shaw 2010, see also Kelsall 2009. Unlike the international juridical model, the national juridical model pursues transitional justice through a state's domestic legal system, Pierre and Saindi 2015. For example, Ethiopia's transitional government established a special office to prosecute the crimes committed by the military council that had ruled from 1974 to 1991. These were known as the Red Terror trials, and were aimed primarily at establishing accountability and exacting revenge for those crimes, Tiba 2011. The best-known example of quasi-judicial transitional justice is South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission, TRC, an innovative and ambitious court-like institution established in 1995 to investigate human rights offenses that took place within the country during the apartheid era, specifically from 1960 to 1994. Victims were invited to testify about their experiences, with a focus on restoring their dignity and assisting their rehabilitation. The perpetrators of violence were also invited to give testimony and could request amnesty from prosecution. Thus, the goal of the TRC was to promote restorative justice, with the focus on uncovering the truth about past abuses, using amnesty as a mechanism rather than punishing the perpetrators. 335. Former President F.W. de Klerk appeared before the commission and offered his apologies for the suffering caused by apartheid, but his predecessor, P.W. Botha, refused, dismissing the reconciliation process as a circus. Generally regarded as a pivotal mechanism in the nonviolent transition to a post-apartheid South Africa, the TRC has also been criticized for offering only the illusion of reconciliation and for failing to hold the most serious perpetrators of violence accountable, Dubois and Dubois-Petit in 2008. Partly due to frustrations with the traditional models of transitional justice, there has been a recent shift toward customary law and other forms of local justice to complement tribunals and truth commissions, Shaw and Waldorf with Hazen 2010. For example, in northern Uganda, local elites have employed, and reinvented, Akoli rituals to cleanse, integrate, and reconcile former LRA combatants, Allen 2006, Baines 2007. One of the most notable, and controversial, local customary justice mechanisms has been the aforementioned Gacaca system in Rwanda. Based on reinterpretation of a traditional structure employing community participation, Gacaca was aimed both at prosecuting genocide suspects, of whom approximately 20,000 were already detained in jails across the country, and at helping to reconstruct Rwanda's damaged social fabric, Clark 2010, Gahima 2012, Englebert 2018. Gacaca faced a number of obstacles, not the least of which was dealing with a confused, fearful, and deeply traumatized population. The Rwandan state was accused of coercing participation in the trials and interfering with the hearings in order to collectivize the guilt of all Hutus, Englebert 2008. Moreover, Gacaca has been regarded as extremely one-sided given the complete absence of prosecution of crimes committed by the Rwandan Patriotic Front, Strauss 2008. Critiques of conflict resolution. Peacekeeping attempts in Africa have been criticized in part because of their failure to consider insights provided by the theories of African conflict. Some authors, such as David Shearer, 1997, wonder whether international mediations and negotiations may prolong conflicts in warlord insurgencies such as in Sierra Leone. Likewise, Christopher Clapham, 1998b, has expressed concern that the accepted standardized mechanism for conflict resolution has been defined by, and in the interests of, neoliberal democratic states. Clapham argues that in the post-Cold War era, sovereign states and their territorial integrity have 336. Lost their privileged status, democratic values and neoliberal understandings of human rights have been accepted as universal values, and all parties in a conflict have been granted a standing in peacemaking processes. As such, two models of conflict resolution have become dominant: the installation of a constitution based on multi-party democracy, example Angola and Mozambique, and the creation of a coalition government, attempted in Liberia and Somalia. By looking at the Rwandan case in the early 1990s, in which variants of both approaches were applied with disastrous consequences, Clapham suggests that the assumptions in the dominant conflict resolution model are inherently flawed, particularly the notion that combatants might share common values and that mediators are neutral. For Clapham, these assumptions contributed to fostering the conditions from which the 1994 Rwandan genocide emerged. Mark Duffield, 2007, has suggested that contemporary conflict resolution enables Western regulation of the developing world, by stressing that conflicts stem from localized misunderstandings or disagreements, and ignoring issues of inequality, economic growth, and resource distribution. For Duffield, international conflict resolution projects are actually Western interventions that function as new forms of imperialism in which the structural divisions between global development and underdevelopment are maintained and policed. Moreover, Pierre Englebert and Dennis Tull, 2008, have shown that international interventions tend to underappreciate the domestic political logic of African conflicts and might be overly optimistic about their chances of effectively shaping local outcomes. Inherent in practices of contemporary conflict resolution is the assumption that government institutions need reforming and strengthening. Indeed, there is an uncritical assumption of the need for a strong state. Even when there is general agreement that the central state is one of the main sources of insecurity among the population, externally imposed projects of post-conflict restructuring privilege the strengthening of the state. In her work in Post-Conflict DRC, for example, Séverine Otsara, 2010, notes that most NGOs and international actors recognize that the Congolese state is a negative force in most people's lives, yet they continue to support state-centric notions of reconstruction that work to strengthen the central state and increase human insecurity on the ground. Indeed, The conflict in the DRC highlights the variances in defining security and arguably illustrates the need to shift focus more toward human security. 337. Human security and insecurity. Traditionally, national security has been about protection from external military threats or from internal subversion of the established political order. In Africa as elsewhere, national security is often more narrowly equated with regime security. In recent decades there has been a shift in how security is conceived to include a range of other considerations. Barry Buzan, in People, States, and Fear, 1983, claimed that security should be defined to include political, economic, societal, and environmental aspects. Others have argued that we need to move beyond regarding the state as the primary, if not exclusive, referent for discussions about security. The state, after all, is but one form of social organization that changes over time and place, as the African cases so aptly illustrate. Many scholars and activists have argued that more appropriate referents of security are the biosphere and the individual, together linked by the concept of human security. This position was embraced by the OAU, which released the Kampala document in 1991 on security, stating, "The concept of security embraces all aspects of the society including economic, political, and social dimensions of individual, family, and community, local and national life. The security of a nation must be construed in terms of the security of the individual citizen to live in peace with access to basic necessities of life while fully participating in the affairs of his/her society in freedom and enjoying all fundamental human rights." OAU 1991. Of course, this is a far cry from what most African states have achieved in practice. 5. Human security, gender, and development. Feminist security analysis has tended to focus on patriarchal structures of privilege and control that effectively legitimize various forms of violence, Parpart and Thompson 2012, Tertian 2016. From this perspective, the concept of national security has been used to preserve the male-dominated order, rather than protecting the state from external attack, Enloe 1989, Hooper 2001. To what extent is the security discourse gendered? Do women experience security/insecurity differently than men? How does taking a gender analysis of the concept of human security illuminate the different ways women might conceive of and experience insecurity in Africa? Young men continue to make up the majority of armed combatants in conflicts in general, yet women often bear the brunt of these armed conflicts, and sometimes in ways that are different from men's experience. 338. Ins. It has often been noted that women frequently experience armed conflict as victims of rape, torture, and sexual slavery. Up to 500,000 women were raped during the 1994 Rwandan genocide, and the high levels of sexual violence during the conflicts in the DRC led a UN official to dub the country the rape capital of the world, Baz and Stern 2013. Because women, and women's bodies, become sites upon which violence is inflicted by men during armed conflict, warfare is gendered at the most basic level, Baz 2013, Baines 2007. Yet African women regularly experience violence, rape, and sexual assault in their daily lives, regardless of whether or not they find themselves in a war zone. In 2009, South Africa's Medical Research Council reported that more than a quarter of men in that country admitted to having committed rape, with almost half of those reporting multiple assaults. Reportedly, 60% of boys over age 11 believe that forcing someone to have sex is not an act of violence. The study concludes with the observation that rape is far too common, and its origins too deeply embedded in ideas about South African manhood, for the problem to be predominantly addressed through strategies of apprehension and prosecution of perpetrators, Jukes et al. 2009:2. When Jacob Zuma stood trial in 2006 for raping a family friend, he defended himself in court by arguing that the woman was dressed provocatively and that it was against Zulu culture for a man to leave a sexually aroused woman unsatisfied, Lindau 2009. For many feminist activists, his acquittal highlighted both the often violent patriarchal structures of African society and the difficulty in finding legal protection, the combination of which increases women's daily insecurity. Sources of insecurity for African women are also generated by the gender inequalities in control over resources. Women's access to land and other types of property is legally limited in many parts of Africa, and a significant proportion of married African women do not enjoy control over their own earnings. With regard to basic human needs, the UN notes that more than half of rural households and about a quarter of urban households in sub-Saharan Africa lack easy access to drinking water, and most of the burden of water collection falls on women, United Nations 2010:11. The burden of meeting basic needs, such as food, clothing, and shelter for themselves and their families, often falls on the female and thus becomes a major source of insecurity. This is often exacerbated by the gender inequalities in power and decision-making. More generally, a number of scholars working from a human security approach have noted the link between development and insecurity. 339. Indeed, it has become commonplace to assert that one cannot have development without security, or security without development. The argument is often made that conflicts are frequently driven by poverty and underdevelopment, with the corollary assumption being the developed world must assist in reducing poverty and developing unstable regions of the world. Human security has thus been increasingly framed in terms of protecting and improving the livelihood of the world's poor and marginalized, UNDP 1994, King and Murray 2001. Yet scholars such as Mark Duffield, 2001, 2007, have challenged this assumed connection, suggesting that traditional approaches to development, along with humanitarian intervention, function less as a vehicle of change and more as tools for maintaining global inequality. Human security and the environment. Setting aside the contested neo-Malthusian assertion that environmental degradation leads to a rise in violent conflict, scholars have explored the ways in which environmental change may be impacting human insecurity, examining the sources of and possible responses to environmental insecurity. Dudney and Matthews 1999, Myers 1989, 1993, Olson 1999, Dalby 2002, 2009, Barnett 2001. With respect to climate, Africa has the smallest carbon footprint of all continents. In 2016, for example, emissions of carbon dioxide, CO2, for all of Africa stood at 1 ton per capita, in comparison with a world average of 4.8 tons per capita, Chinese emissions of 7.5 tons per capita, and US emissions of 15.5 tons per capita. 6. Yet Africans are among the most vulnerable to climate change, and among the most ill-equipped to respond to it. Many scientists predict that Africa will face increased environmental insecurity as crop production is affected by increased temperatures, changes in rainfall, rising sea levels, and extreme events such as floods and landslides. Temperatures are expected to rise across Africa, which will increase the risk of drought and further stress agricultural production. Given that a high proportion of Africans rely on crops and livestock for their livelihoods, human security on the continent is highly vulnerable to environmental changes. For example, Uganda's Department of Meteorology warned in 2007 that even a slight temperature increase could wipe out most of the country's coffee crop, which is essential to the country for generating export revenues. Republic of Uganda 2007:12, 13. Water remains an extremely important resource in Africa, for people, crops, livestock, and energy generation. Changes in the availability. 340. Of water would have substantial impacts on many aspects of life for both rural and urban dwellers. Rainfall is expected to decline significantly across most of Africa, including in the Sahara Desert. For a stunning example, one can look at Lake Chad, which was once the continent's fourth largest lake with an area of about 26,000 square kilometers. By 2017, it had shrunk to less than 1,000 square kilometers due to climate change. Even where rainfall is predicted to increase, as in eastern Africa, much of this will come in the form of heavier and more torrential conditions, leading to destructive runoff and erosion. During 2007, Africa experienced its worst flooding in 3 decades, with more than 1 million people affected in 20 countries. Heavy rains and flooding destroyed homes and crops, leaving many communities extremely short of food and vulnerable to substantial health risks. But such floods have become the new norm, with Eastern Africa experiencing its worst flooding in early 2018, resulting in hundreds of deaths and displacing thousands. There is also concern that deforestation, due to both climate change and overclearing driven by economic pressures, will increase desertification and soil erosion. In many parts of Africa, forests are vital for local livelihoods, yet people's ability to manage, control, and even access these resources is often legally constrained. African forests are also becoming a global commodity, whether as a resource for carbon emission reduction in the attempts to address climate change or as a source of raw materials such as timber, fuel, and pulp. Tallman 2009:85. Global climate changes will affect the human security of not just rural Africans but also urban dwellers, given the expected increases in heat waves, flooding, and pollution, and the expected rise in sea levels. Those most at risk are the poor majority, who already live in a precarious situation with extremely limited access to water, sanitation, and government services. To be clear, the effects of climate change are already being felt across Africa. Despite the fact that Africa will likely suffer the brunt of problems associated with global climate change, it has been powerless to address these security issues in the global arena. This is partly due to the divergent agendas and opinions among African states, but also due to their position within world affairs. It is to these concerns, particularly African agency in world affairs, that we turn next. In writings about African international relations, it is not uncommon to find the claim that Africa exists at the margins of world affairs. But to what extent is this an accurate claim? How has Africa functioned historically in the development of the international system? What agency do its states have in the international era today? To what extent do African states work together? What have been the main challenges for achieving cooperation among them? What issues and themes have characterized African states' relations with their former colonial powers? How did African states navigate the Cold War competition between the United States and Soviet Union? How have relations with the United States, Russia, and China evolved in recent years? In this chapter we examine the development of intra-African relations from independence, to the creation of the Organization of African Unity, to the OAU's reinvention as the African Union. We then turn to an exploration of external bilateral relations, tracing the evolution of relations between African states and European powers, global superpowers, and emerging middle powers. We then look at African states' agency within a range of international organizations, from the UN to the World Trade Organization, WTO, before concluding with a discussion of the privatization of African international relations. But first we begin with a discussion of this idea that Africa exists at the global margins. This representation of marginalization is often articulated in one of two ways: Africa is politically and economically marginalized within the practice of world politics, and Africa is ignored or marginalized by theorists of world politics. The first suggests that Africa and Africans exist on the margins of the world stage, seemingly besieged by a plethora of unanswered and underreported crises, ranging from war, poverty, famine. 343. 8. The international relations of African states. Corruption, and disease to environmental degradation. For some, the external world largely ignores these tragedies, denying Africans the adequate media coverage and policy attention they might need to find solutions to their predicaments. In some corners of the Western popular press, Africa is repeatedly portrayed as a helpless, collapsing continent in need of saving, but, at the same time, as seemingly beyond comprehension and salvation. Kaplan 1994, The Economist 2000a. This portrayal is often underpinned by an assumption that Africans and African states have very little political or economic weight in world affairs. From this position, an image emerges of Africa at the margins of world affairs, with external forces, be they foreign states, markets, or institutions, acting upon the continent unimpeded because of Africa's negligible agency. That Africa suffers rather severe problems associated with poverty and underdevelopment cannot be dismissed. Yet it would be a mistake to conclude that Africans or African states lack agency in their own affairs or on the world stage. As noted throughout this book, ordinary Africans are neither passive nor powerless actors. Likewise, while it may be easy to note the many ways in which external political and economic actors exert influence on the continent, it would be a mistake to assume that Africans are somehow marginal to, or even outside of, world affairs. One as Tukufu Zuberi, 2015:1, quipped, "Any conceptualization of world history is incomplete without a consideration of Africa's role." Much of this chapter will illustrate that, as Jean-François Bayart, 2000:267, put it, the discourse on Africa's marginality is a nonsense. The second claim about marginality concerns the ways in which theorists of world politics think about Africa and its place in international relations. The argument is that the academic field of international relations, IR, has largely ignored Africa and has little to say about African experiences. See Cornelissen, Chiru and Shaw 2012, Vale, Swatuk and Oden 2001. A few scholars claim that the inability of IR theory to accurately address African experiences is due to African exceptionalism, Newman 1998. Others argue not so much that Africa is unique, but that the concepts and assumptions that traditional IR theory makes are flawed, and that these failures are thrown into stark relief when placing African experiences at the forefront of one's analysis, something most IR theorists fail to do. Abrahamson 2016, Dunn 2013, Dunn and Shaw 2001, Odum and Andrews 2017. While there is considerable variation among these Africanist critics, a common argument is that the accepted tools of Western social scientific analysis fail to capture the political processes at work on the continent. As Bayart, 2000:229, bemoans, much of what happens in Africa is made invisible to outsiders. This 344 may be due to failures in the approaches, assumptions, and conceptualizations that are dominant in Western IR theory. William Brown, 2006, contends that the claims of Africanist critics do not apply to the field of IR in general, but primarily to the dominant North American paradigm of realism, though one might also include liberalism and the matching neo-revisionist approaches of both. Yet a number of Africanists have continued to champion the insights generated by realism and other traditional IR approaches. Clark 2001, Solomon 2001, Schrader 1994, 2004, Ayub 1998. Douglas Lemke, 2011, argues that IR theories such as realism and neorealism appear inconsistent with African political reality not because of flaws in the theory, but because IR scholars fall into a state-centric trap that ignores African experiences with non-state actors. According to Christopher Clapham, 1996:246, the greatest source of scholarly distortion of African international relations concerns the privileging of the state and faulty assumptions about the state, which has obscured more than illuminated the relationship between the political elites in control of state institutions and those they seek to govern. As Engel and Olson, 2015:54, assert, what clearly has failed is the post-colonial social construction and related academic imagery of the state in Africa. As a corrective to the reputed deficiencies within the IR discipline, scholars working in the field of African politics have long provided a more nuanced and sophisticated way of thinking about the sovereign state. Many have critically examined the ways in which international sovereignty became the pretext for ensuring external support for the maintenance of a growing cadre of corrupt and repressive regimes across the continent. Englebert 2009, Reno 1998. Others have explored the numerous ways in which Africans resisted or avoided the state and its attempts to exert control over the populace, creating alternative forms of governance. Rademacher's 2014, Trifone 2004. As earlier chapters noted, many African states are detached to varying degrees from their domestic societies while, at the same time, being dependent upon external sources of support and legitimacy for their survival. Frederick Cooper, 2002:141, has argued that this is not a recent development, but was a characteristic of colonialism, as European states were unable to completely extend their rule over the African population but used the colonial state to control the interface of national and world economies. After independence, African leaders inherited and perpetuated these gatekeeper states. This has produced what Clapham, 1996:256, calls the privatization of Africa's relations with the rest of the world, not only through their subversion by private interests of politicians both inside and outside the continent, but through the displacement 345 of traditional state-to-state relations as a result of the processes of globalization. We explore this development at the end of the chapter. Finally, it should be noted that there is considerable divergence of opinion about the nature of the international system and Africa's place within it. For instance, different IR approaches place differing levels of emphasis on structural forces, be they the anarchical nature of the international system or the hierarchical relations between states. Different assumptions are also made about the possibility of conflict and cooperation between states, and debates exist about the malleability of state behavior and the historically constructed nature of world politics in general. Because we do not want to foreclose fruitful paths of interrogation and analysis, we attempt to maintain a position of theoretical pluralism in this chapter. We reject, however, the notion that the international system represents a timeless structure largely untouched by human agency, Waltz 1977. Rather, we recognize that the international system is both a historical artifact and an ongoing project. As such, it is important to acknowledge the varied ways in which African political elites, as well as ordinary Africans, exert agency in world affairs, engaging Western conceptions, theories, and practices of IR on their own terms and within their own agendas. Abrahamson 2016, Brown 2012, Brown and Harmon 2013. Such insights highlight once again the fallacy of Africa's marginalization and assumptions about any lack of agency among Africans. As a next step, it is useful to briefly investigate the history of Africa within the contemporary international state system. Africa in the World. Jean-François Bayart, 2000:234, observed that Africa is in no sense extraneous to the world. To speak of Africa's relationship with the world is to ignore that Africa is of the world, and of the myriad ways in which the continent has been actively engaged in the events, processes, and shifting configurations of power that have historically evolved across the globe. Taylor and Williams 2004b, Brown and Harmon 2013. African societies were active participants within the various world systems and economies long before the development of today's international state system. For example, the communities along the Swahili coast were integrated into political, social, and economic systems to the east as early as the 2nd century. Likewise, northern and western Africa have been connected to European societies for millennia. There has been lengthy interaction between European and African soci. 346. Eddies, continuing even after the trans-Saharan trade routes became controlled by Islamic communities moving westward and into Europe beginning in the 7th century, Abun Nasr 1987. The colonial portrayal of a European discovery of Africa is a massive myth reliant on a case of active historical amnesia. What this myth suggests is that European-African relations were largely driven by changes within Europe itself. For instance, the Enlightenment significantly altered how Europeans saw themselves and their relationship with non-Europeans, while also changing economic patterns in Europe, not the least of which was the rise of industrial capitalism. While it is true that internal European dynamics helped drive the transatlantic slave trade and the rise of the European colonial project overseas, there is substantial scholarly evidence that highlights the role of African agency in shaping relations between Africa and Europe, by Art 2000, Cooper 2014, Marks 2006, Northrup 2008, Thornton 1998. Simply put, assuming Europeans determined the interactions between themselves and Africans during colonialism denies African agency, ignores historical evidence, and obscures the multiple ways in which Africa and Europe have historically been connected by a constant ebb and flow of ideas and goods. Yet by the 18th century, Europeans, given their technological advantage, frequently enjoyed positions of asymmetric power compared to non-Europeans. With the ascendancy of the capitalist economic system and territorial state system in Europe, European powers established informal empires in parts of the African continent. With the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 and the perceived threat of the rise of Egyptian nationalism, Britain contributed to initiating the transformation to more formal empires and the scramble for Africa among European powers, Robinson and Gallagher 1961. The Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885 was held largely to mitigate the detrimental effects that the scramble for Africa had unleashed. Recognizing that competing European interests in Africa could lead to violent confrontations between the colonizing parties, Germany's Otto von Bismarck heeded Portugal's call for a meeting to formalize the process of territorial conquest. With all major European powers in attendance, the Berlin Conference established the principle of effective occupation, which required the imperial powers to prove possession of their colonies, either through treaties with local leaders or through direct physical administration of the territory, as well as economic use of their possessions. As noted in Chapter 2, in the aftermath of the Berlin Conference, European imperial powers quickly established a direct, but 347. Largely superficial, physical presence to support their territorial claims across the continent, with the only substantial subsequent alteration being Germany's loss of its colonies at the end of World War I. Following World War II, the United States and the Soviet Union slowly began to exert their influence in Africa as the continent became part of the emerging geopolitical landscape upon which Cold War competition was projected. As the European imperial powers engaged in the process of decolonization throughout the 1960s, both superpowers either proactively or reactively increased their interests in Africa. In general, the Soviet Union was driven by the desire to establish friendly relations with the newly emerging states, especially those with strongly anti-imperialist regimes, while the United States was primarily interested in thwarting perceived Soviet expansion on the continent and maintaining the systemic status quo in the context of decolonization. The Cold War loomed large over the African continent, as nationalist struggles and internal insurgencies were often caught up in the geopolitical machinations between the two superpowers and their allies. The Cold War competition also provided African political leaders with new opportunities for leverage within world affairs. Throughout, both superpowers actively supported regimes that they regarded as friendly, while occasionally seeking to destabilize those they considered threats. Significantly, the economic networks established during colonialism persisted and new commercial ventures further intertwined Africa and Europe. At the same time, the economic crises of the 1970s severely impacted the African continent, and contributed to reshaping its relationships with Western powers and, in particular, international financial institutions such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. As evidenced in several earlier chapters, the sudden collapse of the Cold War altered the geopolitical landscape for African states. Deprived of considerable military and financial support, to say nothing of the bargaining power they enjoyed by playing off the desires and fears of the superpowers, many African leaders found themselves adrift. Some regimes quickly collapsed, such as that of Siad Barre in Somalia, while others managed to radically transform themselves, such as that of Jerry Rawlings in Ghana, and still others engaged in survival strategies that further eroded already fragile states, such as that of Mobutu Sese Seko in Zaire. In recent decades, Africa has been affected by the ongoing processes of global economic restructuring, including the adoption of neoliberal restructuring policies required for access to funding from the international financial institutions, but has also benefited from the rise of global commodity prices. While some African leaders have 348 complained about the continent's perceived marginalization in the post-Cold War era, the presence of oil and other valued resources has ensured continued commercial interest by external forces. The end of the Cold War bipolarity has also increased opportunities for emerging powers such as China and India to engage with Africa. Moreover, the growing importance of international organizations in the post-Cold War era has provided platforms for African interaction with external actors, further belying the myth of marginality. Intra-African relations. What have been the primary divisions between African states? To what extent have they been able to cooperate and achieve coordinated foreign policies? In this section, we examine the principle on Pan-Africanism and how it shaped attempts at coordination between newly independent African states. After discussing the creation of the Continental Organization of African Unity, we examine its reinvention as the African Union in 2000. We then explore African experiences with regional organizations, from regional economic communities to regional collective security organizations. Pan-Africanism and the Organization of African Unity. As African states moved toward independence, there was a fair amount of rhetoric around Pan-Africanism. As Crawford Young, 1986:425-426, noted, the doctrine of Pan-Africanism was at once a global creed of racial solidarity, a doctrine of shared solidarity in the task of freeing all of Africa from alien rule, and for a visionary though initially influential minority an imperative of continental unification. The concept was rather vague, implying a level of continental unity, if not integration, in the post-colonial era. There was general agreement that all African societies across the continent should be free of European colonial control and enjoy national self-determination, but there was tremendous disagreement about the level to which post-colonial African states should be integrated with each other or the degree to which policies should be coordinated. Within a few years, the term Pan-Africanism was broadly employed to convey a vague continental consensus of mutual support, often without any specific policy prescriptions. In many respects, the political rhetoric of Pan-Africanism was shaped by a desire for continental coordination in the face of shared dependence. 349. Within the global economic system. Given the Cold War context, African states also found strength in numbers as they navigated the bipolar terrain that was dominated by the two competing superpowers. Claims for Pan-Africanism helped shore up domestic political support for new African leaders, while covering over the often quite close relationships they maintained with the former colonial powers. Pan-African solidarity also ensured respect for the rules of the game in the newly emerging African state system, and thus minimized possible sources of conflict. Given the artificiality of the state borders and the potential chaos that could emerge by beginning a process of redrawing international boundaries, African leaders were quick to endorse the sanctity of those boundaries. Indeed, it was the drive to protect the sovereignty of the new African states that led African leaders to both reject proposals for continental integration on the one hand, and champion a limited degree of coordination among their fellow African states on the other. The drive for African continental coordination and integration was largely championed by President Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana. In 1958, 1 year after Ghana gained its independence, Nkrumah hosted the first conference of independent African states, in Accra. Bringing together Egypt, Ethiopia, Ghana, Liberia, Libya, Morocco, Sudan, and Tunisia, as well as nationalist activists from several colonies, the conference was in many ways the foundation of formal post-colonial inter-African relations. That same year, Nkrumah helped establish the Ghana-Guinea Union, renamed the Union of African States, with the intention of putting Pan-Africanism into practice. In 1961, Mali joined the Union, but the integration experiment started showing fissures over the states' different ideological orientations and independent foreign policy agendas. By the next year, after Ghana moved closer to the United States against the wishes of its Marxist-leaning partners, the Union had collapsed. Davidson 2007. In December 1960, a conference of most of the Francophone African states was held in Brazzaville. The following year, the so-called Brazzaville Group formed the African and Malagasy Union, with the goals of developing closer economic and political cooperation and common foreign policies and defense coordination, while simultaneously strengthening its members' relationship with France. The Union was crippled, however, by the inherent tension between establishing greater self-reliance among the group and continuing dependence upon France. Indeli 2009:3, 10. At the 1960 conference, the Brazzaville Group, led by Côte d'Ivoire's president, Félix Houphouët-Boigny, signaled a markedly conservative orientation in its foreign policy agenda, siding with France in the Algerian War of Independence. It also stated its opposition to the 350 spread of communism in Africa and supported the Congolese factions that had overthrown Patrice Lumumba. Largely in response to the Brazzaville Group and its policies, 7 other states Algeria, Egypt, Ghana, Guinea, Libya, Mali, and Morocco met in Casablanca in January 1961. This Casablanca bloc voiced support for the Front de Libération Nationale, FLN, in Algeria and pledged its support for Lumumba in the ongoing Congo crisis. While both the Brazzaville Group and the Casablanca bloc employed the rhetoric of Pan-Africanism, their divergent views on the Algerian and Congo conflicts illustrated the range of African agendas in world affairs, particularly between radical and conservative political leaders. At the same time, the limited success in speaking with a collective voice to advance foreign policy positions, especially at the UN's General Assembly, underscored the attractiveness of continental coordination. The question remained, however, about how much coordination was desirable or even possible. The Casablanca bloc generally supported formal continental integration through a federation of all independent African states, see Nyerere 1963. In contrast, the new Monrovia Group, led by Leopold Senghor of Senegal and made up of Ethiopia, Liberia, Nigeria, Senegal, and most of the Francophone African states of the Brazzaville Group, rejected political federation in favor of economic cooperation and gradual integration. These divergent views were also driven by a rivalry between Ghana and Nigeria for regional, if not continental, leadership, see Indeli 2009, Harris 1994, Sese, Oho, and Fasenhoun 1984. To resolve these differences, Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia hosted a conference in May 1963 in Addis Ababa, which resulted in the founding of the Organization of African Unity. The 20 countries that made up the Monrovia Group had met earlier to articulate 5 core principles: absolute equality and sovereignty of all African states, the right of each member state to exist and not to be annexed by another, the right of states to enter into voluntary unions with each other, non-interference in the domestic affairs of fellow member states, and the pledge not to harbor dissidents from other member states. Despite other differences between the sub-regional groups, these principles were widely accepted by all independent African states, and became the foundation of the OAU Charter. The Charter reflected a largely defensive statist agenda, as it was concerned first and foremost with preservation of the established, territorially defined sovereign African states and of their leaders. Issues of good governance and democracy were steadfastly avoided, while the security of the state and its leadership was privileged. As a result, the principles of the OAU worked as an 351 insurance policy to create a mutual preservation society, Makinda and Okumu 2008:11, 27, Amadi 1986. But how to realize these principles given the diversity of opinions among the leadership of the newly independent African states? The Monrovia Group was strongly opposed to the federalist structure advanced by Nkrumah and the Casablanca bloc. Through some significant diplomacy, the resulting structure was a compromise of the two visions. The principal institutions of the OAU would be the Assembly of Heads of State and Government, the Council of Ministers, the General Secretariat, and the Commission of Mediation, Conciliation, and Arbitration. For the Assembly, which was to meet every year, was the ultimate mechanism for taking action, with each member state given a single vote and with resolutions passed by a two-thirds majority. Significantly, the resolutions passed by the OAU's Assembly had no binding force whatsoever, as the Charter lacked any provision for establishing an enforcement mechanism. Thus the OAU was routinely criticized as being little more than a toothless talking club for African heads of state, Naldi 1989, as it repeatedly failed to stop destructive civil wars or serious human rights abuses. Yet the OAU was purposely created to be incapable of intervening in the internal affairs of member states. Indeed, its history of protecting African leaders while ignoring the rights and liberties of citizens led the organization to be dubbed a dictator's club, Adagio 2001, Amati 1986. The OAU's privileging of juridical statehood ensured that most African states enjoyed a supportive international environment, both inside and outside the continent. Embodying the principles of non-intervention and respect for territorial integrity, the OAU helped provide stability and security for most of the states on the continent. Wars of aggression during the first few decades of the OAU were rare, and the handful of potential African conflicts, such as between Algeria and Morocco over Western Sahara, were usually defused by a small group of senior African heads of state. 5. Importantly, the OAU established the principle that whoever controlled a state's capital was effectively the government of that state and thus enjoyed the privileges accorded to member states. Though this was tested in 1966 when the OAU's founding father, Kwame Nkrumah, was overthrown in a military coup, the adoption of this norm helped remove a number of potential conflicts. Yet the OAU fell short of a number of its goals. It was powerless to liberate Southern Africa from colonial and settler rule, and was almost completely absent in the processes that eventually led to the independence of Angola, Mozambique, Namibia, and Zimbabwe. When it was capable. 352. Of speaking with one voice on foreign affairs, it was rarely able to ensure policy compliance, such as the attempt to collectively sever diplomatic relations with the United Kingdom in response to Rhodesia's 1965 unilateral declaration of independence. The only time that the OAU was successful in convincing its member states to adopt a common foreign policy was the breaking of diplomatic relations with Israel in 1973. Even though a number of states were reluctant to do so, and would re-establish relations afterward, African states fell in line largely because Israel had violated the territorial integrity of Egypt, an OAU member state, thus transgressing one of the core principles of the organization. By the 1990s, the failure of the OAU to live up to its promises and aspirations was evident. The organization continued to be incapable of responding to a new generation of wars erupting across the continent. Despite its attempts at creating the African, Banjul, Charter on Human and People's Rights in 1981, it sat passively by while human rights abuses remained rampant and Africa became synonymous with bad governance. Indeed, with its ineffectual wording and lack of implementation, this charter was seen as symptomatic of the structural ineffectiveness of the OAU, Evans and Murray 2008. Likewise, the OAU's attempts to enhance economic union and development across the continent, perhaps best encapsulated by its 1980 Lagos Plan of Action, see Chapter 6, proved to be nothing more than empty rhetoric. Part of the OAU's failure to live up to expectations was due to the divergent foreign policy interests of member states. Representing over 50 countries, it was clear that Africa rarely spoke with one voice. Likewise, African leaders' fixation with their own survival further undermined the OAU's ability to serve as anything more than an advocate for juridical statehood, privileging the principles of territorial integrity and non-intervention above all else. The OAU also faced a massive cash crisis due to the non-payment of membership dues. Finally, it was unrealistic to expect much from an organization that was intentionally created to be structurally ineffective, with no mechanism for enforcing its resolutions. By the end of the Cold War, with increased globalization, the crisis of neopatrimonialism, and the spread of fragile states, there emerged a consensus that the OAU needed to be reformed to meet the needs of Africans in the 21st century. It was against this background that it held an extraordinary summit in Libya in September 1999 and agreed to metamorphose into the African Union the following year. But before we address the creation of the OAU, let us examine a related but preceding development, the establishment of the new Partnership for Africa's Development, NEPAD. 353. The new Partnership for Africa's Development. At the turn of the 21st century, the OAU sought to create a development program to jumpstart Africa's economic renewal, and tasked the leaders of Algeria, Egypt, Nigeria, Senegal, and South Africa to produce a framework. The result was the new Partnership for Africa's Development, launched in October 2001. NEPAD's four primary objectives are to eradicate poverty, promote growth and sustainable development, integrate Africa into the world economy, and accelerate the empowerment of women. The final version of NEPAD was largely a merger between two competing visions, the development-focused Omega Plan, put forth by Senegal, and the Millennium Africa Recovery Plan, MAP, put forth by South Africa, Algeria, and Nigeria, with its explicit engagement with good governance and African ownership and responsibility. NEPAD was promoted as a major initiative of African leaders, and, as a blueprint, struck a much different tone than the 1980 Lagos Plan of Action, which had not offered any criticism of African leaders or suggested that they might share responsibility for the continent's poor economic situation. NEPAD was devoid of any direct criticism of the developed world or reference to Africa's colonial legacy. In return for promises of increased neoliberal reforms and good governance, African leaders requested more equitable terms of trade within the World Trade Organization, as well as a slight increase in development aid. NEPAD Secretariat 2001, Chabal 2002, Adesina, Graham and Olukosi 2005, Taylor 2005a. Some observers noted that these positions were far weaker than those advocated by UN agencies, such as the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD. Some also noted that NEPAD was yet another in a long line of plans, frameworks, agendas, and declarations produced by African leaders aimed at promoting development without any substantial policy prescriptions, Taylor 2005a. Yet NEPAD was praised by world leaders for offering a frank self-examination of the continent's problems and Africans' role in creating them. In order to provide specific mechanisms for the realization of good governance, the OAU's July 2002 summit established the Declaration on Democracy, Political, Economic, and Corporate Governance, known as the Durban Declaration, African Union 2002. The following year, the African Peer Review Mechanism, APRM, was established. The APRM was designed to improve African governance systems through a combination of public consultation, expert review, and diplomatic peer pressure. This was celebrated as an important step in establishing a much-needed enforcement mechanism for compliance of NEPAD principles, Malika. 354. 2005. The APRM's process was based on a self-assessment questionnaire and 4 types of reviews: a base review, conducted within 18 months after a country joins the APRM, a periodic review, conducted every 2 to 4 years, a requested review, conducted at the request of a member country for whatever reason, and a crisis review, conducted at the early signs of an emerging crisis, APRM 2003. The reviews are conducted by individual review teams, who are appointed by a panel of 7 eminent persons, who are themselves appointed by the APRM's Committee of Heads of States. By 2017, 35 countries had acceded to the APRM, with 17 peer reviews completed or in process. Common conclusions reflected concerns around corruption, poor infrastructure, unemployment, and gender discrimination. There is little evidence that they have had much impact to date. As with most international institutions, NEPAD has been criticized for its slow decision-making process and Byzantine bureaucracy. One of its founders, Senegalese President Abdoulaye Wade, publicly criticized it in 2007 for wasting hundreds of millions of dollars and accomplishing nothing. Some outside observers have argued that, because it fails to reflect the neo-patrimonial character of African political reality, NEPAD will inevitably fail to live up to its expectations. Chabal 2002. Many Africans criticized the top-down approach of NEPAD's creation, arguing that there was a fundamental lack of consultation with African citizens, especially regarding elements of civil society. African Scholars Forum 2002. Proponents of NEPAD praised it for focusing global attention on poverty and its societal impacts. Yet while NEPAD has been promoted largely as a poverty-reducing development framework, it actually offers no discernible anti-poverty strategy. Adesina 2006. Moreover, some critics argue that NEPAD represents an abdication toward international donor organizations such as the World Bank and the IMF, while ignoring Africa's experience with almost 3 decades of their mandated structural adjustment programs and associated policies. Taylor. 2005a. As these critics point out, poverty across the continent escalated during the period when African economies were under detailed management by the Bretton Woods system. Yet NEPAD and the various related reports largely ignore and absolve these external agents of any responsibility, prescribing more of the same while appointing collective blame to African policymakers alone. As Ian Taylor, 2005b, notes, rather than offering an alternative, or even a challenge, to existing global power relations, NEPAD actually works to strengthen and legitimize them. While NEPAD's record remains mixed, its creation reflected a larger ideological shift that was further exemplified by the replacement of the 355 OAU with the A. Indeed, NEPAD, and the APRM, has now fully been integrated into the African Union, with a coordinating agency based within the O bureaucracy. The rise of the African Union. Just as the debates that shaped the founding of the OAU were characterized by the power struggles between Nigeria and Ghana, rivalries among Africa's regional hegemons, namely Nigeria, Libya, and South Africa, influenced the development of the O. Libya's Muammar Gaddafi laid claim to the legacy of Nkrumah's Pan-Africanism with his advocacy of a United States of Africa, but ultimately Gaddafi proved to be a divisive figure, anathema to the neoliberal and democratic ideals that the new O purportedly advances. Matthews 2008. Nigeria's Olusegun Obasanjo carried significant weight in the proceedings, in part because of his perceived status as a senior African statesman, but primarily because of Nigeria's considerable economic, political, and military weight. South Africa's Thabo Mbeki was one of the primary architects of the O, not just because of South Africa's clout on the continent, but also given Mbeki's association with the much-touted African Renaissance, the concept that contemporary African problems can be overcome through self-empowerment and self-discipline. Mbeki 1996, Toure 2016, Vale and Masiko 1998, and his earlier success in bringing about NEPAD. In many ways, the O represented a continuation of the OAU's objectives and principles. It maintained the OAU's dedication to securing sovereign equality and interdependence among member states and pledging respect of borders existing on achievement of independence. Yet the creation of the O was also the product of the post-Cold War democratization wave and of changed donor expectations, which privileged an increased role for civil society as well as political and economic liberalization. Adejo 2001. While the OAU was characterized by its statism, for example, the O sought to achieve greater unity and solidarity among states and African peoples, primarily by incorporating elements of African civil society through such organs as the Economic, Social, and Cultural Council, ECOSOC, the African Peer Review Mechanism, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP. As noted, the OAU was characterized by its ineffectiveness, hampering its ability to intervene in the face of the numerous armed conflicts across the continent. Its irrelevance in such matters had been highly visible during such humanitarian disasters as the Rwandan genocide and the devastating collapse of Somalia. In response, the OASTAB 356 listed the African peace and security architecture, discussed in Chapter 7. Central to the APSA was the proposed 20,000-strong African standby force. As mentioned, the Assembly of Heads of State and Government gave the OAU the authority to intervene in the affairs of member states in cases of grave circumstances, namely war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity, with a later amendment adding serious threats to legitimate order, Bemu and Sturman 2003. In contrast to the OAU's record of inaction, the OAU, in the first few years of its existence, found itself involved in several armed peacekeeping operations across the continent, though its failure to construct a coherent response to the collapse of Libya and the post-election violence in Côte d'Ivoire sparked significant internal criticism, Badmus 2015. Arguably what set the OAU most apart from the OAU was its role as a norm entrepreneur, understood as a leader who encourages others to uphold a range of norms, Murathai 2012. While issues of good governance, political liberalism, and democratization were notably absent in the founding of the OAU, such concepts were explicitly incorporated into the OAU's Constitutive Act, reflecting a shift away from the established principle of non-interference. The Act declared the OAU's commitment to promote and protect human and people's rights largely through the African Commission and the African Court on Human and People's Rights, based in Arusha, Tanzania. Pledging to promote democratic principles and institutions, popular participation, and good governance, the OAU also actively assumed a role in observing and monitoring elections across the continent. Currently, the OAU counts 18 organs. Primary among them is the OAU Assembly, which comprises heads of state and government or their representatives and is similar to the OAU's Assembly of Heads of State and Government. The OAU Assembly meets twice a year, January and June, as well as in extraordinary sessions, with each state having one vote and resolutions requiring a 2/3 majority, while procedural issues pass by simple majority. Below the OAU Assembly is the Executive Council, which is functionally similar to the OAU's Council of Ministers. One innovation of the OAU was the creation of the aforementioned Pan-African Parliament, which was officially established in 2004 but remains largely ineffective. The PAP consists of 5 legislators nominated from each member state, and is slated to evolve into an organ with full legislative powers, but it has been the target of serious challenges and criticism, not least of which is Nigeria's complaint of inequality given that it has a population of almost 200 million yet has the same number of legislators as São Tomé and Príncipe, which has a 357 population of around 200,000. Finally, it is somewhat dubious whether OAU member states will one day harness the political will to actually live up to their commitment to build the PAP's legislative powers. The extent to which many of them curtail parliamentary roles at home augurs ill for the chances for a stronger African parliament. The creation of the OAU was also meant to establish 3 financial institutions: the African Central Bank, the African Investment Bank, and the African Monetary Fund, though these still remain to be realized. Nor has the OAU's stated goal of establishing a single currency come to fruition. Financial considerations are one of the most significant issues facing the OAU, just in terms of its own institutional survival. The OAU was beleaguered by membership payment defaults, corruption, and mismanagement, and similar challenges face the OAU, whose annual budget is more than 15 times larger. The proposed budget for 2019 was $682 million, which actually represents a 12% decrease from the previous year. This reduction reflects the stated goal of reducing partner funding and having 100% of the OAU's operational budget and 25% of the peace operations generated from member states by 2020, with a commitment from the UN to pay the remaining 75%. In 2012, member states contributed to only 3% of the OAU's budget, though that figure had risen to 14% by 2017. Given its large bureaucracy and multiple activities, it remains unclear how the institution will financially sustain itself, though there is currently a proposal for all member states to impose a 0.2% levy on imports, with the proceeds going to fund the OAU. Finally, a major characteristic of the OAU is its relations with Africa's numerous regional organizations. In the decades since independence, the continent has seen enormous growth in the number of regional organizations and initiatives, especially regional economic communities. While the OAU sought to create a continent-wide community, the ensuing reality has tilted more toward fragmentation and regional integration schemes. The OAU has sought to strengthen its working relationship with the numerous regional organizations for the promotion of security, stability, and economic development. While some coordination exists, there also remains a degree of incoherence and tension between the OAU and regional organizations. Regional organizations. The Constitutive Act of the African Union called for the Union to coordinate and harmonize policies between existing and future regional 358 groupings. Despite the popular rhetoric of continental unity, the reality for many states was that the OAU, with more than 50 members, was too large and cumbersome to be effective. In response, a variety of regional and sub-regional organizations emerged in the decades following independence. Some were based on geography, others on shared official language, while still others were dedicated to specific issues. As a result, significant overlap developed, triggering duplication, inefficiency, and struggles over limited resources. The move to establish formal regional institutions was driven largely by two related goals. 1. African leaders hoped that economic development could best be achieved at the regional level, reflecting a realization that a state's success in the context of globalization was best achieved through cooperation and integration, largely mimicking the EU model, BOC 2015. And 2. Toward the end of the Cold War, as conflicts spread across state borders, security concerns became framed in regional terms. Often, the framing of both security and development discourses happened simultaneously, strengthening the move toward regionalization. Regional economic communities. Developmental regionalism reflects efforts by a group of states within a geographic region to improve the efficiency of the regional economy and its collective position in the global economy, Henn 2001. Since African independence, a number of regional development schemes have emerged, most notably the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, the Southern African Development Community, SADC, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, and the East African Community, EAC. ECOWAS, formed in 1975, seeks to promote cooperation and integration among its 15 member states through the elimination of customs duties, abolition of quantitative and administrative restrictions on trade among member states, establishment of common customs tariffs and commercial policies toward other developing states, abolition of obstacles to free movement of persons, services, and capital among member states, harmonization of agricultural policies, and implementation of collective schemes for development of transport, communication, energy, and other infrastructures. The 15-member SADC was formed in 1980, originally as the Southern African Development Coordination Conference SADC, while IGAD was originally created in 1986 as the Intergovernmental Authority on Drought and Development, IGAD, before reforming itself into a 9-member development organization for the Horn of Africa. The EAC was originally created in 1967 among Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, but collapsed a decade later. The Regional 359 organization was revised in 2000 and now includes the original 3 states, as well as Rwanda and Burundi. In 2008 the EAC and SADC joined the pre-existing Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, CUMSA, to form a 21-member free trade zone. In 2018, 44 countries agreed to a Continental Free Trade Area, CFTA, though it is largely aspirational at this point. In examining the growth of African regional economic communities, one may wonder what relatively weak African states could effectively offer each other. A cynical but not altogether incorrect answer is not much. Due to the effects of European colonialism, independent African economies remain overwhelmingly geared toward Western markets, rather than each other. Today, formal trade remains largely structured toward the former ruling colonial powers. The challenges to inter-African trade can be seen in the continent's physical infrastructure, which reflects the colonial priorities of resource extraction and only minimally links neighboring African countries. Under colonialism, there was little to no commercial interest in promoting intra-regional trade. Moreover, telecommunications and air transport were developed to service intercontinental rather than intra-regional trade. Until recently, for example, it was almost always faster for a courier letter from Nigeria to Senegal to go through Europe than to travel directly. Bush 2001. After independence, many African states advanced transport infrastructure development schemes, one of the most ambitious being the Trans-African Highways Network. Yet, 3 decades after its creation, an examination of the cross-border links in this network found that 33% were unpaved roads in various states of serviceability, and only 38% were paved roads in good or even fair condition, UNICA 2005. In reality, little formal trade takes place between African states, though it has been increasing slightly in recent years. For most African states, the former colonial power and other foreign markets continue to represent their primary trading partners. As of 2018, only 10 to 12% of African trade was within Africa, compared to 40% within the region in North America, 60% in Western Europe, and roughly 59% in Asia. NJPA and UDIAGA 2018:1192. Intra-African trade in manufacturing decreased from 18% in 2005 to 15% in 2015, African Development Bank 2017. Even within this small amount, there are substantial disparities. For some relatively weak countries, such as Djibouti, limited agricultural exports to the African region represent a significant proportion of GDP. For large inter-African traders, such as South Africa, with an estimated $70 billion in exports. 360. In 2016, and Nigeria, $40 billion in 2017, exports within the region still represent less than 4% of their GDP. Despite talk of strengthening intra-African trade through increased integration, in most cases there has been little to actually integrate and little effective desire to do so. Some observers have argued that the emphasis should not be put on trade but on integrated regional economic development. The belief is that future-oriented development schemes, enacted at the regional level, have a greater chance of success for larger numbers of Africans than trying to restructure the limited existing patterns of intra-African trade, these in 1989. Yet there have been severe challenges to this goal. Historically, African leaders have been reluctant to lessen the sovereignty of their states by abdicating control to any supranational body. Also, about 30% of the revenues for African states come from taxes on trade. While structural adjustment programs broke this status disposition, they also resulted in the further integration of African national economies into the global economic system at the expense of strengthening intra-African trade and development. See Chapter 6. Regional economic organizations have also been debilitated by intra-regional competition. At times, this competition occurs on the personal level as African leaders compete for greater regional and international prominence. At other times, this competition can take an ideological angle. The first attempt to construct the East African community collapsed, largely because of divergent views between capitalist-leaning Kenya and socialist-leaning Tanzania, though personal conflict between Tanzania's Julius Nyerere, Kenya's Jomo Kenyatta, and Uganda's Idi Amin also played a role. Concerns about hegemonic ascendancy can affect Africa's regional economic organizations. The creation of ECOWAS was largely driven by Nigeria, reflecting its aspirations to dominate West Africa's economy. South Africa was originally excluded from SADC, but has since come to dwarf other members of the organization. It can be argued that in both ECOWAS and SADC, the larger, more developed countries benefit disproportionately. Alden and L. E. Pierre 2006, Clapham 1996:119. Resentment by the smaller states over the privileged position of regional hegemons has certainly been a concern within those organizations. Perhaps the biggest challenge to regional economic development is the tension between regional aspirations and domestic political interests. The reality is that a government's commitment to a regional organization is overshadowed by its obligations to domestic stakeholders and the need to address internal economic and political crises. In almost every case. 361. Domestic considerations trump regional ambitions, no matter how noble. Take, for example, the political expediency of xenophobia in the form of anti-immigration legislation to shore up domestic political support. Despite the commitment of ECOWAS to the free movement of persons and labor in West Africa, Nigeria expelled West African workers in 1983 and Côte d'Ivoire disenfranchised foreigners at the turn of the 21st century, which contributed to the country's plunge into civil war. One reason member states often lack the political will for meeting their responsibilities to regional organizations is that, unlike the case for membership in the European Union, states often are not required to meet any admission criteria. In the case of ECOWAS, membership is automatically guaranteed because of geography. As a result, member states do not contribute significantly to the funding of ECOWAS, and generally lack the political will to adhere to the rules and regulations of the organization, UJ 2005. Yet despite these failures, some proponents counter that regional economic organizations represent nascent sites of trans-regional governance. These institutions impact state behavior, reconstitute the nature of interest definition and bargaining, and contribute to the construction of behavioral and jurisdictional norms and regimes, Keohane 2002, Krasner 1983. Given the pressures of contemporary globalization, Africans have little choice but to increase regional economic integration, Bach 2015. While state leaders talk about formal integration, economic regionalization is already being driven by the active informal sector. Scholarship associated with the new regionalism's approach has sought to capture the multitude of interrelated and complex structural transformations of the contemporary global political economy, leading some to conceive of regions beyond territorial spaces bounded by states and markets, Engel and Zienecker 2016, Hansen 2016, Head 1999, Middleman 1999. This approach has also illustrated the interconnectedness of human, security, power, and region, offering a reconceptualization of the processes of regionalization and the notion of region itself. The new regionalism's literature reminds us that, in addition to formal institutions and regulatory landscape, informal patterns of regionalization emerge via the daily practices of ordinary Africans, especially through the evolving contours of informal economic activities within the global economy. The fact that the informal economic sector is so highly regionalized across the continent points to perhaps the clearest explanation of why Africa's regional economic groupings have failed to yield any meaningful successes, and are likely to continue their poor record. The problems that have contributed to the entrenching of underdevelopment, namely weak. 362. State institutions, poor management, and non-existent infrastructures, also contributed to preventing such institutions from achieving their objectives. Despite considerable rhetoric about the need for infrastructural development by African states and the international financial institutions, very little has actually been achieved to make the continent a desirable destination for foreign investment, aside from the presence of primary commodities. For example, in Nigeria it is jokingly accepted that foreign firms need to BYOI, bring your own infrastructure. Thus, Cadbury's food processing plant in Lagos, Nigeria, generates its own electricity and drills for its own water, adding an estimated 25% to its operating costs, The Economist 2000b. Perhaps it is overly optimistic to expect weak state institutions to successfully integrate divergent and poorly managed economies into something greater than their sum. Regional collective security organizations. The proliferation of regional organizations across the continent has also resulted from a growing recognition that conflicts can spread easily across national borders, creating regional zones of insecurity. In the terminology of Barry Buzan, 1991:190, the post, Cold War era has witnessed the emergence of regional security complexes in which the primary security concerns of a group of states link together sufficiently closely that their national security cannot realistically be considered apart from one another. The increased role of regional organizations in African security matters has been a response to the rise of these regional security complexes. Moreover, given the relatively poor record of UN intervention in African conflicts, some hope that regional organizations would be best able to manage potential conflicts and find African solutions to African problems. In recent years, African leaders have turned to several regional economic communities to address security issues. Instead of inventing new organizations, the mandates of these organizations were expanded and some regional economic communities developed their own mechanisms for conflict prevention and peacekeeping intervention. For example, ECOWAS established several institutional mechanisms, namely the Defense and Security Commission, the Security and Mediation Council, the Council of Elders, the Peace and Security Observation Early Warning System, and its Ceasefire Monitoring Group, ECOMIG, which transformed the community from an organization based on self-reliance and economic development into a collective regional security regime. The creation of ECOMIG in 1990, to re-establish peace and stability in West Africa, was central to this transformation. Since then, ECOWAS has been the most active regional organization on the continent, with 363 interventions in Liberia, 1990 to 1998 and 2003, Sierra Leone, 1997-2000, Guinea-Bissau, 1998 to 1999, and Côte d'Ivoire, 2003 to 2004. While SADC played important roles in conflicts in Angola and Congo, it has been besieged with problems related to a lack of common values, vague structural arrangements, and weak state institutions. Nathan 2016, Skoeman and Muller 2009. Regional groupings are considered to have some comparative advantages over the O in undertaking certain peace initiatives, Soderbaum and Tavares 2009. Not least, they may be quicker to respond given their smaller size. They are also assumed to be more in tune with the conflict at hand, given proximity and shared cultural background, and their heads of state might be able to draw upon their personal relationships to foster dialogue and diplomacy. Finally, since neighboring states are likely to suffer the impacts of armed conflict, there is a personal investment in maintaining security and stability within the region. Yet regional security organizations have often been met with suspicion and criticized for being vehicles through which regional states strengthen their hegemony by pursuing their own foreign policy agendas behind the facade of multilateralism. SADC's Lesotho intervention, for example, in which 700 South African troops invaded to quell a suspected coup d'état, was regarded by many as an example of South Africa's hegemonic pursuits. The expected Botswana troops reportedly got lost on their way to the small mountainous country, Likati 2007. Arguably, this was also partly the case with Senegal's intervention on behalf of ECOWAS in Gambia in 2017. As mentioned in Chapter 7, Nigeria has clearly played the leading role in ECOMIG interventions, yet some have noted that the structure and culture of African regional organizations have actually made it difficult for regional powers to establish their hegemony. Clapham 1996:121. On one level, the very idea of regional hegemony contravenes the commitment to equality of African states, which has been strongly entrenched within the culture of African international relations. But perhaps more important, small African states have been able to counter the influence of would-be regional powers by engaging foreign patrons. For example, a number of small francophone states in West Africa have maintained close relations with France in part to keep Nigeria in check. In some respects, African regional organizations have been more successful with security than with economic matters. While they have largely failed to foster increased intra-African trade, integrate regional economies, or improve their collective position in the world's economy, they have had slightly better results in monitoring elections, facilitating 364 conflict resolution, and mounting peacekeeping operations. Yet while African regional security organizations can point to some limited successes, such as in Sudan, Williams 2009, Lesotho, Van Nuykerk 2012, and Burundi, Boshoff 2004, the track record so far has definitely been less than stellar. Part of the reason is structural, given the regional organization's own institutional limitations. For example, ECOMIG's activities in West Africa have been plagued by substantial command and control problems, logistic shortcomings, and poor coordination between member states, field commanders, and ECOWAS, OB 2009. Similar criticisms have been made of IGAD's interventions in Sudan and Somalia, Murathi 2009, and SADC's intervention in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which was characterized by some as a logistical nightmare, Skoeman and Muller 2009. These limitations have been exacerbated by the lack of human, material, and financial resources, hence, Soderbaum and Tavares 2009. Regional organizations often have strained relations with the African Union and United Nations, which tend to regard these organizations as a second-best option, turning to them only when the situation is either too complex or too risky to be dealt with by the larger institutions. As João Gomes Cravinho, 2009:200, observes, this practice actively contributes to weakening regional organizations by involving them only when the chances of success are poor. Thus, Africa's regional security organizations have often found the purposes and goals of specific operations to be unrealistic and beyond their limited capabilities. External bilateral relations. In this section, we examine the evolution of African states' relations with their former colonial powers, as well as major global powers such as the United States, the Soviet Union/Russia, and China, in addition to other significant external actors. Just as these foreign powers each pursue their own individual interests that have varied over time and circumstances, African states are each driven by their own unique agendas and capabilities, resulting in a complicated and constantly shifting terrain of African international relations. Former colonial rulers and the European Union. Given that modern African states are products of European colonialism, it is unsurprising that relations with their former colonial powers tend to 365. Be the most significant feature of African foreign policies, Right 1999. The structure and ideology of the dominant nationalist movement was a determining factor in the initial relationship between newly emerging African states and the former colonial powers. In some cases, such as in Guinea-Conakry, strident anti-colonialism ensured a hostile relationship between the two. But for most independent African countries, rapport with the former metropole has been characterized by a mix of conflict, cooperation, and bargaining. Given the myriad ways in which African societies remained bound to the former European powers, some have characterized the post-independence relationship as a form of neocolonialism in which Europeans continued to exert influence over the affairs of Africans, Amin and McDonough 1975, Lees 1975, Yates 1996. This seems particularly true for former French colonies. But while substantial economic and cultural connections continue to exist beyond their reach, African leaders have also found opportunities to exert agency in relations with their former colonial power. Unsurprisingly, the ex-colonizers continued to have considerable political, economic, and cultural interests within Africa. More often than not, African leaders benefited from maintaining close economic ties, as they and their associates were brought into partnerships that gave them access to a share of profits and privilege. European leaders have often tended to view their former colonies as part of their Africa, which meant giving former colonies preferential treatment. This could include military support to ensure territorial integrity and regime security, but also preferential trade practices and developmental aid. The bulk of African aid assistance from former European powers, for example, continues to go to those countries they once controlled or had a historical interest in. Of course, some European states, such as France and Britain, have enjoyed greater capacity for maintaining an effective post-colonial relationship with their former African colonies. Belgium, Portugal, Italy, and Spain have found themselves largely marginalized on the continent by other powers, though this has changed somewhat for Portugal in recent years, as its economic relationship with Angola has increased in importance for both states. France's sense of self has long been tied to its presence in Africa. More than any other European power, France pursued a colonial policy of assimilation and integration, tightly binding its holdings culturally, economically, and politically to the metropole. During World War II, this proved invaluable for the survival of General Charles de Gaulle and the Free French, Grovogui 2004. Afterward, de Gaulle took great pains to preserve the close relationship with l'Afrique française. After the Davis 366 Tating anti-colonial war in Algeria and Indochina, however, France's desire to hold on to its African empire began to dissipate. In 1958, de Gaulle, then president, offered a choice to the African colonies: join the French community as autonomous and largely self-ruled junior partners, or receive total independence from France by immediately severing all links and access to support. See Chapter 2. Only Guinea broke with France. It was made to pay a high price, as the French left en masse, taking with them not only their technical expertise, but also government files and equipment, including telephones and light bulbs from government offices. Singer and Langdon 1998. The rest of Francophone Africa opted to maintain close relations with France, and most colonies enjoyed peaceful transfers to independence 2 years later. The first generation of post-colonial African leaders, such as Leopold Senghor and Félix Houphouët-Boigny, had previously represented their territories in the French National Assembly and enjoyed close personal relationships with France's political and economic classes. De Gaulle and his successors nurtured an atmosphere of family among these Francophone African leaders, which helped bind them closely to France and French elites, providing them with important resources for their own political survival. Levine 2004, Golan 1981. In return, France enjoyed a level of access and influence on the continent unmatched by other former colonial powers or the Cold War superpowers. Moreover, by constructing a common currency in Francophone Africa, the CFA franc, France ensured both a degree of influence and monetary stability in its former colonies. Sta Savage 1997. When France converted to the euro in 1992, the CFA franc was in turn pegged to the new European currency with French treasury support. France has also continued close military relations with its former colonies. It maintains military bases across the continent and has directly intervened on multiple occasions, beginning with its 1964 incursion in Gabon to restore the pro-French dictator Léon Mba. Since then, France has directly intervened militarily, sometimes on multiple occasions, in the affairs of Chad, the Republic of Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Central African Republic, Togo, Comoros, Rwanda, Somalia, Libya, Côte d'Ivoire, and most recently Mali. In many cases, France has sought to shore up a besieged client regime, but it has also removed African leaders it was unhappy with. This has occurred either passively, such as in the April 1974 coup in Niger, which took place when all French security personnel were curiously off-duty, Charlotte 1991, or actively, as when French troops invaded the Central African Empire, as the Central African Republic was then briefly named, in 1979 to remove 367. The international pariah Emperor Jean-Bedel Bokassa, Bigot 1988. In December 2012, France declined requests by the government of the Central African Republic to help it battle insurgents, who overthrew the regime in March 2013, but weeks later sent military forces to Mali to battle advancing Islamist forces. French policy in Africa has also been informed by Paris's desire to strengthen its position against what it regards as Anglo-Saxon dominance on the continent. For example, France secretly funneled weapons to the Biafran secessionist regime during the 1967–1970 Nigerian Civil War, possibly prolonging the devastating conflict by at least 18 months. in an attempt to dismantle the largest Anglophone state in West Africa, de Saint-Ouen 1972. It also supported the genocidaire regime of Juvenal Habyarimana in Rwanda in 1994, in part for fear of the Rwandan Patriotic Front's Anglophone connections. Over the past several decades, France has continued to supply large quantities of weapons to Africa, both to its own client states and to Libya, Nigeria, Kenya, Somalia, and South Africa, making it the foremost Western arms merchant on the continent. Though the relationship can easily be regarded as one of paternalistic dependency, a number of African states, francophone and non-francophone alike, have actively courted close relations with France. For their part, African leaders gain development assistance, technical expertise, and in some cases invaluable military assistance and protection. While the United States has attached numerous and unpopular conditionalities to its limited assistance, France has proven to be the most accessible and willing Western supporter of African political leaders, with less concern for ideological orientation or regime type. Despite electoral turnovers, Paris's policies toward Africa have been quite consistent. This is particularly remarkable given that these policies have been under the control of the French presidency and the Cellule Africaine, African unit, located in the Élysée Palace, and not the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Whether Gaullist, liberal, or socialist, and despite each promising to behave differently, French governments have largely adhered to similar policies toward Africa, while seeking to extend France's sphere of influence. This has been accomplished partly by the close personal relationships that exist between French and African elites. These connections, often referred to as La Francafrique, and French policy in general have even weathered a number of corruption scandals that have shed light on the shadowy aspects of Franco-African relations, Heilbronn 2005, Verschave 1999. For example, in 2011 it was uncovered that several African leaders, including Omar Bongo, Teodoro Obiang Basigo, and Denis Sassou Nguesso, Rego 368. Largely contributed millions to French politicians in an established system of kickbacks that existed under former presidents Georges Pompidou, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, François Mitterrand, and Jacques Chirac, Le Monde 2011, Vampourle 2010. Historically, France's policies toward Africa have been managed by a small, tightly knit community of politicians, diplomats, and businessmen surrounding the president, who have also enjoyed close personal and financial interests in various African states, Taylor 2012, Smith and Glazer 1992. Guy Martin, 1993:3, has noted that, given these connections, France's policy stance toward Africa has been primarily motivated by a narrow conception of its national interests, and blatantly disregards African concerns and interests. Of particular note has been the role of French interest in African oil, driven by French companies Elf and Total, which has influenced both France's policies toward Africa and the domestic politics of African rentier states, Yates 1996, 2009. To strengthen its interactions with l'Afrique française, in 1973 France initiated an annual Franco-African summit, which has grown to include non-francophone states as well. In fact, starting in 1985, France decided to devote the first day of the summit exclusively to francophone states to ensure the family feeling of the privileged elite. As the expansion of the Franco-African summit illustrates, France's engagement with Africa is not limited to its former colonies. Paris has actively sought to incorporate the former Belgian colonies of Central Africa, particularly the DRC, formerly Zaire, into its sphere of influence, Trifon 1989, Bach 1986, Smith and Glazer 1992. Even after the end of the Cold War, as the United States and Belgium distanced themselves from the Mobutu regime in Zaire, France remained on friendly terms and was its most important international supporter despite the assassination of French ambassador Philippe Bernard in January 1993 by Mobutu soldiers. Yet France had few investments in Zaire and its trade was far behind that of Belgium and the United States, Julia Ross 1998. Support for Mobutu, as well as for the Habyarimana regime in neighboring Rwanda, was driven by a desire to maintain its so-called chasse-gardie, private estate, in Central Africa. In this case, France sought to counter what it regarded as U.S. ambitions to supplant French influence, William 1998. This fear was frequently exploited to great effect by African leaders, most notably Mobutu in Zaire and Hissène Habre in Chad. In response to fears of growing Anglophone influence in the region, and in the face of the international community's belated recognition of the scope of the genocide in Rwanda, the French government took the lead in proposing an interventionist force, eventually acting unilaterally to 369. Send troops under Operation Turquoise in June 1994, Massy 1998. Rather than being praised for its decisive humanitarianism, France was seen as complicit in the genocide, and Operation Turquoise was regarded as an attempt to stall a victory by the Rwandan Patriotic Front and protect the retreat of the former Rwandan government, its army, and the Interahamwe, which France had trained and supported, Evans 1997, Gurevich 1998, McNulty 1997. In the wake of the collapse of the Mobutist state and the Rwandan genocide, there were signals that French policy toward Africa was beginning to change. This recalibration was also engendered by the impact of a number of political scandals and the emergence of a new generation of French leaders who proclaimed that an overhaul of Franco-African policies was needed, Croslock 2004. In 1997, for example, Prime Minister Lionel Jospin announced that France would begin to remove its troops from Africa and close many of its military bases on the continent, signifying a substantial change in the country's Africa policy. The following year, he announced the dismantling of the Ministry of Cooperation and its incorporation into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. France also launched a capacity-building program, Renforcement de Capacités Africaines au Maintien de la Paix, RECAMP, to shift the military burden of peacekeeping operations onto African states in an attempt to reduce French involvement and make African militaries more self-sufficient, Berman and Sams 2000. The Jospin government also announced its intention to integrate French policy toward Africa within a multilateral European framework, which represented a radical shift in practice. Yet pronouncements advocating increased multilateralism have been belied by Paris's continued bilateral dealings with African states. Jospin's good intentions notwithstanding, the Cellule Africaine reasserted its authority. With the notable exceptions of the multilateral intervention in the Ituri region of the DRC and the 2011 bombing campaign in Libya, the governments of Presidents Jacques Chirac, Nicolas Sarkozy, François Hollande, and Emmanuel Macron have all sought a middle ground between the reforms introduced in the immediately preceding administrations and the more established policies regarding France's chasse-gardie, tilting toward the latter more often than not. Despite institutional reforms, the established mechanisms remain and continue to exert significant influence on French policy toward Africa. In recent years, a string of political scandals, such as Angolagate and the established practice of kickbacks mentioned earlier, illustrated how often secret relations continue to characterize much of Franco-African affairs. The deployment of French troops in the DRC, Côte d'Ivoire, and Mali. 370. Seems to represent a return to form for France's engagement with Africa. Indeed, though he campaigned as a reformer, Macron has exerted France's soft and hard power in Africa as part of his explicit campaign to boost France's global influence. In sharp contrast to the Franco-African post-colonial relationship, the Anglophone relationship has been notable for its looseness. Britain has provided neither the level of protection for its former African colonies and their leaders nor the degree of dependence experienced by Francophone states. This was largely due to the different colonial relationships and post-colonial priorities pursued by France and Britain. Whereas France had engaged in a colonial policy of assimilation and incorporation, Britain's colonial project was predicated on the assumption that its African colonies would eventually become distinct and independent entities. While both European states developed close political, economic, and cultural linkages with their African colonies, France's sense of global self-identity was more tied up in its African empire than was Britain's, which had selectively privileged India and the white settler colonies of Kenya and Rhodesia. Britain created a vast economic empire based on extracting raw materials from its colonies, yet the direct economic ties between Great Britain and its African colonies were weaker than those in the Franco-African relationship. There are fewer major British corporate interests in sub-Saharan Africa, and those that exist lack the close relationship to political power found in France. Likewise, Anglophone African leaders are not as personally connected to the ruling classes of London, as British colonial policy was largely driven by technocrats. The limited degree of personal connection and investment in Africa has shaped London's quasi-detached attitude toward Africa. In the post-colonial era, Britain sought to enhance its global status by attaching itself to the United States. After the debacle of French and British engagement against Egypt in 1956, when the two European powers clumsily intervened on the side of Israel to seize the Suez Canal from Gamal Abdul Nasser's forces, the United States expressed its anger that its European allies had acted on their own and behind Washington's back. France was largely undeterred in pursuing its interests unilaterally in Africa, but Britain more or less fell in line with its U.S. benefactor, Verbeek 2003, Gorst and Johnman 1997. As such, London has subsequently tended to prioritize its special relationship with Washington over its historical connection with Britain's African colonies. This is not to imply that Britain has not been engaged in Africa, but the degree and characteristics of that engagement are in marked contrast to French engagement with the continent. For example, Britain has not 371 maintained large numbers of troops on the continent. Nor has it displayed a willingness to intervene on behalf of besieged African clients or to remove embarrassing thorns in their sides. Where France moved to oust Emperor Bokassa, admittedly only after he ceased to be a useful ally, Britain did little regarding Idi Amin, dictator of Uganda and self-proclaimed last king of Scotland. At times when it was overtly drawn into African domestic politics, as with Rhodesia's unilateral declaration of independence and the eventual transformation of that country into majority-ruled Zimbabwe, it did so begrudgingly. As Christopher Clapham, 1996:88, notes, British policymakers tended to regard Africa as a source of trouble rather than of opportunity. The United Kingdom's limited engagement with Africa during the Cold War is evidenced by its economic interaction with the continent. By the late 1980s, British economic interests in Africa were minimal. Only slightly more than 3% of British exports went to the continent, and only 1.9% of the UK's imports came from Africa, Ravenhill 1991. Moreover, British development aid to Africa was relatively negligible, having shrunk over the previous decades. Relative to gross national product, the total British development aid to Africa started at the relatively high figure of about 0.5% in the mid-1960s, then went into fairly steep decline through the mid-1970s. Though there was a slight rise in the second half of the 1970s, it continued to decline gradually but significantly during the 1980s and into the 1990s to around 0.3%. This decline in the 1980s and 1990s was related to ideological shifts within the British government following the victory of Conservative Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, who viewed development assistance as handouts, Lumsdaine 1993:162. It is worth noting that while Britain increasingly disengaged from Africa during the Conservative years, it remained an important supplier of weapons to a number of African states, including regimes noted for their human rights abuses and undemocratic practices, such as Sierra Leone, Williams 2004. The Commonwealth of Nations, formerly the British Commonwealth, an intergovernmental organization of former British colonies that holds biennial meetings of heads of government, has constituted one of the main mechanisms of post-colonial Anglo-African relations. Even here, however, the contrast with France is revealing. Whereas France frequently uses its annual Franco-African summits to push certain policies and maintain its paternalist relationship with Africa, the Commonwealth summits are more likely to be used by former British colonies as forums to air their grievances and attempt to exert some influence over their former colonizer. For example, independent African states used the 1961 Commonwealth meeting to force out South Africa. 372. And pressure Britain to impose sanctions on the apartheid regime. Likewise, after Rhodesia's 1965 unilateral declaration of independence, the Commonwealth became a forum for African leaders to cajole Britain regarding its policies toward Africa. While it is true that Britain expanded the Commonwealth to include a few non-Anglophone African states, such as Rwanda and Mozambique, it has not reaped substantial benefits from it. Again, this was largely because Britain did not enjoy, or pursue, the strong economic, political, and personal connections that characterized France's relationship with its former colonies. While French corporate interests such as Elf and Total were closely connected to Paris's policies toward Africa, British corporations with interest in Africa, such as Lonrho, were kept at a distance and viewed with suspicion by policymakers in London, Cronje, Ling, and Cronje 1976. More often than not, London appeared to its former African colonies as a reluctant patron with limited, but valued, resources. Anglo-African relations experienced a significant change in the 21st century, due almost entirely to the rise of New Labour with the election of Tony Blair in 1997, Taylor 2010. Signaling an ideological shift away from the Thatcher years, the new Prime Minister described Africa in 2001 as a scar on the conscience of the world and proclaimed a sustained effort on the part of the British government to work harder, and to spend more on reducing poverty in Africa, Blair 2001. Under the Tony Blair and Gordon Brown governments, aid to Africa increased significantly, though was still far below the UN's recommended target of 0.7% of a country's gross national income. The UK's overall aid to Africa primarily focused on poverty reduction, and reflected both the neoliberal economic orthodoxy and New Labour's dedication to helping African countries meet the UN's much-touted Millennium Development Goals. For example, overall aid to Nigeria in 2010 was £140 million, an increase of £40 million from 2008. The growth in development assistance and the rhetorical attention to African issues such as poverty relief were undoubtedly driven by Clare Short, British Secretary of State from 1997 to 2003, who accorded significant priority to development policy, Gallagher 2009, Vereker 2002. While British exports to sub-Saharan Africa during the first 4 years of New Labour decreased slightly, from £3.5 million in 1997 to £3.4 million in 2001, imports from the continent doubled, from £2.8 million in 1997 to £5.6 million in 2001. Yet British commercial links to Africa remained dominated by South Africa, which represented over 40% of British exports and imports to the African continent, Williams 2004:52, 53. 373. One major development was the decision by the Blair government in May 2000 to send 1,000 British troops to Sierra Leone. A few months before, the UN had deployed its mission to Sierra Leone, UNAMSIL, in order to enforce the terms of the Lomé Peace Accord, but it proved ineffective. After the rough rebels captured 500 UN troops and their equipment in an advance on the capital, Blair sent British troops to help evacuate foreign nationals. Yet the troops stayed on after the evacuation, helping to turn the tide against the rough by providing support for UNAMSIL, training government troops, and even helping capture rough leader Foday Sankoh. Under Blair, Sierra Leone became the UK's most important commitment in Africa, with more aid going there than to any other African country, Jackson and Albrecht 2011. One should not overplay the changes in Anglo-African relations brought about by New Labour, however. Africa was still not a top priority to British policymakers, who were more focused on Europe, the former Soviet Union, and East Asia. Even within its marginal engagement with Africa, British policy continued to concentrate upon a few key states, namely Sierra Leone, Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, Zimbabwe, and Uganda. Importantly, New Labour's policies toward Africa largely relied on development NGOs, such as Oxfam and Save the Children, and multilateral institutions, such as the United Nations, the IMF, and World Bank, the European Union, and the Group of Seven, G7, and Group of 20, G20. Thus, even though Africa enjoyed a slightly elevated status in the rhetoric of British foreign policy under Prime Ministers Blair and Brown, the continent's place in British policies overall was still marginal. As Paul Williams, 2004:58, observed, the core characteristics of British policies remained unchanged, namely extracting profits and preventing their problems ending up over here. In this sense, Britain has still not moved beyond a damage limitation approach. In the wake of Britain's 2016 decision to leave the EU, so-called Brexit, however, Africa has risen slightly on London's radar as Conservative Prime Minister Theresa May works to establish new trade arrangements for the post-Brexit era. In 2018, she visited South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria, UK's biggest trading partners in Africa, to proclaim a new partnership, reflecting the increased leverage that at least those three countries have in the evolving Anglo-African relationship, with Britain losing economic opportunities in Europe and being overshadowed by China and the United States on the global scale. Other former colonial powers largely lacked the capacity or political will to maintain an effective post-colonial relationship with their former African colonies, and thus were eclipsed on the continent by other powers. 374. ERS. Belgium was traumatized by both the sudden collapse of Congo-Kinshasa, the colony in which Belgians had invested a vast amount of effort, and its inability to control events in the ensuing chaos. Though they were instrumental in the removal of Congolese Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba, Belgian leaders were unable to realize the goal of Katangi's secession, as they were pushed aside by the United States and the United Nations, Dunn 2003. After Brussels failed in its attempt to exert influence over an independent Congo, it largely detached itself from its former colonial holdings, though a number of substantial links remain, especially in the formal and informal economic sectors. It did intervene militarily during the 1977 and 1978 Shaba invasions in order to shore up the Mobutu regime, but by then it was largely playing a supporting role to France. This reflected the fact that after independence, Belgium's former colonies of Congo, Rwanda, and Burundi chose to develop closer links to France. Perhaps symbolic of Belgium's reduced role on the continent, its contingent of unmandated troops proved extremely ineffectual in either stopping the outbreak of the 1994 Rwandan genocide or convincing the international community to intervene. Nevertheless, Belgium played a small part in Congo's multiple transitions. In the early 1990s, it was a member, with France and the United States, of the Troika that unsuccessfully tried to steer the country toward democracy. Belgian academics also helped draft Congo's 2006 constitution, and the King of Belgium attended the ceremonies for the 50th anniversary of Congo's independence in 2010. Although Belgium carries limited effective influence in Congo nowadays, there remains a significant, at times familial, relationship between Belgian and Congolese elites. Belgian public actors in Congo continue at times to behave as if at home, and the Congolese government gets easily frazzled when it perceives snubbing or rejection from its former colonial overlord. As for Portugal, its African colonies, particularly Mozambique and Angola, gained their independence after long and brutal wars that set the tone of their initial post-colonial relationship. After its 1974 coup, Lisbon focused on developing its Euro-Atlantic relations, though substantial economic ties persisted between it and its former colonies, Teixeira 2003. Since Portugal joined the OECD's Development Assistance Committee in 1991, it channeled most of its official development assistance toward its former African colonies via the OECD and the European Union. But by 2015, in the wake of its own economic crisis, its aid had dropped to less than 0.2% of its gross national income, far below the EU donors' target of 0.7%. While trade between Portugal and the Lusophone countries has increased in recent years, it 375 has largely been led by investments by the former colonies into Portugal. By 2012, Angolan investment in Portugal outpaced Portuguese investment in Angola, as capital investment in Portugal by the Angolan ruling elite, enriched from oil revenue and several decades of neo-patrimonial rule, rose 35-fold over the preceding decade. Relations between the European Union and Africa have been dominated by issues of trade, aid, and, increasingly, security. The incorporation of all of Africa's former colonizers into the European Community, EC, and European Union, EU, broadened the linkages between the two continents and provided African elites with some leverage in world affairs. This and some residual sense of responsibility and entitlement that the former European colonial powers felt toward Africa were reflected in the 1957 Treaty of Rome, which, in establishing the European Community, preserved the special trading privileges between the former colonizers and the colonized. The desire to create a post-colonial framework of cooperation, especially in the fields of trade and aid, resulted in the first of the Lomé Conventions, Lomé I, in 1976, between the European Community and the African, Caribbean, and Pacific, ACP, countries. The convention was aimed at providing preferential access to European markets for specific exports, as well as guaranteeing increased levels of assistance and investment from the European Community. The convention was renegotiated and renewed 3 times. Lomé II, 1981-1985, sought to almost double the amount of aid and investment from the EC. Lomé III, 1985-1990, altered the provisions around trade and further increased EC aid. Lomé IV was signed in 1989 and was supposed to cover the next 10 years, Crawford 1996, Cosgrove 1994. However, in 1995 the United States successfully charged that the preferential trade agreements institutionalized by the Lomé Conventions violated the World Trade Organization's rules, and effectively brought the string of renegotiation and renewal to an end. The impact of the Lomé Conventions on African development was largely negligible, but the assistance did provide African states with a significant source of income. The Lomé Conventions also gave African states alternative points of access to Western European markets, while giving the EC/EU an institutionalized mechanism through which to pursue individual and collective interests in Africa. Interestingly, the Lomé I negotiations provided one of the few opportunities in which African states were able to engage collectively with external powers on relatively equal footing, Ravenhill 1985. Yet this position of strength was short-lived in a geopolitical and economic landscape that altered significantly, leaving the ACP states with restricted influence in the subs. 376. Quent negotiations of the Lomé Conventions. As Clapham, 1996:101, notes, the renegotiations of the convention from Lomé II onward essentially consisted in the EC telling the ACP states how much aid they were going to get, and the ACP complaining that it wasn't enough. The end of the Cold War provided the EC/EU with increased opportunities to play a more pronounced global role. Such global aspirations were captured in the 1992 Maastricht Treaty, which formally created the EU and stated that one of the Union's objectives was to assert its identity on the international scene. Yet the end of the Cold War meant that the EU's global priorities shifted away from the South to the near abroad, in particular Central and Eastern Europe, and the Mediterranean. At the same time, the weakened geopolitical position of Africa led to the further politicization of EU development policy as aid became increasingly tied to good governance, human rights, and democratization, May 2005. Moreover, EU development cooperation shifted from aid to trade policies. 33 African countries are considered least developed countries, LDCs, and thus most of their goods are granted duty-free access to the EU under the Everything But Arms initiative. And while there was a renewed commitment to poverty eradication in the context of the UN's Millennium Development Goals, it was largely assumed that these goals would be realized through private sector-led growth and the liberalization of African states and markets, Bretherton and Vogler 2006. Such assumptions were entrenched in the Cotonou Agreement of 2000, which aimed to set out EU-ACP relations for the next 2 decades in the post-Lomé era. In most respects, African elites have found the terms of trade between the EU and Africa steadily worsening over the past several decades, while at the same time intrusive conditions have been attached to shrinking levels of development assistance, Lister 1997. With the EU focused on Eastern Europe and other global interests, aid to ACP countries dropped from 63.5% of the entire EU aid budget in 1989 to 29% by 1998, HER 2004. Many observers noted that this resulted in the increasingly supplicant position of African states in relation to the EU, HER 2003, Brown 2002, Raffer 2001, Van de Waal 1999. While this dynamic altered in the 21st century with the surge in African commodity prices, EU-Africa relations have continued to be characterized by a confused and contradictory rhetoric of partnership and cooperation that seems unconnected to reality, Carbone 2011. While recent improvements in Africa's economic performance and the demand for its natural resources have provided African states with greater leverage, EU-African relations have recently shifted due to 377. European concerns about security in Africa and with stifling the flow of immigrants, Hostrup 2013. While the EU has been instrumental in helping the EU develop autonomous capabilities for addressing security concerns and lessening refugee flows, these attempts have been hampered by the competing interests of individual EU member states. The United States. The vast majority of African states became independent during the Cold War's superpower competition. As such, the United States viewed Africa mainly as a geopolitical battleground. In many ways, the United States was constrained by its superpower role. On the one hand, it celebrated national self-determination and the end of colonialism. On the other, it held a deep distrust of revolutions and political unrest, preferring to champion the maintenance of the status quo, Hunt 2009. It thus treated Africa's anti-colonial movements with a degree of apprehension, especially as African nationalism challenged the hegemony of its Western allies and raised the specter of communism on the continent. This apprehension seemed to be confirmed when the newly independent Congo collapsed into violence and civil war in 1960. Fearing that Prime Minister Lumumba was moving Congo toward the Soviet Union, the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, at the direction of President Dwight Eisenhower, hatched a plot to assassinate him. Lumumba was eventually cut off from his power base, arrested by US-backed Congolese dissident troops, taken to the secessionist province of Katanga, and murdered. The extent to which the CIA was involved in the murder of Lumumba remains a topic of debate, but the event marks the direct entrance of the United States into African affairs in order to counter the rise of radical nationalism, Dunn 2003, DeWitt 2001. Soon after, US-backed Colonel Joseph Mobutu seized power in the Congo, beginning a 3-decade reign characterized by his close relationship with the United States. Over the next several decades, the United States would ensure Mobutu's political survival, illustrating that Washington was willing to support corrupt and oppressive authoritarian regimes as long as they proved to be anti-communist allies in the geopolitical Cold War competition, Schatzberg 1991, Kelly 1993. Despite its involvement in the Congo, the United States initially played a role on the continent secondary to that of the Europeans. By the 1970s, however, U.S. interests in Africa increased as the Soviet Union and its allies were regarded as challenging Western power throughout the developing world. But even then, African issues rarely reached the level of senior policymakers in the United States. In his Dis. 378. Cushion of the country's Cold War foreign policy toward Africa, Peter Schrader, 1994:2, claims that U.S. policymakers tended to ignore the African continent until some sort of politico-military crisis grabbed their attention. While this is largely true, one should be careful not to overstate the case. U.S. actions had tremendous implications on the ground, from the maintenance of African Cold War allies such as Mobutu in Zaire to the attempted undermining of Marxist-Leninist regimes in places such as Angola and Mozambique, from the impact of structural adjustment programs implemented by the US-influenced World Bank to the more complicated effects of US private economic actors, particularly regarding commodities such as oil, gold, diamonds, coffee, and tea, Dunn 2008b, Hence 2004, Clough 1992. U.S. support for the status quo meant some African states were able to access material support by proving to be loyal or of geostrategic importance. In other cases, however, African insurgencies fighting pro-Soviet regimes benefited from U.S. funding and support. This was the case in Angola, where the United States provided substantial assistance to UNITA. Ironically, the MPLA regime was supported by Cuban troops, who were directly involved in protecting oil facilities run by the U.S. company Gulf Oil against attacks by the US-backed UNITA rebels, George 2005, Frinas and Wood 2001. Similarly, after US-backed Haile Selassie was overthrown by Marxist-Leninists in Ethiopia, neighboring Somalia was able to extract U.S. support even though it had been a Soviet client state until the Soviet Union shifted its allegiance to the new regime in Ethiopia. In general, however, the United States did not have a deep engagement with the continent, preferring to follow the lead of its European allies and using international financial institutions to promote its economic agenda on the continent. James Hence, 2004, has argued that U.S. engagement with Africa has always been framed by the three competing master narratives that have shaped American foreign policy in general: Realpolitik, which focuses on balance of power strategies within a zero-sum power struggle; Hamiltonianism, which privileges global order through the creation of international legal and financial structures that promote U.S. interests; and Meliorism, or Wilsonianism, reflecting a humanitarian impulse to make the world a better place economically, culturally, and politically. For Hence, the history of U.S. engagement with Africa has been shaped by these competing currents, with the Hamiltonian tradition being the longest, strongest, and default option. Moreover, the policies of the United States, unlike its European allies, which tend to coordinate their policies toward Africa through a specific agency, are often the 379 product of a cacophony of voices. Primary among those voices are the White House, the State Department, the Pentagon, the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, the Commerce Department, working particularly through the World Bank and the IMF, and private economic and humanitarian aid actors. The multiplicity of actors often means that the United States engages with the African continent in varied and at times conflictual ways. Hence also notes that there have not been strong domestic constituents influencing U.S. policies toward Africa, as have shaped U.S. relations toward other states and regions. As Peter Schrader, 1994, stresses, U.S. policy toward Africa has traditionally been driven by bureaucrats. This has resulted in Africa being largely relegated to the margins of U.S. strategic interests since the Cold War. Yet Piers Robinson, 2002, has observed that focused media coverage plays a role in persuading U.S. politicians to pursue particular policies at times when those politicians lack certainty or direction. This CNN effect has arguably impacted U.S. policies toward Africa, most notably in the case of President George H.W. Bush's decision to send troops to Somalia in 1992, Cohen 2000. Likewise, U.S. foreign policy toward Sudan was partly influenced by domestic evangelical Christian constituencies, who often regarded the Muslim regime in Khartoum as victimizing Southern Christians, Duvall 1998, Gulfer 2011, Love 2006. With the end of the Cold War, it seemed as if the African continent would slip further off the U.S. foreign policy agenda. While private economic actors remained engaged, with emerging markets in minerals such as coltan joining long-standing interests in oil and diamonds, the formal apparatus of U.S. power seemed less interested in Africa. As a result of the ideological shift caused by the Republican congressional electoral success in 1994, USAID and the State Department became less engaged. Established allies, such as Mobutu Sese Seko in Zaire and Jonas Savimbi in Angola, lost favor with Washington and were left to suffer the consequences of their actions alone. After a perceived disastrous defeat in Somalia, the United States swore off direct military engagement in Africa, often playing a more subdued role in African affairs, particularly during the 1994 Rwandan genocide and the slow implosion of Zaire. The post-Cold War era seemed to be characterized by what one observer referred to as America's benign neglect of the continent, Booker 2001. But the events of September 11, 2001 marked the beginning of a shift in relations between the United States and Africa, with the administration of George W. Bush and subsequently that of Barack Obama focused on 380. 2 goals in sub-Saharan Africa, accessing African oil and other material resources and combating terrorism. In 2002 the Washington Post observed, Africa, the neglected stepchild of American diplomacy, is rising in strategic importance to Washington policymakers, and one word sums up the reason: oil, quoted in Hence 2004:23. In 2011, over 16% of U.S. oil imports came from sub-Saharan Africa, largely from Angola and Nigeria, contrasted to the 18% coming from the Persian Gulf. Since 2011, Nigeria and Angola have been among the top 10 exporters of crude oil to the United States, offering the United States an attractive alternative to oil from the Middle East. By 2016, however, the amount of imported African oil had dropped significantly, reflecting the Obama administration's attempts to lessen U.S. dependence on foreign oil. 8. In addition to its interest in accessing African oil, the United States established numerous programs, such as the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, to provide incentives for African countries to open their economies and build free markets. In exchange for adopting neoliberal economic policies, African countries were promised preferential access to U.S. markets. Non-oil exports from sub-Saharan Africa to the United States grew from $1.4 billion in 2011 to $4.1 billion in 2015. A number of critics, however, argued that AGOA merely reproduced the conditionalities of adjustment programs and privileged regional integration schemes, Adebayo 2003, Hence 2001. While the United States was Africa's major trading partner for many years, it was displaced by China in 2009. Indeed, exports from sub-Saharan Africa to the United States fell by 66% between 2006 and 2016, with exports growing by only 7%. In 2015, it was estimated that US African trade flows accounted for $53 billion, which was dwarfed by the $188 billion in Sino-African trade. Exacerbating the waning trade interests of the United States with Africa, the future of AGOA is very much in question given the Trump administration's hostility to existing trade deals. Even before the election of Donald Trump, the United States was decreasing its development assistance to the continent and demanding greater African self-responsibility. In 1985, for example, state-to-state aid was $2.4 billion, but by 1990 that figure was cut in half to $1.2 billion and remained at this level throughout the decade, with a slight increase to about $1.4 billion by 2001. While the figure increased over the following decade, to $7 billion in 2011, OECD 2011a, it has been dropping significantly under the Trump administration. A major vehicle for aid has been the Millennium Challenge Corporation, created in 2004 as an independent agency, separate from the State Department and USAID. To be eligible for MCC aid, known as a Millennium Challenge 381 account, a country is evaluated along third-party indicators, such as those established by the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization UNESCO, Freedom House, and the Heritage Foundation, covering 17 governance and economic conditions. In its first year of implementation, 17 countries were deemed eligible for an MCA, the majority being in Africa. While President George W. Bush's 2003 promise of $10 billion to combat AIDS in Africa and the Caribbean became a significant component of his administration's engagement with the continent, Raidla 2003, Dunn 2008b, and the Obama administration created the Young African Leaders Initiative, YALI, for educating and networking young African leaders. Africa and the issue of development largely suffered from neglect under Obama, and active disdain under Trump. Trump has disparaged African states as shitholes. His administration has slashed budgets for African-related agencies. The initial target budget for the Millennium Challenge Corporation, for example, had been $3 billion, but that was reduced to $800 million in Trump's proposed 2019 budget. Moreover, he has refused to fill over half of the vacancies in the State Department, negatively impacting U.S. diplomacy and crippling numerous initiatives across the continent, Stremlau 2017. In addition to significantly decreasing overseas development aid and attempting to gut the State Department's U.S. Agency for International Development, the Trump administration also supplanted the Overseas Private Investment Corporation with the newly created U.S. International Development Finance Corporation to provide loans to U.S. companies willing to do business in African and other developing nations. And while the United States had pledged $14 billion in aid to Africa over the next decade, that figure is dwarfed by China's pledge of $175 billion over the same period. U.S. foreign policy interest in Africa has long focused on issues of security and geopolitics, but since 9/11 counterterrorism and security concerns have come to dominate its agenda on the continent. 3 years before the events of September 11, 2001, terrorists bombed the U.S. embassies in Dar es Salaam and Nairobi, killing 224 people, including 12 Americans, and injuring over 4,500. Since then, many U.S. policymakers have been concerned that Africa was becoming, in the words of one top U.S. diplomat, the world's soft underbelly for global terrorism, House Committee on International Relations 2001. For Washington, Sub-Saharan Africa contains a potentially dangerous mixture of forces: weak and failing states, poverty, political repression and alienation, and social disintegration that lends itself to radicalism and the emergence 382 of terrorism. The emergence of violent Islamist groups in the Horn and in West Africa has caused concern in Washington. In 2002, the United States established the Pan-Sahel Initiative, which increased training, equipment supplies, and cooperation with the militaries of Mali, Niger, Chad, and Mauritania as part of the U.S. Global War on Terror, Ellis 2004. Much of U.S. counterterrorism strategy has focused on the Horn, given its proximity to the Middle East, its predominant Muslim population, and Somalia's position as the world's preeminent failed state, but there is also significant U.S. military activity in Sahelian West Africa, particularly in Niger. Since 2007, the United States has directed its support in the region to the African Union peacekeepers, AMISOM, but also the Ethiopian military, which along with the Kenyan military currently operates within Somalia against Islamist militias. Both the Bush and Obama administrations increased levels of U.S. military engagement in Africa, especially through the Combined Joint Task Force, Horn of Africa, CJTF-HOA, program. At the center of this presence is Camp Lemonnier in Djibouti, home to over 1,800 U.S. personnel. Camp Lemonnier is the only true military base that the United States maintains on the African continent, but as of 2017 there were roughly 6,000 active U.S. military personnel spread across the continent. While most of those are concentrated in just a handful of countries, with the majority in Djibouti, almost every African country has a U.S. military presence of some size on its soil, what's in 2017. Additionally, the U.S. military maintains at least a dozen drone bases across Africa. Through programs such as the Africa Crisis Response Initiative, ACRI, the African Contingency Operations Training and Assistance, ACOTA, and the Trans-Saharan Counterterrorism Partnership, TSCTP, the United States has sought to strengthen Africa's military capability by training special units from several African states, as well as providing arms and equipment to these forces. While these programs are limited and relatively minimal, they have impacted the military landscape given the access of African militaries to U.S. training and equipment. U.S. engagement on military matters has also resulted in the increased privatization of security in Africa, as the United States has promoted the use of private militaries and US-based security firms, Reno 2011, 2001, hence 2004. In what was heralded as a major development in US-Africa relations, the Pentagon created the U.S. Africa Command, AFRICOM, in 2007 to oversee U.S. military activities on the continent. Previously, the continent was divided among three other regional commands: European, Central, and Pacific. Egypt remains part of the U.S. Central Command. 383. Known as CENTCOM, which covers the Middle East region. The goal was to improve the coordination of U.S. military operations and relations on the continent, though critics feared an increase in both the militarization of African politics and U.S. interference in domestic affairs, Ba and Onning 2008, Moeller 2010. AFRICOM has over 1,500 military and civilian personnel based in Stuttgart, Germany. Despite the original intention of basing AFRICOM in Africa, there was little interest among African states to host it. Initially, AFRICOM sought to integrate personnel from other government agencies, such as USAID and the State Department, to create a more holistic approach to policy and planning. But in recent years it has reverted into a more traditional combatant command center, reflecting the increased militarization of U.S. policies toward Africa, Piambo 2015. Yet, even America's military engagement with Africa has decreased in recent years, as the Trump administration has moved to reduce its commitments to African allies. By early 2019, it had cut the number of its commandos in Africa by a quarter and closed 7 of 8 elite counterterrorism units operating on the continent. Despite Washington's long-standing rhetorical commitment to democratization, U.S. foreign policy toward Africa has never delivered substantially on that promise. During the Cold War, the United States was content to support authoritarian regimes that it regarded as important geostrategic allies. Likewise, in the post-Cold War era, the United States has been reluctant to criticize undemocratic allies, such as Uganda's Yoweri Museveni, focusing instead on pursuing its strategic concerns, namely combating terrorism and accessing African oil, Gray 2006. This has become even more pronounced under President Trump. It is worth noting that African governments have negotiated U.S. power in a variety of ways. After the events of September 11, 2001, several states capitalized on leveraging their support for the US-led invasion of Iraq. One of the biggest beneficiaries was strategically located Djibouti, which currently hosts the only true U.S. base on the continent. Other states, such as Nigeria, have been able to increase the amount of military aid and assistance by cooperating with the United States and its various anti-terrorism initiatives. ACOTA, which provides military training and standardized attack equipment, such as assault rifles, machine guns, and mortars, is linked to the training centers of the Joint Combined Arms Training System, JCATS. In many ways these programs represent a return to Cold War-era practices, according to which African political elites pledge support to the superpower in return for military assistance, training, and technology. 384. While the global strategic needs of the United States have certainly provided some African elites with opportunities, many leaders are slightly wary of engaging with the superpower. Across the continent one encounters at times a latent hostility to the United States. While there was optimism over the presidential election of Obama in 2008, many were disappointed by what could be considered his administration's benign neglect of the continent. Trump's active disdain and hostility has soured US-African relations, leading many African leaders to embrace China as an alternative to US and Western influence. Yet, presidential blustering aside, the reality is that U.S. engagement with Africa is increasingly militarized and, as such, conducted by the Pentagon. Russia. While Russia had established diplomatic relations with Ethiopia and South Africa prior to its communist revolution, it was not until the Cold War competition escalated in the 1950s that Russia figured prominently on the continent. As the superpowers turned Africa into a geopolitical chessboard, the Soviet Union enjoyed a certain advantage. While both superpowers advocated anti-colonialism, the credibility of the United States was somewhat compromised by its close alliance with the former European colonizers. The Soviet Union was not burdened by such attachments. Of course, this also meant that the Soviet Union did not enjoy any of the inherent advantages the United States gained via its friendly relations with the former metropoles. For the most part, the Soviet Union was outside the continent, waiting for invitations and opportunities for engagement. This provided African leaders with a certain degree of agency. For Africans, the Soviet Union was a potential counterweight to Western powers. Even the establishment of a Soviet embassy could be used as leverage against the West, Clapham 1996. The Soviet Union also offered valuable resources for anti-colonial movements and newly independent states. In addition to financial and military assistance, it provided industrial tools and technical expertise. During the Cold War, the Soviets trained at least 200,000 Africans on the continent, while about 53,000 Africans were trained in Soviet universities, with thousands more attending military and political schools. Alumni include past presidents of Angola, Cape Verde, Mali, Mozambique, and South Africa, Shubin 2004. The Soviet Union also offered an alternative model of development, particularly given its own success with rapid industrialization. Soviet experience with state control of the economy, and the 385 utilization of a one-party state, appealed to many African leaders, not least because it provided the means through which those leaders could increase access to the resources needed to maintain and strengthen their own neo-patrimonial systems of rule. For the Soviet Union, Africa offered opportunities to advance its global struggle against imperialism and to improve its geostrategic position vis-à-vis the United States. Early Soviet engagement with the continent was initiated by African leaders who had run afoul of their European colonial powers, namely Guinea's Ahmed Sékou Touré. After Guinea's dramatic break with France in 1958, the Soviets were happy to provide substantial amounts of aid and assistance, such as road-building equipment, which might have inexplicably included snowplows, in exchange for a foothold on the continent and access to the young generation of African radicals active in anti-colonial movements. However, as the incident with the snowplows illustrated, Soviet engagement was often characterized by incompetence, ignorance, and heavy-handedness. Sékou Touré grew increasingly frustrated and distrustful of the Soviet Union, eventually expelling the Soviet ambassador. But for a time, Sékou Touré found engagement with the Soviets to be a useful bargaining chip as he played the two superpowers off each other to maximize aid. This pattern would be used by a number of independent African leaders throughout the Cold War era. For the Soviets, their initial foray into African affairs left them temporarily wary of what was regarded as the unpredictability of African personalities and events, Legvold 1970:129. As more African states became independent in the 1960s, many African elites used the Soviet Union to access valuable resources and distance themselves from their former European metropoles. For their part, the Soviets scaled down their ambitions on the continent and seemed content to merely establish diplomatic relationships with as many African states as possible. This was driven by their desire to be recognized as a global superpower, exerting influence diplomatically as opposed to sponsoring revolutionary movements across the continent. Indeed, during the 1960s, it was China that provided material support for Africa's more radical states and nationalist movements, charging the Soviet Union with betraying the revolutionary cause for more conservative pursuits. This charge was predominantly true, as the Soviets competed with the United States and China for influence in Africa by establishing something of a middle ground between the two. This relatively restrained approach meant that they were often unwilling to directly intervene to protect ideologically compatible. 386. Client regimes, such as Algeria's Ahmed Ben Bella, Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah, and Mali's Modibo Keïta, all of whom were overthrown from 1965 to 1968, but were also happy to extend assistance to non-socialist African states, such as Nigeria, which the Soviets supported with large amounts of military assistance during the Biafran War. Arms deliveries emerged as the Soviets' principal instrument of influence, with Russia becoming the largest supplier of arms to Africa by the 1970s. Perhaps the greatest opportunity for Soviet engagement with Africa came with Portugal's stubborn struggle to maintain its African colonies. Because Portugal was considered a valued NATO ally, the United States was unwilling to provide support to the nationalist movements in Guinea-Bissau, Angola, and Mozambique. This had the effect of further radicalizing the anti-colonial struggles in those countries, as they had no other option but to turn to the Soviet bloc, and China, for weapons, advice, and assistance. These revolutionary movements provided the Soviet Union with unprecedented opportunities for influence on the continent. Thus, by the time the Portuguese colonial empire collapsed in 1975, 3 new African states professing Marxism and enjoying close relations with Moscow emerged on the continent. While this afforded the Soviets an improved position in their geostrategic competition with the United States, it also came with significant obligations, especially in Angola. Initially showing restraint in the Angolan Civil War, the Soviet Union eventually threw its massive military support behind the MPLA after interventions by the United States, South Africa, both supporting UNITA, and China, supporting both UNITA and the FNLA, and only then because Soviet Premier Leonid Brezhnev faced political pressure domestically. Albright 1980. In 1975, Uzbek Zaire sent combat troops into Angola to support the FNLA while apartheid South Africa invaded from the south in a coordinated effort with Jonas Savimbi's UNITA. The MPLA would certainly have been crushed without the intervention of its Soviet bloc allies. But even then, the driving force behind the Soviet bloc's support for the MPLA was not the Kremlin, but Cuba and Fidel Castro. More than 35,000 Cuban troops were dispatched to Angola from November 1975 to January 1976 at Cuba's own expense and without the Soviet Union's prior knowledge or approval. The Soviets begrudgingly accepted the massive Cuban operation, yet they did not play an active role in the operation for several months. George 2005. The Cuban troops proved vital to the survival of the MPLA regime several times, remaining in the country until their negotiated withdrawal in 1991. 387. The Soviet Union's engagement in the Horn was similarly driven by opportunism and African initiatives. The Soviet Union had sought an active diplomatic presence in the region for geostrategic reasons, given its proximity to the Red Sea and the Middle East. Its most promising client state was Somalia, to which the Soviets began shipping weapons after Syed Barre's scientific socialist regime seized power in 1969. In return, Barre allowed the Soviets to use naval installations in Berbera. The military aid was vital to the Somalis as they prepared for a confrontation against US-backed Ethiopia over the disputed Ogaden region. When Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie was overthrown by a Marxist-Leninist military regime in 1975, however, the situation became increasingly complicated for the Soviets, especially after the new Ethiopian regime turned to the Soviets for support. When the Somalis invaded Ethiopia in 1977, the Soviet Union cautiously tried to balance its support between its two allies, a position that angered Barre, who tore up the Soviet-Somali Friendship and Cooperation Treaty. After this rebuff, the Soviets reluctantly threw their weight behind Ethiopia. Over the next 2 years, they dispatched nearly $2 billion in arms and between 10,000 and 15,000 Cuban troops and Soviet military advisors to Ethiopia, repelling the Somalis from the Ogaden region and representing the largest Soviet commitment in Africa. Though they were able to use the naval facilities in the Dahlak Islands, replacing their loss of the Berbera base, now occupied by Barre's new U.S. benefactor, they derived little benefit from their relationship with Mengistu Haile Mariam's Ethiopia. Rather, their patronage proved to be a costly endeavor as they poured military weaponry into the country to shore up Mengistu's increasingly shaky and besieged regime. By the time Mikhail Gorbachev assumed power, the Soviets had effectively retired their support for Mengistu, Gorbachev 2008. As the cases of Angola and Ethiopia illustrate, the Soviets began to extract themselves from burdensome obligations on the continent during the waning days of the Cold War. In general, their failure to forge more substantial Afro-Soviet relationships highlighted both the extent to which African economies were integrated into the Western capitalist economic system and the continuing pattern of external dependence established by colonialism. The Soviet Union was incapable of replacing the economic linkages between Africa and Western markets. Perhaps the most lasting contribution the Soviet Union made to Africa was the enormous flow of armaments into the continent. Indeed, the militarization of Africa and overabundance of weaponry are arguably the most significant legacies of the superpowers' Cold War engagement with the continent. 388. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia further detached itself from Africa. The Afro-Soviet trade volume decreased from $1.3 billion in 1988 to $740 million by 1994, and cultural and scientific relations were also cut back, Fiden and Aras 2010. In 1991, Russian President Boris Yeltsin suspended aid and demanded that African countries repay their debts. In response, the latter demanded that Russia either erase or reduce the debts they owed to the now-defunct Soviet Union. With Russia-Africa relations greatly damaged and reduced, Africans increasingly referred to Russia as the land that turned its back on the continent, Solodovnikov 2000:6. Immediately after the Cold War, Russia pursued a close working relationship with the West, but it did not last, Shubin 2004. In recent years, an emboldened Russia has resuscitated its diplomatic contacts with former allies and reached out to other potential partners. In 2006, Vladimir Putin paid a high-profile visit to the continent, proclaiming that Russia was returning to Africa. This corresponded with Russia's inclusion in the so-called BRICS: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, 5 emerging economies that are playing a more activist role in world affairs, Taylor 2014. Driving Russia's re-engagement was not just a desire to increase its geopolitical position, but also an interest in African natural resources. Russian trade with Africa has steadily increased in recent years, accounting for $3.6 billion in 2017, up from $2.2 billion in 2015. Most of this activity has been in the gas, aluminum, manganese, and diamond industries, though Africa is also an important supplier of rubber, fish, cocoa, coffee, and tea. Moreover, Russian companies, such as Lukoil and diamond mining Alrosa, are increasing their presence in Africa. Further signaling its return, according to OECD figures, Russia's annual average development assistance to Africa from 2011 to 2015 was roughly $30 million. But while Cold War-era assistance flowed only to Soviet clients, current Russian aid goes to nearly every African country. And in a symbolic return to Cold War-era exchanges, African students are being educated in Russia, many at the expense of the Russian government. In 2007, there were 4,500 African students in Russia, but by 2017 the number had risen to 15,000. Significantly, Russia has returned to its previous role as a major supplier of weapons to Africa. It is currently the leading arms exporter to the region, accounting for 30% of all arms trade, Lavrov 2018. Moreover, in 2017, it signed $1 billion worth of defense cooperation agreements with Angola and Nigeria, further reflecting its increasing engagement with the continent at a time when interest from its former Cold War competitor is waning. 389. China. China's initial engagement with Africa was largely the result of its Cold War competition with the Soviet Union. When the Sino-Soviet dispute escalated in the late 1960s and 1970s, China sought to leverage its image as an alternative to the Soviet Union in order to increase its own geopolitical position. In some cases, China and the Soviet Union created rival client networks in Africa and funded competing liberation movements in southern Africa, such as in Angola and Zimbabwe. This provided several newly independent African states with a useful source of aid, especially for large infrastructural projects such as road and railway systems. For example, China was instrumental in building the Tanzam Railway between Dar es Salaam and Zambia, which freed landlocked Zambia from its dependence on white-ruled Rhodesia and South Africa. Despite such highly valued projects, China was often regarded as an option of last resort. In any case, Chinese interest in Africa dissipated after Mao Zedong's death in 1976, Taylor 2009. Beijing's engagement increased significantly after the 1989 Tiananmen Square crisis. While the United States and other Western powers heavily criticized China over the incident, a number of African states publicly defended China and the repressive military tactics employed. This led Beijing to rethink its global engagement, concluding that Africa and other parts of the developing world were more reliable and less critical partners of China than was the West. As Ian Taylor, 1998-2009, has argued, China's increased engagement was driven by Africa's considerable numerical standing in the United Nations, which served to quell any criticism of Beijing's human rights record and ensured that Taiwan remains unrecognized. These political considerations were augmented by China's increasing interest in African oil and other mineral resources, Yates 2012, Corkin 2011, Shin and Eisenman 2005. Reflective of the increased engagement has been the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, FOCAC, a ministerial summit held first in 2000 and every 3 years since. For African leaders, China represents an attractive model for development, having transformed itself into a global economic powerhouse and, perhaps most important, having done so without following the prescriptions of the West. As such, China provides African leaders with development assistance, particularly for infrastructure projects, unencumbered by the neoliberal conditionalities imposed by the West. The leaders of Africa and China find themselves sharing mutually beneficial positions regarding state sovereignty, as neither makes demands on the other over democratic. 390. Reform, good governance, or human rights. African states have also benefited economically from their engagement with China. In the 8 years after the 1989 re-engagement, Sino-African trade increased by 431%. In the following decade it increased another six-fold, from around $20 billion in 2000 to $120 billion by 2011, True and OB 2010. Since 2009, China has been Africa's largest single trading partner. Even after the recent slowdown in the Chinese economy, Sino-African trade amounted to roughly $188 billion in 2017, a slight decrease since its 2014 peak. While the trade has largely been one-sided in China's favor, African exports to China have steadily increased. China, now the world's second-largest oil consumer after the United States, is looking toward Africa for oil given its lack of domestic reserves. By the beginning of the 21st century, Chinese energy companies had established a significant presence across the continent in a range of activities, from building pipelines to oil and gas exploration, Lai 2007, Wisanska 2004. Recent economic growth in Africa has been partly credited to its engagement with China, see Chapter 6. Of particular importance has been much needed investment in Africa's aging infrastructure, executed as part of China's global One Belt, One Road construction initiative. Examples include Kenya's standard gauge railway line, an electric railway line linking Addis Ababa in landlocked Ethiopia to the port of Djibouti, and international airports in Zambia and Djibouti. Some have argued that China's investments stand to benefit Africa, bringing about new services and products, Najam and Thrasher 2012, Tull 2006. Others have noted that China's trade and investments are valuable to the continent primarily because there is so little investment forthcoming from other sources, Taylor 2005b. Much of China's economic engagement with Africa has been largely self-serving, as evidenced by Beijing's claim that China should be given privileged access to African markets on the basis of South-South solidarity. Symbolizing China's growing importance in Africa, and Africa's continued reliance on foreign powers, Beijing covered the entire $200 million cost of building the new African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa, which was inaugurated in 2012, Brodagam 2015. Arguably, China's re-engagement with Africa represents the most important change in Africa's external relations since the end of the Cold War. In addition to becoming Africa's primary trading partner, China has also become its largest single provider of loans, providing Africa with around $94 billion between 2000 and 2015, with Angola receiving the highest amount with $19.2 billion in loans. Moreover, 391. China's naval base in Djibouti, joining bases there by France, Germany, Italy, Russia, and the United States, is the country's only overseas military base in the world. These developments certainly contradict the idea that Africa is somehow marginal to global affairs, Harman and Brown 2013, Tull 2006. Because China's engagement to date is predicated on non-interference in domestic affairs, perhaps the most significant results of contemporary Sino-African relations are the consolidation of power by African leaders and the further legitimizing of the African juridical state at a time when both are being weakened by other forces, Muekalaya 2004. Given increased competition for African oil and other natural resources, some African leaders have been able to leverage their strategic importance to their own benefit, such as Angola's attempt to balance with China against the West, Mason 2017, Beseda and O'Bright 2017. Yet while this possible return to a Cold War style scenario may benefit African elites, it is unlikely that economic benefits will trickle down to ordinary Africans. The flood of cheap Chinese goods, especially textiles, has had a detrimental effect on African producers, who struggle both at home and abroad. Moreover, as Ian Taylor, 2009, has argued, because of the absence of civil society elements that might moderate China's activities on the continent, there is a danger that the more negative aspects of Chinese policy might hamper democracy and development on the continent. Some have raised concern that a new relationship of dependency is developing between Africa and China, Geta, Mosesa, and Asifa 2013, Mason 2017, Taylor 2014. In the DRC, the Kabila regime signed a $6 billion resources for infrastructure deal via the Chinese Congolese Seco Mines mining venture that proved to be highly inequitable and exploitative, Kabamba 2016. The track record is quite mixed, as many note that Chinese investments do not provide much employment for Africans, and when they do, it tends to be accompanied by low wages, poor working conditions, environmental degradation, and a lack of technological transfers, Leslie 2016:4. There are cases where African states, such as Uganda, Botswana, Malawi, and Kenya, have introduced restrictions to ensure more advantageous trade and investment agreements, Warmerdam and Van Dijk 2016. Finally, given China's growing arms sales to several key oil-producing states, such as Sudan and Equatorial Guinea, and conflict-ridden states, such as Sierra Leone, South Sudan, Burundi, and the DRC, one may well be concerned that China is continuing the self-serving tradition of militarizing the continent pursued by other external powers, Bin Abdallah 2016. 392. Africa and other external actors. Despite the rhetoric of Third World solidarity during the first decades of independence, African bilateral relations with other states in the developing world were relatively minimal, with the exception of the Middle East. This was partly due to North African states functioning as a bridge for both regions. 10 African states are members of the Arab League, and many other African states have sizable Muslim populations. Indeed, the linkages between Africa and the Middle East were deep and varied long before the intrusion of European colonialism on the continent. After independence, the common heritage of colonialism and dependency was emphasized to provide a sense of shared subjection, despite significant differences in colonial experiences. Both regions also experienced a pariah state in their midst, Israel in the Middle East and apartheid South Africa on the continent. While those two outcasts established a close and mutually beneficial relationship themselves, Afro-Arab solidarity was promoted within the campaign against both states. Though each region provided little more than symbolic support for the other's cause, it is worth noting that the only time that the Organization of African Unity was successful in convincing its member states to adopt a common foreign policy was over the breaking of diplomatic relations with Israel in 1973. Yet the Afro-Arab relationship was fundamentally asymmetric. Middle Eastern states were clearly in a stronger position than their African counterparts in almost every respect. The oil wealth of most Middle Eastern states enabled the region to enjoy economic, political, and military power on the world stage that was far beyond the means of Africans. This wealth has occasionally meant that the Middle East functions as a potential source of economic assistance, military protection, and diplomatic support for a number of African states. At the same time, Africa provides a venue for Middle Eastern states to project their influence. The Afro-Arab relationship was put to the test after the 1973 Arab-Israeli War, when the rise in oil prices greatly enriched oil-producing states in the Middle East but crippled the oil-dependent states of Africa. The Arab world attempted to respond by creating the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa to distribute aid to the continent. Yet the total amount distributed was far lower than the sum lost by African states due to the increased oil prices, and many Africans remained deeply resentful of what they perceived was Arab wealth generated at their expense. Way 1983. Moreover, many non-Muslim African states have been suspicious about the spread of Islam across the continent, especially the rise of 393. Islamic fundamentalism, see Chapter 3. This suspicion has often been exacerbated by Arab states' engagement in conflicts in the Horn, most notably by Saudi Arabia and Yemen in Somalia and Eritrea, as well as the actions of Libya's Muammar Gaddafi, who directly and indirectly undermined neighboring African states throughout his decades in power. While championing both Arab nationalism and African integration, Gaddafi was both celebrated and distrusted across the continent, reflecting the contradictory impulses within the Afro-Arab relationship. Gaddafi's relations with Uganda are perhaps illustrative. Gaddafi championed Idi Amin's 1971 rise to power in hopes of creating a fellow Islamic and anti-Israeli African state, sending several hundred troops to support Amin. When Tanzania invaded Uganda in January 1979, Gaddafi airlifted 2,500 troops, as well as tanks, armored personnel carriers, and artillery, to thwart the invasion. While Gaddafi's assistance to Amin did little to endear him to most Ugandans, he later provided Museveni's insurgent army with much-needed funds, arms, and training. After Museveni's victory, Libyan companies invested heavily in Uganda and Gaddafi erected his towering namesake National Mosque in Kampala. Yet Museveni always remained deeply suspicious of Gaddafi, even to the point of fearing that the Libyan leader might try to assassinate him. In the end, Gaddafi's 2011 overthrow and murder were met with a mix of contradictory and confused responses from across Uganda and Africa in general. Vokes 2011. In many ways, this reflected the complex nature of contemporary Afro-Arab relations, made even more complicated given the desirability of developing African oil reserves as a counterbalance to dependence on Middle Eastern oil. There have also been a handful of other significant countries in Africa's external bilateral relations. Arguably, these middle powers have become more important to African leaders after the Cold War, as the end of the stultifying bifurcated worldview provided Africans with increased maneuverability in their foreign policies. Yet in some cases, the end of the Cold War led some external actors to disengage from the continent. For example, While Cuba provided invaluable assistance to Angola and Eritrea during the Cold War, it no longer enjoys the privileged position it once had in those countries. Though Cuba still engages in technical cooperation with Angola and Namibia, it has largely been eclipsed by post-apartheid South Africa, GLIGC's 2006. Similarly, during the 1970s and 1980s, and often acting independently of its Soviet and Chinese patrons, North Korea ran several military assistance programs in radical African states such as Guinea, Ethiopia, Mali, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. It trained Zimbabwe's infamous 5th Brigade 394, which was used by the Robert Mugabe regime in the mid-1980s to brutally suppress dissent in Matabeleland. North Korea's engagement with Africa was largely driven by its competition with South Korea and desire to gain diplomatic recognition. It succeeded in leveraging its influence to keep South Korea from joining the non-aligned movement. But after the end of the Cold War, African leaders realized that South Korea had far more economic opportunities to offer than the North, and Pyongyang's limited influence diminished. Returning to the so-called BRICS, it is worth examining the growing engagement with both Brazil and India. Trade between Brazil and Africa increased sixfold between 2000 and 2011, from $4.2 billion to a $27.6 billion. But that pales in comparison to the growth in bilateral trade with India, which was only $914 million in 1991 before skyrocketing from $5.3 billion in 2001 to $90 billion in 2015, with African exports to India more than double Indian exports to Africa. While Chinese involvement has largely been state-backed, India's engagement has focused on encouraging entrepreneurialism and private enterprise, Taylor 2014. Like China, India offers the possibility for new forms of development cooperation and aid that are largely free of the conditionalities imposed by Western powers. In recent years, India has doubled its lines of credit and increased its assistance in human resource development, technical training and capacity building, and transfer of low-cost technology, Carmody 2013, Scott 2008, Taylor 2012. While some have suggested that India's growth will bring it into increased competition with China in a new scramble for African resources, Maudsley and McCann 2010, True and Obi 2010, Naidu 2010, Karolina Wysońska, 2004, notes that India has been working with China to establish joint ventures in their search for overseas energy supplies, including in Africa, with mixed success. In recent years, Iran has also become more engaged in trade and investment in Africa, probably in response to its relative diplomatic isolation. In 2007 it opened an assembly line for a car factory in Senegal, and its trade and cooperation with Nigeria and South Africa have provided important diplomatic allies. But most significant have been Iran's close connections to Sudan, with which it shares an anti-Western ideological link. Sudan turned to Iran for military cooperation in an effort at emancipating itself from relations with China and Russia, Chimbalo 2010. Under Hugo Chavez, Venezuela sought to forge closer diplomatic ties with Africa in order to counterbalance U.S. hegemony, Marquez 2005. These connections typically focused on political and cultural issues, but were undermined after the spectacular collapse of 395. Venezuela's economy began in 2014. The economic ties that connect Venezuela and other neighboring Latin American countries with the African continent largely revolve around the illicit trade of drugs. West African countries increasingly function as major hubs for drug networks moving cocaine from Latin America into Europe, Carrier and Klanchnig 2012, Ellis 2009, Sheila 2015. Canada, despite its rather negligible economic trade with and investments in Africa, has often been at the forefront of the international community's engagement on such issues as development assistance, corporate responsibility, and the promotion of human security. David Black, 2004, has argued that Canada has been driven primarily by its own self-image as a peace broker, concerned global citizen, and champion of liberal values. Canada was a major actor in the convention banning anti-personnel landmines, the Rome Statute, which established the International Criminal Court, and the Kimberley Process, to stem the flow of conflict diamonds. The Canadian International Development Agency, CIDA, has played a pronounced role across the continent, though substantial budget cuts have curbed its relevance in recent years. Brown and Jackson 2009, Black and Thiessen 2007. While Chris Brown, 2001, has pointed out that Canada's ties are comparatively minor, Africa occupies a key place in Canada's foreign policy, particularly as Ottawa tries to present itself as an ethical player on the world stage. Its lack of a colonial legacy and threatening interests enhances its ability to play the role of a milder and more benevolent Western ally, with which a number of African states have sought to engage. Finally, Japan has increased its engagement with Africa since the end of the Cold War. Commerce and aid have formed the key components of Japan's Africa policy. Japan's aid to Africa increased after the oil shocks of 1973, as it sought new sources of energy. In the immediate years following the Cold War, it was the world's biggest aid donor overall, and the top donor for Kenya, Ghana, Gambia, Malawi, Sierra Leone, Tanzania, and Zambia, Stein 1998. Since 1993, Japan has channeled its involvement through the Tokyo International Conference on African Development, TICAD, a multilateral fundraising initiative that has prioritized principles of African ownership and self-help. Yet Japan's ability to provide aid floundered in the wake of its own sustained economic downturn since the late 1990s. By 2001, its total worldwide aid had dropped to $9.8 billion from $14.7 billion 6 years earlier, approximately 10% of Japan's total aid. At the 2013 TICAD, Japan committed itself to providing roughly $1.4 billion in direct assistance to Africa, Cornelissen 2016. South Africa remains 396. Japan's privileged partner. As Scarlett Cornelissen, 2004:129, 130, notes, the two countries have found a synergy in their foreign policy ambitions, South Africa in its attempts to establish itself as a world paragon, and Japan in trying to attain international political prowess. International organizations. The United Nations is the principal outlet for most foreign policy initiatives by African states, largely because it provides a ready platform for them to exercise their diplomatic influence. African states enjoy a numerical advantage in the UN General Assembly, which as of 2019 is composed of 193 seats, of which 49 are sub-Saharan African. Because of their numbers, African states and others in the developing world are often able to set the agenda of the General Assembly and greatly influence decisions. As such, the UN has been an important venue through which African states champion various causes, most notably during the era of decolonization and the struggle against white-ruled regimes in southern Africa. The high number of African states has occasionally been used to influence the makeup of powerful UN committees. In 2001, for example, African states joined with European and Asian states to deny the United States a seat on the UN's Commission on Human Rights. This move, generated by a frustration with the George W. Bush administration's global policies and unilateralism, was a symbolic victory for the developing world and an embarrassment for the United States. While the General Assembly offers African states a useful venue for diplomatic interaction and coordination, real power resides in the Security Council, where the 5 permanent members wield veto power. Of the 15 member states in the Security Council, the 10 non-permanent members are elected to 2-year terms by regional blocs within the General Assembly. The African bloc elects 3 members to represent the continent. This representation has afforded the continent considerable influence on Security Council deliberations, yet it has been a common criticism that the 5 permanent members, China, France, Russia, the United Kingdom, and the United States, enjoy asymmetric power given their exclusive use of the veto. As a result, there have been repeated attempts to reform the Security Council, including a 2004 proposal by then Secretary General Kofi Annan, originally from Ghana, to include Brazil, Germany, India, and Japan, referred to as the Group of 4G4, as well as 1 seat for Africa and 1 seat for the Arab. 397. League. The most likely contenders for the proposed African permanent seat, Egypt, Nigeria, and South Africa, each launched diplomatic initiatives to support the reform and secure a permanent seat, though African states could not unite on this issue. It should be noted that the United Nations also provides a valuable service for African leaders by being the source of the juridical state's legitimacy. The UN effectively grants legitimacy through recognition, providing leaders with international sovereignty and the privileges that come with it, including access to financial resources. As noted, international sovereignty is often used by African leaders as a shield behind which power is generated, practiced, and legitimized. It can also provide rulers with a legal facade to engage in partnerships with miscellaneous foreign actors. For the international community at large, the production of African sovereignty is essential because, as William Reno, 1997 B56, notes, it leaves in place an interlocutor who acknowledges debts and provides a point of contact between foreign state officials and strongmen without raising politically disturbing questions of recognition. One notable aspect of the Un-African relationship concerns the role of peacekeeping. As discussed in Chapter 7, the UN has a mixed record, with its history of both peacekeeping interventions and post-conflict justice efforts, on the continent. Some authors, such as Stephen Ellis, 2005, and Stephen Krasner, 2001, argue that these interventions not only reconfigure accepted norms of sovereignty, but also represent cases of supposed benevolent recolonization in a modern trusteeship argument, see also Fearon and Layadin 2004. Moreover, many other observers have noted how little such interventions actually accomplish, Otzerer 2010, Englebert and Tull 2008, Deal, Reifschneiderer and Hensel 1996. At the beginning of 2019, the UN, often working with the African Union, had peacekeeping operations in the Central African Republic, the DRC, Mali, South Sudan, Sudan Abiy, Sudan Darfur, and Western Sahara. African relations with the international financial institutions have also been complex and controversial. The history of Africa's interactions with the World Bank and the IMF has been discussed in detail in Chapter 6. The success and value of the structural adjustment programs and their replacement, the poverty reduction strategy papers, remain a source of considerable debate. What is clear is that after the Cold War, the IMF and the World Bank increased both the scope and the intensity of their engagement with their clients' internal affairs, resulting in a broader and more intrusive agenda. D. Williams 2000, Booth and 398. Lucas 2002. Caroline Thomas, 2004, argued that Africa's relationship with the international financial institutions was characterized by increased subservience. At the institutional level, African member states of the Bretton Woods organizations have virtually no voice within the decision-making processes of these institutions, which take place through their executive boards, each composed of 24 executive directors. All of the sub-Saharan African member states are currently represented by only 2, heavily overworked, executive directors. Moreover, given that voting within the IMF and the World Bank is based on how much a country contributes to their capital, African influence is negligible at best. At the client level, despite official attempts to increase African ownership, African states continue to have very little say in the design and application of World Bank and IMF programs. Some critics, such as Taylor and Williams, 2004 B17, argue that the international financial institutions continue to promote neoliberal economic principles in the face of overwhelming evidence of their negative social, political and even economic consequences. Yet as Nicholas van de Waal, 2001, has shown, African states are not always helpless in the face of World Bank and IMF conditionality and have been able to circumscribe or instrumentalize a good portion of it. Perhaps more significant, recent years have witnessed the rise of alternative lenders, including the China Development Bank, the Export-Import Bank of China, the African Development Bank, as well as numerous commercial lenders, all of which provide African states greater options for borrowing and, as noted in Chapter 6, have raised the looming specter of a new debt crisis. Concerns of disempowered engagement can also be found regarding Africa's relationship with the World Trade Organization. After the 1994 adoption of the Uruguay Round Agreements, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, system was replaced by the WTO. Under the WTO system, international trade relations have become much more legalized, especially with the adoption of the Dispute Settlement Understanding Mechanism and the creation of the Standing Appellate Body. The creation of the WTO also increased the number of participating states, and notably gave the participating African states, known as the African Group, a healthy bloc as they made up a quarter of the WTO membership. Yet the African Group's numerical presence has not resulted in any significant influence or benefits for African states within the WTO, Mangini 2002. Beginning in 2001, there were several rounds of WTO negotiations aimed at lowering trade barriers. The so-called Doha Round, or Doha Development 399 agenda, has reflected the significant differences between the developing and developed world around agriculture and agricultural subsidies, as well as industrial tariff and non-tariff barriers. Yet the Doha Round has also thrown into stark relief the limited agency that African states, with the notable exception of South Africa, have within these WTO discussions, Anderson and Martin 2005, Chada 2011. After more than a decade of intense negotiations on lowering trade barriers, especially involving an attempt to convince the European Union and United States to dismantle their agricultural subsidies, which effectively function as trade barriers, African participation remained negligible and negotiations ultimately unproductive. After the election of Donald Trump, the Doha Round approach, if not the viability of the WTO itself, has been thrown into question. The 2018 WTO Ministerial Conference in Buenos Aires was fraught, but also notable to the extent that African states were sidelined and their interests marginalized. Bellman 2018. The privatization of Africa's international relations. As noted throughout this book, many African states have become increasingly detached, to varying degrees, from their domestic societies, while at the same time relying more upon external sources of support and legitimacy for their survival. In the closing years of Mobutu Sese Seko's Zaire, for instance, the political authority of the central government barely extended beyond the capital, Kinshasa, while Mobutu and his cadre maintained their claim to rule through the international norm of juridical sovereignty, foreign assistance, and lucrative contracts with global economic actors. While one might regard such conditions under Zaire's slow-motion collapse as exceptional, relatively little has changed in the country 2 decades later, Trifone 2011a, 2011b. The case of Zaire/DRC signals a number of key points about contemporary African international relations, the importance of informal markets for both the public at large and the political elites, the complicated role of formal global economic actors in African politics, from multinational corporations to independent traders, and the increasing role of non-governmental organizations and other global civil society actors. Taken together, these factors suggest a considerable degree of privatization of African international relations, Clapham 1996. One component in this development has been the emergence of what William Reno, 1995, labeled the African shadow state. A product of personal rule, the shadow state exists behind the facade of formal 400 statehood. Though it exploits accepted concepts of legitimacy and institutional manifestations of state power, it relies on the control of markets and on the ability of political elites to manipulate access to market resources for political survival. Over the past several decades, as state assets became increasingly personalized and donor conditionalities further reduced both the size and the capacity of African states, the personal networks of rule became an even more pronounced feature of African shadow states. Central to the survival of the shadow state has been the incorporation of external elements, particularly formal and informal markets. One can see numerous examples of political elites using state power to create entrepreneurial opportunities within the informal sector, by Art 1993, by Art, Ellis, and Hibu 1999, Reno 1997a, Trifone 2011a. In Sierra Leone, Angola, and the DRC, for example, African leaders and members of their inner circles enjoyed considerable wealth via their connections in the mining sectors, Blundo and Olivier Dessardin 2006, Reno 1995. In Liberia, President Charles Taylor created enormous wealth through the development of informal regional economic networks, Reno 2007. In most cases, these economic ties were instrumental for the vertical redistribution practices used to maintain neopatrimonial networks. The managing of formal state power as a private business has helped maintain countless African regimes, but has also brought a wide variety of private global actors into the realm of African politics and international relations. African leaders have engaged with international companies to secure direct and indirect cash payments in exchange for preferential contracts and access to resources. For example, US and South African mining companies were intimately connected to Mobutu's regime, providing the shadow state with much needed access to foreign exchange and other resources, bust in 1999. In fact, the death knell for Mobutu's regime sounded when these external mining groups cut profitable deals with Laurent Kabila's rebels as they advanced across the country. By 2019, the Congolese government relied on a similar role being provided by Chinese corporations and investors. International criminal networks are also involved in the international relations of African shadow states, particularly in West Africa and the Sahel, Carrier and Klantschnig 2012, Sheila 2015. During the 1990s, Nigeria was a transit point for Asian heroin into Europe. By the beginning of the 21st century, drug traffickers were using Guinea-Bissau, Senegal, and Mali as hubs for bringing drugs into Europe from Latin America. In 2009, rivalries over the control of drug smuggling resulted in the murders, a day apart, of Guinea-Bissau's president and army chief of staff. 401. The process of privatization has also impacted the security realm, as private military contractors play a growing role in Africa, Gomez 2008, Chesterman and Laynard 2007, Muthian and Taylor 2002, Musa and Fayemi 2000. Of course, mercenaries have been active in Africa since independence. For instance, a substantial number of Belgian and French mercenaries were involved in the Congolese Civil War, particularly on the side of the breakaway province of Katanga. Since then, the presence of mercenaries has been a regular feature of many African conflicts. French mercenary Bob Denard became one of the world's most infamous soldiers of fortune, not just for his 4 attempts to overthrow the governments of the Comoros from 1975 to 1995, but also because his various exploits seemed to have the implicit approval of the French government. The use of dogs of war has recently become a more acceptable feature of African politics, with a growing number of African heads of state using private security firms, Gomez 2008. As Taylor and Williams, 2004 B5, note, the period since 1989 has witnessed the increasing privatization of the instruments of military power and violence and the concomitant erosion of the state's monopoly to wield such power legitimately. Private security firms not only have been used to combat insurgents, but also have become ubiquitous in much of Africa for the daily protection of premises, often replacing the police as primary providers of security, Forchard 2011, Baker 2010. The privatization of security has been driven both by forces of globalization and by the rise of the shadow states, but has also been the result of policies advanced by Western powers, especially the United States, which have championed the use of private security firms. The United States and other Western states have privileged non-state actors, such as private companies and civic associations, for ideological reasons, but also to bypass regimes they find difficult to work with. They have used the IMF, World Bank, and WTO to regulate much of their economic engagements with Africa. The United Nations and its specialized agencies, such as the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNCRR, the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, the World Health Organization, WHO, and the World Food Programme, WFP, have filled in the gaps of African international relations left by the reduction in the role of external states. Part of this can be explained by the numerical power of African states within the UN, as well as the pressing needs faced across the continent. But external and African states alike have often been more than willing to relegate these activities. 402. Ties to the multinational level, further making African international relations less state-centric. The privatization of African international relations is also visible in the growing roles of international non-governmental organizations. INGOs have provided important resources for both the economic survival of ordinary Africans and the fueling of the neo-patrimonial networks of elites. As such, they have become the linchpin of the so-called development machine, a network of individuals, state and international agencies, consultants, and experts engaged in development work and analysis. Crush 1995. Soon after the end of the Cold War, there were as many as 3,000 development INGOs in OECD countries, distributing from 10 to 15% of all aid transfers to developing countries. Mavrotas and McGillivray 2009, Smiley 1997. These associations not only represented the result of private charity, but also increasingly came to channel official development flows. By the 1990s, the US government, for example, was transferring nearly 40% of its aid through them. Manji and Okoil 2002, and in 2006 the OECD estimated transfers of official developed country aid to INGOs at more than $2 billion, more than double the 2002 amount. Allard and Martinez 2008:4, Epstein and Gang 2006. By 2008, many of the largest development INGOs controlled budgets that surpassed those of official donors. Cook 2008:1. Thus INGOs, such as Oxfam, Save the Children, and Christian Aid, have become some of the primary participants in the conduct of Western development policies toward Africa. Official aid agencies, in both Africa and the West, have increasingly come to expect INGOs to meet the welfare needs of ordinary Africans by filling in for the state. Bebbington, Hickey and Midland 2008, Ndigwe 1996, Dicklich 1998. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, for example, dedicates half of its resources to health-related programs across 45 African states, including a pledge to spend $300 million between 2018 and 2020 to support agricultural development in conjunction with the EU. Some critics have argued that these development INGOs represent a continuation of the work by missionaries and other voluntary organizations that were instrumental in Europe's colonization of Africa. Today's INGOs, the argument goes, have taken the missionary position of delivering services and running projects that are motivated by charity, pity, and doing things for people, implicitly who can't do it for themselves, albeit with the verbiage of participatory approaches. Manji and Okoil 2002:569. Regardless of how one characterizes the role of INGOs in Africa, one cannot help but be struck by the dramatic ways. 403. In which their increasing presence reflects the privatization of both North-South relations and African politics in general. INGOs have not merely been passive conduits for Western aid to Africa, they have also become important drivers of foreign policies, particularly around such issues as AIDS, debt, and human rights. The media-oriented advocacy group Invisible Children, for example, campaigned on college campuses in an attempt to lobby U.S. administrations over the military defeat of Joseph Kony and the LRA, most notably through their problematic Kony 2012 campaign. Skomerus, Allen, and Villasenra 2011. As discussed in Chapter 6, Jubilee 2000 campaigned for the cancellation of Third World debt with considerable success, Busby 2007. Likewise, the Millennium Promise Alliance, which is co-founded by economist Jeffrey Sachs, and the Global Poverty Project have actively lobbied Western governments and international institutions to ensure the realization of the UN's Millennium Development Goals. Largely through the diplomatic pressure garnered by such ingos as Global Witness, the international scheme known as the Kimberley Process was established in 2003 to regulate the global trade in diamonds in order to stop the sale of blood diamonds used to fund conflicts in countries such as Angola and Sierra Leone, Grant 2004. In 2011, Global Witness announced it was leaving the Kimberley Process to highlight what it regarded as a failure to break the link between diamond sales and violence in Africa. Nevertheless, groups such as Enough have successfully lobbied U.S. policymakers and contributed to the adoption of the Dodd-Frank Act, which forces purchasers of some minerals to document the origins of their imports in order to avoid sponsoring the exploitation of miners in conflict zones. Issues around environmental conservation also illuminate the ways in which African international relations have become privatized. Foreign income from tourism, particularly ecotourism, grew to over 7% of sub-Saharan Africa's GDP by 2017, World Travel and Tourism Council 2017. This significantly impacts how African lands and resources are being used, with the needs and desires of foreign tourists sometimes prioritized over those of local Africans, West, Ego, and Brockington 2006. In addition to the influence of these market forces, wildlife conservation and management policies in Africa have been shaped by external non-state actors, such as international environmental lobbying groups such as the International Union for the Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources, IUCN, and the World Wildlife Fund, WWF. These lobbying groups, development and environmental ingos, and international organizations such as the IMF and World Bank often 404 end up competing with African states for the control and use of their territories. Michael Hart and Antonio Negri, 2000, suggest in this respect that the moral force of some ingos substantially alters the notion of modern sovereignty, particularly in the developing world. Claiming to represent those who cannot represent themselves, in this case, the flora and fauna, these NGOs assert a universal moral call that trumps state power, Dunn 2008a, Litvin 1993. The privatization of African international relations and the personalization of political power have raised challenges to observers of African politics. As noted at the outset of this chapter, African international relations do not often seem to fit scholarly preconceptions of world politics. Whether this is because of African exceptionalism or intellectual failures on the part of academia remains a healthy topic for debate. Regardless, this chapter illustrates the diverse challenges that African states have faced, and continue to face, in the regional, continental, and global arenas. What should be clear, we hope, is that Africans are neither marginal nor powerless in these fields or in others examined throughout this book. While they certainly do not speak with a unified voice, they remain active participants in the world around them, exercising agency in a variety of ways.